Chapter 45. The Inferior Student of the Class. Cutting off the call, Shifeng immediately ate his instant noodles and hurried to school when he was on the road. Shifeng finally recalled this incident. It was one of the reasons that caused his parents to fall gravely ill in Shifeng's previous life. He and Blackie joined Shadow Workshop. When Zhao Ruashi called him to go to the school, he chose to continue playing God's Domain instead of going. He joined Shadow Workshop after much trouble. If he wanted to rise in position within Shadow, he needed to have a good performance. How could he have the time to care about small matters that happen in the classroom? As a result, his university recommendation became non-existent. Although it was just a recommendation, it could allow students to find better jobs. The stress levels of the current society were extremely powerful, and jobs were not easy to find. Such a recommendation would be a stepping stone towards the higher levels of a company. Shifeng's parents were deeply worried after they found out about this incident. It was also because of such worries that caused the mental stress on his parents to increase substantially. Only, Shifeng's parents never revealed it to him. Instead, they encouraged him. They didn't want him to worry about their household debts. As a result, they became both physically and mentally exhausted, falling gravely ill a year later in this life. Shifeng did not wish to repeat such a disaster, even if the recommendation was absolutely useless to him. However, he also wished to know the reason that caused him to lose the recommendation. Shifeng was considered average regarding results amongst his class. There were absolutely no problems with him obtaining the recommendation. He did not have a share in it. The only reason he could think of for such a situation was the incident that would happen today after walking into the university. Shifeng discovered a very interesting situation. The school was crowded. There was an abnormal number of students in the university today. Usually, there would not be that many people within the university grounds. The students would usually study in a library or gather outside to have some fun. Worst case scenario, they would just stay in their dormitories and play games. Unlike the current situation, they wouldn't normally come out for a stroll. When Shifeng walked towards teaching block 3, he discovered that the normally empty classrooms were packed with people. All of them were fully occupied. What is happening today? Shifeng was puzzled. The moment Shifeng entered classroom 401, he could feel the air in the room was slightly odd. His classmates all shifted their gaze towards him, their expressions filled with astonishment. Shifeng was like something that should not be there, yet had actually appeared. The male students only glanced at Shifeng. They did not pay him any attention as they continued with their conversations. Meanwhile, some of the gorgeously dressed females in the class sent Shifeng expressions of disgust. However, Shifeng had long since gotten used to such reactions. When he was about to turn around and look at them, the females immediately turned their heads away. Fellow student Shifeng, you're here. Find a place to sit. When fellow student Ling Filong arrives, everyone in the class will be present. The female monitor, Zhao Ruashi, had a calm expression on her face when she spoke to Shifeng, as if it was all just for formality. However, Shifeng could faintly feel a hint of expectation in Zhao Ruashi's eyes when she turned around to look at him. However, that expectation was not targeted towards him, but most probably towards the Ling Filong she spoke of. All right. Shifeng nodded his head, simply choosing a corner to sit down in. As for sitting and starting a conversation with the other male classmates, Shifeng could tell it would be impossible just by looking at their expressions in regard to such a situation. Shifeng could only let loose a bitter smile. In his previous life, he truly has failed at being a functioning human being. However, there was nothing he could do. To save money, he never participated in any of the student gatherings or class events. He had long since become an invisible existence within the class. In the eyes of his classmates, Shifeng might be a very reclusive person. Why is this person here? The class monitor should be the one who notified him. I never thought he would actually show up. He's just an inferior student in the class. Just looking at him makes me mad. Look at how cunning his eyes are. Don't tell me he took a fancy to this young lady. Disgusting. The students in the class started a quiet discussion about Shifeng. They were very shocked at Shifeng's arrival. Usually, Shifeng would never participate in any events, but now, this person, himself, actually showed up. Their disgust toward Shifeng was clear in their speech. Their tones, when speaking, also showed how much they looked down on him. The reason for such treatment was because Feng was weak. He was also often bullied by students from other classes. Moreover, he was the inferior student who was always too poor to join the class outings. It was just an embarrassment to be in the same class as him. Although their voices were soft, Feng could still hear them clearly. It was better to say they let Feng hear their conversation. Learning was only secondary in everyone's eyes. The truly important thing to have was a strong body. After all, the current age was one where body training was strongly emphasized upon. However, Feng's weak body clearly did not fit the current age. So, naturally, he had become an outcast within the class. However, Feng simply laughed away at his situation. He was no longer a child, so why would he be angry over the actions of these children? Currently, his heart was only concerned about the matters regarding the recommendation. Not long after, a robust youth entered the classroom. The youth's height was an entire 9 meters. This person was Ling Feilong according to Feng's memories. Ling Feilong was a person with many tricks up his sleeve. After he graduated from university, he managed to woo the princess of a large corporation. 3 years later, he became the corporation's CEO. However, due to the virtual world's influence towards the real world growing ever larger, Ling Feilong invested in God's domain as well. At that time, he looked for Feng, his classmate, wanting to collaborate in God's domain. At that time, Feng was the captain of Shadow Workshop. He was also the guild leader of the guild, Shadow. Shadow was barely considered a second-rate guild during those times. However, it still had control over a large city with a population of 500,000 people. Considering they were once classmates, Feng agreed to Ling Feilong's proposal. Afterward, although Shadow earned quite a lot of money from the collaboration, Ling Feilong earned even more. At the same time, Ling Feilong groomed several powerful subordinates. Then, he somehow managed to gain the favor of a first-rate guild. Abandoning Shadow, everyone watched as Ling Feilong entered the classroom. The male students all stood up, displaying their respect towards him. On the other hand, the gorgeous female students from before sent meaningful gazes towards Ling Feilong. Even Zhao had some changes to her calm expression. Feng had plenty of experience with women in his previous life, so he could tell Zhao was somewhat interested in Ling Feilong. What kind of situation was this? Feng could not make heads of the current situation. It would be fine if it were just the other students, but Zhao was the class flower. She had a calm personality, an oval face, a graceful body, and even her family background were good. Normally, male students from other classes could be seen chasing after her. However, none of them ever entered her eyes. So, why did she take a fancy upon Ling Feilong? Was Ling Feilong fated to become a protagonist in life, a person who was loved and welcomed by all? Everyone sit down. Like a leader, Ling Feilong naturally walked up to the lectern. He gratefully said, "Thank you for coming to congratulate me. I would not be here today were it not for all of your support. Brother Feilong, you are too humble. More than 5,000 people entered the school's fighting competition, yet you've managed to enter the top 10. You are the pride of our class. You now have the rights to enter Jinhai City's fighting competition without going through the pre-selections. This feat is not achievable by the average person. You mustn't forget about us once you become a martial arts master in the future. That's right, Brother Feilong. We're looking forward to you becoming the champion." The students in the class gave their congratulations one after the other. Some of the female students even thought of throwing themselves at Ling Feilong. However, Feng was an exception. He was truly dumbfounded. Originally, he thought a huge incident occurred, but it was just the school's fighting competition having just ended. They were only here to congratulate Ling Feilong for being able to enter the city's fighting competition. If it was before, Feng might have envied Ling Feilong. After all, there were just too many people who liked fighting competitions. Those who were able to participate in the city's fighting competition were much more appreciated than some big celebrity. This was due to the difficulty of entering the fighting competition. There was a strict selection system, and it was considered good to have 3 to 4 people selected out of 10,000. If these selected participants performed well, they might even get a contract to become the spokesperson for a large enterprise. With all the celebrity advertisements that would be offered, it wouldn't be difficult to amass wealth. Their futures would have boundless prospects, however. Along with the rise and popularity of God's domain, people became even more addicted to fighting battles and wars in the game. After all, being able to personally experience the fight was still the best experience. The lack of danger of fighting in the game only made it even more exciting. As a result, many experts became idols of the players in God's domain. Chapter 46, Meeting an Acquaintance. As everyone was giving their congratulations to Ling Fai Long, the person himself had his eyes swept over to a corner of the room, the corner where Shi Feng sat. His eyes held a hint of dissatisfaction when he looked at Shi Feng. He was the pride of the class, and, even more so, a future celebrity. Yet, an inferior student like Shi Feng actually did not intend to flatter him. After a round of flattery, Ling Fai Long allowed the students to return to their seats. I thank everyone for your support. Please quiet down for a moment. I am here today because I have a matter that I wish to discuss. Ling Fai Long said. Hearing Ling Fai Long's announcement, everyone listened attentively. Only Shi Feng remained uninterested towards Ling Fai Long's matter, however. Shi Feng could not help but pay attention after hearing Ling Fai Long speak. It's something related to the school's recommendation. Ling Fai Long calmly said, "Everyone knows how I'm obsessed with fighting. However, my grades at school aren't that good, so it has caused some problems with my recommendation. So, I wish for someone here to give up a spot. The school has already agreed to this, so I am here to discuss this matter with everyone else. Brother Long, this is only a trivial matter. It is only a recommendation. As the pride of the class, as long as Brother Long requests it, there will definitely be someone in the class willing to give up their spot." A bootlicking male student said. Although everyone in the class agreed to this person's words, there was nobody who willingly stood up to give away their recommendation in the end. Finding a job was just too hard. The recommendation was much more valued than a person's educational background when working inside a big company. If they were to give up their recommendation, what would they do in the future? As for the ones who had no rights to the recommendation, to begin with, naturally, it was easier to be brave standing from a safe distance. They continuously incited the others like hot-blooded madman. Ling Fai Long's expression slightly darkened when he saw nobody taking initiative. Since everyone is reacting so proactively, it won't be good if I'm the one who does the choosing. How about this? Let's raise our hands and vote. Ling Fai Long suggested with a smile. That's a good idea. Brother Fai Long is the smartest. Then let's start voting. The hot-blooded madmen all stood up one after another, their faces holding expressions of delight. Delight at the misfortune of other. Shi Feng, who sat by the wall, was suddenly enlightened after looking at this scene. Crap. So was these bastards who stole my recommendation. A wrathful flame ignited within Shi Feng's heart. He was truly a fool in his previous life for actually working with Ling Fai Long. Not in this life, however. If Ling Fai Long wished to cause trouble for him in this life, he couldn't be blamed for reacting in kind. Maybe it was a continuation of his previous life. But the voting results did not change in the slightest. The students immediately sat Shi Feng on the throne. Fellow student Shi Feng, you are really lucky. I'm slightly envious of you. You'll get to have Brother Long cover for you from now on. You should be grateful to us. Everyone in the class started congratulating Shi Feng as if Shi Feng had just won a 5 million credit lottery. Fellow student Shi Feng, thank you, truly. After school is over today, I invite you to come with me for a drink at the Maple Leaf Bar. Ling Fai Long smiled, a hypocritical smile. He did not place Shi Feng within his sights at all. There was not a hint of gratitude in his tone, only disdain. Following which, he turned to look at the other students, saying, "Of course, everyone else is also invited. Let us enjoy ourselves today." "Hold on a moment," Shi Feng said suddenly. Everyone in the class turned their sights towards Shi Feng. If Shi Feng did not actively speak up, they might have long since forgotten about his existence. I know if fellow student Shi Feng has something he wishes to say. Ling Feilong looked toward Shi Feng, asking with a smile, I will not agree with this, so why are you getting all joyous all on your own? Shi Feng shot a glance at Ling Feilong, saying, if any of you wish to give him your recommendation, then just give it to him. In any case, I won't be letting go of my recommendation. If there are no other matters, I'll be leaving. Suddenly, the entire classroom became dead silent. Nobody could imagine that Shi Feng, a person constantly bullied by students of other classes, actually rebelled against Ling Feilong. His current display was very abnormal. Was Shi Feng not afraid of being taken out by Ling Feilong? Ling Feilong, as well, was shocked, not because of Shi Feng's actions, however, but at Shi Feng's foolishness. Did he actually think he could protect his recommendation just because he had refused to hand it over? This was a result voted by the entire class. It would be meaningless, even if Shi Feng refused. When the time came, the university would still give him the recommendation. Even though the result was unchangeable, Shi Feng still foolishly chose to stand against him. Should Shi Feng be called foolish? Or did he have a few screws loose? Just when Ling Feilong wanted to take action, an impatient voice sounded from outside the door. Little Long, are you still not done? Brother Zhang doesn't like to be kept waiting. A tall blonde youth came in through the door. Following behind him was an alluring girl dressed in sexy and revealing clothing. The two together caused the male students to look on in envy. Shi Feng shot a glance over, discovering that it was actually an acquaintance. The tall and blonde youth was coincidentally Flaming Tiger. His real name was Zhou Yuhu, and he was a fourth-year university student, similar to Shi Feng. This person had great talent, and he managed to obtain a good result of third place in the university's fighting tournament this time around. Meanwhile, the enchanting female by Zhou Yuhu's side was also an acquaintance of Shi Feng's. Her name was Qin Shuyu, and she was Shi Feng's classmate during high school. She was also the flower of the class at the time. Shi Feng was truly blind during those times. Young and dumb, he was actually enchanted by Qin Shuyu, even to the point of confessing his love to her. Naturally, the result was rejection. After entering university, Qin Shuyu had become Zhou Yuhu's girlfriend. Qin Shuyu even mentioned to Zhou Yuhu the matter of Shi Feng's confession. As a result, Shi Feng was often taken care of by students from other classes. After Shi Feng joined Shadow, he was often sent to carry out senseless tasks, stunting his growth in God's domain. Brother, who? Why have you come here? I'll immediately go after I'm done settling my business here. When Ling Feilong saw the person who had arrived, he respectfully went up to welcome him with a smiling face. How much longer do you need? I don't have that much time to waste. Zhou Yuhu wrinkled his brows, impatiently saying he was parted from his duties as team leader today, all because of that Yi Feng character, and he had only recently risen to level 2. Afterward, he was even given a scolding by Brother Zhang. These occurrences caused him to become greatly irritated deep within his heart. 2 to 3 minutes should be enough. Ling Feilong replied. He felt teaching Shi Feng the ways to be a proper person should not be a big problem. Good. Then hurry up, Zhou Yuhu demanded currently. Qin Shuyu's eyes unintentionally landed on Shi Feng. Her expression was suddenly turning sour. She had no good impressions of Shi Feng. He had neither money nor power. There was not the slightest feeling of safety or strength coming from him. When compared with Zhou Yuhu, the difference between the two was hundreds and thousands of miles apart. Shi Feng even confessed to her without knowing his own worth. It was just an insult to her person, and as a result, she was often made fun of by the other girls. Seeing the disgust on Qin Shuyu's face, Zhou Yuhu hooked up her chin with his robust hand, teasingly saying, "Baby, I'll take care of him for you immediately, lest he shows up in front of you again." Qin Shuyu faintly smiled as she nodded, not having any intention of stopping Zhou Yuhu. "Hey brat, come over here." Zhou Yuhu pointed his finger at Shi Feng. Loudly roaring, everyone was shocked at seeing Zhou Yuhu's imposing manner. Who was Zhou Yuhu? He was ranked 3rd in the school's fighting tournament. He was much more powerful when compared to the 9th-ranked Ling Feilong. A single hit from him was enough to send a person to the hospital for half a month. Ling Feilong naturally understood what was happening before him. Zhou Yuhu was irritated by Shi Feng and wished to take care of him. Originally, he too wanted to teach Shi Feng a lesson and let the entire class know of his prowess. If he were to take care of Shi Feng right now, not only would he be helping himself, but he would also be able to sell a favor to Zhou Yuhu. He would be killing two birds with one stone. Hence, Ling Feilong stepped forward and volunteered. Brother Hu, no need for you to personally take action. Originally, I already wanted to teach this kid a lesson. Give me 30 seconds. Little long, so the matter you had to deal with before was this. Zhou Yuhu looked towards Shi Feng in disdain. He licked his lips, saying with a cold smile, better to let me. I also wish to loosen my bones a little. Saying this, Zhou Yuhu walked towards Shi Feng with a cold smile. Chapter 47. I think highly of you. Zhou Yuhu walked towards Shi Feng in an imposing manner. He wanted to personally teach Shi Feng a good, hard lesson. This time on previous occasions, he always sent others to handle it for him. However, Shi Feng still did not learn to be good. Today, he wanted Shi Feng to imprint this lesson onto his bones. The people present could all see the conclusion that was coming for Shi Feng in a society where the entire population underwent body training. Fights between students were all too common. Even minor injuries were very common. As long as it didn't go overboard, it would not cause an incident, however. Looking at Zhou Yuhu's current attitude, Shi Feng would be staying in the hospital for at least a month. At that time, Shi Feng would be wearing a cast while receiving his graduation certificate on the stage. Hold it. Zhou Yuhu, this is our class. On what basis does an outsider like you have to come and bully someone from our class? Zhao Ruoshi's delicate body suddenly blocked Shi Feng. She was not the slightest bit threatened by Zhou Yuhu's imposing aura. As she berated him, Zhou Ruoshi's actions unquestionably left everyone else in shock. They never imagined that the normally gentle and graceful Zhao Ruoshi would stand up for an inferior student. She was even challenging Zhou Yuhu. She had such a strong heart to be so brave. Ruoshi, don't stir up trouble. Brother who only wishes to give Shi Feng some pointers. This should be Shi Feng's good fortune. Shi Feng is always being bullied by others, but with Brother who's pointers, he might have some growth and learn to be a proper person. Ling Feilong explained with a smile. Due to Zhao Ruoshi's above-average appearance and attractive curves, he long since treated her as his personal property. Never would he have imagined that she would stand up for Shi Feng. Suddenly, the rage towards Shi Feng burned even greater in his heart. However, it would not be good for him to reveal that rage, so he simply tugged at Zhao Ruoshi's delicate hand. He wanted to pull her away, stopping her from being a hindrance. Fellow student Ling Feilong, as the pride of the class, are you just going to watch as one of our classmates being bullied? Zhao Ruoshi shook off Ling Feilong's hand, looking at him and asking angrily. She originally thought Ling Feilong was in possession of a good personality. He also performed exceptionally in the fighting competition, so she thought he was a good prospect. However, she didn't think that he was just a hypocrite. Ruoshi, how could you say such a thing about me? You are misunderstanding. It isn't my fault that Shi Feng does not know how to be a proper person. Now that Brother who is going to teach him how to become one, it would be beneficial to him in the future, Ling Feilong said with a righteous expression, as if everything occurring was for Shi Feng's own good. Zhao Ruoshi was greatly angered by Ling Feilong. She promptly turned toward Shi Feng, saying, hurry up and leave. I'll hold him off. This little girl is interesting and very sexy. I like it. Zhou Yuhu's eyes started sizing up Zhao Ruoshi, liking very much what he saw. His lips could not help but curl up into an evil grin as his hand stretched to caress Zhao Ruoshi's delicate face. He was no longer paying any attention to Shi Feng. However, before his salty pig hand could touch Zhao Ruoshi, it was slapped away by another. Zhou Yuhu, since you wish to trade notes with me, I can agree. However, just trading notes would not have much meaning to it. How about we spice it up a little? Shi Feng proposed with a calm smile. He took a step forwards, tugging on Zhao Ruoshi's jade-like arm and pulling her to a side. Zhao Ruoshi did not react to Shi Feng's actions at all, until she was dragged behind him. She only then began to look at Shi Feng's average stature in stunning shock. When did Shi Feng become so manly? However, She also felt Shi Feng was very foolish. How could he trade pointers with Zhou Yuhu? Now, Zhou Yuhu would have an excuse to teach Shi Feng a lesson. Zhou Yuhu rubbed the reddened back of his hand, enraged. He glared at Shi Feng, suddenly discovering Shi Feng's current appearance was very calm and stable. It was as if Zhou Yuhu was looking at an entirely different person. Before, Shi Feng would easily be incited and get into fights with others. Now, however, not only was he not aroused, but he was also smiling happily. Was his brain damaged? Ling Feilong was deeply enraged when he saw Shi Feng's stretched arm actually touching Zhao Ruoxi. He could not help but wish he could take action immediately. However, he still held it in. He was prepared to put Shi Feng in his place in the future. Kid, you actually dare to challenge me. Truly interesting. Then I'll wager 1,000 credits. If you win, the 1,000 credits will be yours to keep. If you lose, then kneel and apologize to me, and also compensate me with 1,000 credits. How about it? Do you dare to agree? Zhou Yuhu furiously smiled. He never thought Shi Feng's brain was truly damaged, daring to even provoke him such a petty wager. Aren't you embarrassed from saying it out loud? Shi Feng shook his head and snorted in disdain. Your guts sure have grown after not meeting for a few days. Say it then. What kind of wager do you want? Zhou Yuhu was angered into a laugh. He knew Shi Feng was poor, and he could not even afford the 1,000 credits. Now, though, he had actually dared to increase the bargaining chip. Was he complaining that he didn't have a quick enough death? It seems his brain was truly wedged between a door. Didn't you win a membership card for the Big Dipper Training Center from the school's fighting competition? Use that as the wager. If I lose, I'll pay 10,000 credits to you a month later. If you don't have the courage to wager, then forget it. Shi Feng provokingly said. In Shi Feng's previous life, Zhou Yuhu showed off this membership card in front of others. Now, Shi Feng could coincidentally use it to train his body. The Big Dipper Training Center was well known in Jinhai City. It had a great environment, and its training facilities were very thorough. The average person was not allowed to enter the training center at all, not to mention obtaining a VIP membership there. A normal membership was worth around 8,000 to 9,000 credits. Even if I wager this card, would a poor wretch like you find that much money? I won't believe in empty words. Zhou Yuhu laughed coldly. Indeed, it was as Zhou Yuhu had said. Shi Feng had not a penny on him at the moment, not to mention 10,000 credits. Hence, why he had said he would pay a month later. However, Zhou Yuhu would clearly not believe him. Instead, Zhou Yuhu turned around to mock him. It would seem Shi Feng's plan was going to be dashed this time. Shi Feng, did you think I don't know about your living conditions? You are so poor you can't even afford to have a good meal, yet you're still pretending to be wealthy. Qin Shuyu shot Shi Feng a glance, commenting in disdain. I'll pay the 10,000 credits. Zhao Ruoxi abruptly said. Ling Feilong's eyes turned crimson when he saw Zhao Ruoxi standing up once again. He couldn't help but wish he could get rid of Shi Feng right this instant. Shi Feng was also shocked. He looked towards Zhao Ruoxi, astonished. He did not understand how Zhao Ruoxi had that much money. He wasn't very clear of Zhao Ruoxi's family background, either. Shi Feng only knew that her family was relatively well off. However, Zhao Ruoxi was actually so believing of him, even to the degree of betting her money on him. Shi Feng could not understand why she had done so. To begin with, the relationship between the two of them wasn't that great. Zhao Ruoxi looked at Shi Feng. She knew the reason for Shi Feng's astonishment. However, to not let him misunderstand, she quietly explained, I'm only lending you the money because I can't stand Zhou Yuhu's arrogant attitude. I think highly of you, so even if you lose with dignity. Thank you. I will definitely return twice the amount to you. Shi Feng gratefully said this money was very important to him. Now, Zhou Yuhu would definitely agree to the wager. After Shi Feng obtained the membership card, he would be able to regularly train his body. It was better to start training earlier rather than later. The earlier Shi Feng could train his body, the larger the benefit it would have to his future. Zhao Ruoxi had helped him greatly this time. When he started earning money in God's domain, paying Zhao Ruoxi an extra 10,000 would even be considered too little. However, Zhao Ruoshi did not take Shi Feng's words seriously. She only nodded with a smile. She did not think that Shi Feng could return her money, not to mention double the amount, ha ha ha. Interesting. Then let's draw out the contract at the fighting arena. Zhou Yuhu licked his lips. He was even more interested in Zhao Ruoshi now. Although his luck in God's domain was bad today, his luck in real life was truly good. Not only had he found a good-looking girl, but he could also receive 10,000 credits for teaching Shi Feng a lesson. It truly was a blessing in disguise, following which everyone arrived at the fighting arena built by the school. Shi Feng and Zhou Yuhu signed a contract under the supervision of the Central Brain. Contracts acknowledged by the Central Brain were also recognized by the law. There was also a judge at the fighting arena. The judge was normally a teacher in the university who taught students how to fight. The judge also had good skills that would be used to promptly stop the fights to avoid any heavy injuries from occurring to other students from the class stood below the fighting ring. They laughed at Shi Feng's stupidity. Instead of being an invisible existence like usual, he actually went insane now. Not only did he oppose Ling Failong, but he also angered Zhou Yuhu, who was even more terrifying. After today, Shi Feng might never live a peaceful life ever again. Qin Shiyu looked above the ring at the calm and steady Shi Feng. The feeling he gave people was completely different from before. He currently radiated an indescribable sense of security. She even felt Shi Feng's scrawny body had grown larger. Qin Shiyu quickly shook her head, mockingly saying, "How strong could a weakling, who doesn't even know a single fighting technique, be? He even dares challenge Brother Hu now. He truly is reckless." Chapter 48, An Unequaled Fight. None of the students below the ring had refuted Qin Shiyu's words. Instead, they felt her words made sense no matter what was said. Zhou Yuhu was ranked third in the university's fighting tournament. He was also highly praised by several teachers who taught fighting. They predicted Zhou Yuhu would be able to create a reputation for himself in the upcoming city's fighting tournament, not to mention teaching the weak and scrawny Shi Feng a lesson. It was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken, even though he remains unyielding right now. I guess Shi Feng will kneel and beg for mercy in a moment. Does that even need to be mentioned? Why don't you look at who Zhou Yuhu is? My guess is Shi Feng will be lying on the floor within 10 seconds. The male students in the class started to laugh as they discussed Shi Feng's "And what is wrong with you people? Is this how you treat a classmate of yours?" Zhao Ruoshi asked. Looking at her classmates with a furious expression, the students all turned silent. However, their eyes revealed a hint of disdain when they looked at Zhao Ruoshi. One of the gorgeously dressed girls in the class curled her lips in disdain, softly saying, "You just have somewhat good looks. If it wasn't for Brother Long, who do you think would listen to your words?" The other girls promptly nodded their heads. They were not taking their class monitor seriously at all, although the female students spoke in soft tones. Everyone present could hear them clearly. To the side, Ling Failong felt invigorated as he enjoyed listening to their words. Zhao Ruoshi turned her head away in a rage. No longer paying attention to these people, Ling Failong walked over to her and gently said, "Ruoshi, I know that you have no choice in this matter as the class monitor. However, Shi Feng is the one finding trouble here, so you can't just blame everyone. Moreover, nobody believes Shi Feng can win with that small body of his. You're literally throwing your money into the ocean. In a moment, I'll talk it over with Brother Hu to not take your money and let Shi Feng pay for everything. Indeed, I am helping Shi Feng because I am the class monitor. However, regarding the matter with the money, I have never thought of asking for it back from him." Zhao Ruoshi glanced at Ling Failong, coldly saying, "On the other hand, you're the one who has taken the recommendation that is rightfully Shi Feng's. Instead of helping Shi Feng now, you're here making cynical remarks. Aren't you afraid of people criticizing you behind your back? Also, how can this be considered trading pointers? One is ranked third in the school, while the other is a student who doesn't even know any fighting techniques. Do you not feel any shame when you speak of this?" Zhao Ruoshi's every word caused Ling Failong piercing pain. In addition, her elegant and refined complexion gave off an indescribable sense of strength that struck at Ling Failong's heart. Ling Failong was speechless as he turned pale from anger, just as Zhao Ruoshi had said. Every class had a fixed number of spots for the recommendation. Only students with results amongst the top 20 in the class were qualified for this recommendation. However, Ling Feilong had managed to obtain the qualifications to participate in the city's fighting competition after much difficulty. If others were to know that he was a university student without a recommendation, it would be an absolute humiliation. The school had previously considered such reputational problems as well. Hence, they had made it so that the top 5 contestants of the fighting tournament would receive a recommendation, even if their studies were not good. However, Ling Feilong was only 9th ranked, so naturally he could not obtain it. Hence, he had suggested such a matter to the school. Seeing that Ling Feilong's results were in the top 30 of the class, not that far from the 20th place, the school had decided to agree to his request. However, the condition was someone had to willingly give up their recommendation. As for how he would get someone to give up their spot, that all depended on Ling Feilong himself. Shifeng was just a weakling. Originally, Ling Feilong had intended to utilize the collective intentions of the class, in addition to his own strength, to easily oppress Shifeng. Then, after giving Shifeng some benefits, this matter would be considered over. However, Shifeng's actions were completely different from what Ling Feilong had imagined they would be. Shifeng had not taken him seriously in the slightest, and had threatened him without hesitation. Now, he was even ridiculed by Zhao Ruoshi. Ling Feilong's heart was currently filled with an inextinguishable wrath. Correct. This isn't an equal fight. However, can Shifeng blame others for being weak himself? Who was the one who agreed to this competition? Surely you can't blame me for this. Ling Feilong looked at Zhao Ruoshi with blood-red eyes. If Zhao Ruoshi did not have a beautiful appearance and attractive body, he would have long since sent a slap flying over. However, he endured it. Using force was definitely not a smart move. Moreover, Zhao Ruoshi's family background was not simple at all. If he caused an incident now, his entire life would be over. Also, when Ling Feilong thought about how he could toy with Zhao Ruoshi in the future, the rage's heart calmed down slightly. Brat, after making me take such a loss, just you wait and see. Ling Feilong glared at Shifeng, silently swearing above. In the fighting ring, Shifeng only smiled in disdain when he felt the hostility coming from Ling Feilong. However, he had to agree to one of Ling Feilong's words. This was indeed an uneven fight in Shifeng's previous life. Although his physique was not comparable to those first-rate fighters, he could still beat them into submission. The thing he relied on to win was the life or death battles in God's domain. What was a 100-battle hero? After living through 100 wars, it would be hard not to become an expert hero. It was the same with many martial artists. Their training usually involved pushing themselves to the edge, using the feeling of having their lives hanging by a thread to train and improve themselves. However, such a method was too dangerous. The average person would definitely not do such a thing. It was extremely easy to go overboard and lose their lives. After Shifeng went through extremely realistic life or death battles, the increase to his battle experience and techniques rapidly grew. His skills in battle even exceeded the national fighting competition standards by several levels in 10 years' time. Any reputable melee player in God's domain could easily defeat the current fighting champion of Jinhai City. Not to mention Shifeng, who was once the captain of Shadow in Shifeng's eyes. The university's fighting tournament was just like children playing house. Moreover, regarding physique, his current body exceeded his body 10 years later. Fighting would not be a problem, even if he had to face up to 5 or 6 Ling Feilong Esprat. You sure are carefree to be looking around. Watch how I'll fix you up, Zhou Yuhu said, rushing at Shifeng. He immediately sent a slap towards Shifeng's face, intending to humiliate him first. Naturally, Shifeng could easily see through such an action. However, Shifeng stood unmoving even though he was facing off against someone much stronger than he was. Shifeng sent out a casual punch towards Zhou Yuhu's face, completely ignoring Zhou Yuhu's slap. Zhou Yuhu never imagined that Shifeng's fist would have such precision, aiming directly at his face. Instinctively, Zhou Yuhu had used his hands to block off this fist. Shifeng's lips curled upwards when he saw Zhou Yuhu's actions. With lightning speed, Shifeng's hand chopped towards Zhou Yuhu's neck. Zhou Yuhu failed to react in time as he received a chop to his neck. With the precision of a surgery blade, Shifeng's hand hacked at a major artery in Zhou Yuhu's neck suddenly. Zhou Yuhu felt his vision blurring. There was a sense of suffocating as Zhou Yuhu felt all his strength leaving his body. Shifeng did not give Zhou Yuhu time to catch his breath. Immediately, he sent another punch flying towards the side of Zhou Yuhu's abdomen. Zhou Yuhu wanted to block the attack, but his body refused to listen to his thoughts. He could only feel a stabbing pain in his intestines as a stream of yellowish liquid shot out from his mouth. Zhou Yuhu's vision became a blur. He could not cry out, even if he wanted to. Zhou Yuhu's body instinctively wished to fall, but Shifeng did not give him such a chance. Fist after fist landed on Zhou Yuhu's abdomen, followed by a few more landing on his ribs. After receiving a series of consecutive punches, the acidic juices in Zhou Yuhu's stomach had been completely drained out of his mouth. Then his body fell to the ground like a dead dog. Their entire arena suddenly became silent. Everything had happened all too quickly. It was so quick that not one person had even reacted. Only after Zhou Yuhu was laying on the ground did the judge of the match finally react. Immediately, he declared the end of the fight and Shifeng the winner of it. At the same time, he hurriedly ran over to Zhou Yuhu's side to check on him. The judge truly could not imagine it. Zhou Yuhu, the third-ranking student in the university's fighting competition, was not even a match for such a weak-looking youth. By no means was Zhou Yuhu too weak. Instead, the weak-looking youth was just too strong. After watching several of Zhou Yuhu's matches, the judge knew that he was very strong. At the very least, it would not be easy for the judge to deal with him. After looking at Zhou Yuhu's injuries, the judge was dumbfounded. Shifeng's techniques were just too horrifying. Every one of his moves was perfectly measured, breaking only 2 to 3 of Zhou Yuhu's ribs, but not heavily injuring him. Zhou Yuhu only needed more than a month's time for his chest to heal up. Chapter 49, A New Light. Seeing Zhou Yuhu unmoving on the ground, it was clear he had lost consciousness. The teacher then reported that Zhou Yuhu had no major injuries, and he would wake up in a moment. However, his injuries still needed to be tended to. Also, he had to rest for more than a month. As for the city's fighting competition that would be held in 3 weeks, Zhou Yuhu could forget about joining. Everyone's sights shifted toward Shifeng. They looked at his thin and weak body, sucking in a cold breath when they recalled the explosive and terrifying strength it was capable of displaying. When they thought about the words they said to Shifeng before, cold sweat started pouring out from their backs without stop. Currently, the expression in the male students' eyes as they looked at Shifeng had completely changed. There was no longer any ridicule or contempt contained within them. Instead, there was a deep fear. The third-ranking student in the school was actually defeated in a single exchange. Who else could become Shifeng's opponent? If Shifeng wished to take care of them, the consequences they would face would be unimaginable. On the other hand, they had actually dared to gift Shifeng's recommendation to Ling Feilong. Thinking up to this point, the hearts of the hot-blooded warriors from before started to beat madly under the central brain's witness. Shifeng received the membership card for the Big Dipper Training Center and 10,000 credits. Following which, he circled a glance at the people below the ring. When a few of the less courageous male students were met with Shifeng's deep and profound eyes, their legs suddenly turned weak as they lost consciousness, foam appearing at their mouths. Teacher, not good. Little Lu has fainted. Before the sentence could finish being said, another male student lay flat on the ground. Meanwhile, the male students that remained standing started becoming scared in their hearts. Shifeng was just too terrifying. He actually shocked 2 male students into unconsciousness just by looking them in the eye. However, they were also envious of the 2 that lost consciousness. If they had fainted over, they wouldn't have to bear such a pressure right now. Currently, the air surrounding them was still, as if frozen. Breathing was starting to become a difficulty for them, and even their limbs felt heavy as if they were filled with litas. For the female students in the class, they were all dumbfounded. Their heads quickly lowered when they saw Shifeng looking over. They felt uncomfortable throughout their bodies as if they were frightened rabbits that were being stared at by a big gray wolf. Qin Shiyu's delicate mouth widened. She rubbed her eyes, verifying what she saw over and over. Only then did she understand that Zhou Yuhu was struck unconscious by Shifeng. Shifeng was just too powerful. Why had she never discovered so before? If she could be with a man such as this, her sense of security would be off the charts. Just thinking about it had made her happy. As for money, that would not be a problem. Just based on his strength alone, Shifeng could definitely get into the city's fighting tournament. Entering into the top 10 would also not be a problem. When that time came, there would definitely be many requests for him to become a celebrity spokesperson. When Qin Shiyu saw that Shifeng was looking over, she slightly tidied up her clothes and hair, appearing neat and moving. She also revealed deep cleavage, feebly saying, "Brother Feng, it's noon already. I know a good restaurant that has a great environment and good-tasting food. I'll treat you. So, let's go there and have a try." However, Shifeng did not pay Qin Shiyu any attention. Instead, he was looking for Zhao Ruoshi. When he found Zhao Ruoshi, he immediately walked over, completely ignoring Qin Shiyu. Seeing Shifeng's cold and indifferent eyes, Qin Shiyu suddenly felt she had lost something very important. It was as if a knife stabbing at her heart. She regretted being blind and foolish when she was in high school. Class monitor, here's your 10,000 credits. I'll repay the remaining 10,000 credits as fast as I can. Shifeng handed the money over, speaking with a calm smile. However, Zhao Ruoshi would not receive it. She blinked her attractive eyes as she looked at Shifeng as if she was looking at an exotic animal. There was both shock and joy contained within them. "Are you really Shifeng?" Zhao Ruoshi asked in a quiet and uncertain tone. Throughout Zhao Ruoshi's 4 years in university, her impression of Shifeng was one of an introvert. He was often bullied by others. He also appeared very prideful, never receiving help from others. He was like an injured little wolf, licking his own wounds. Alone, she had never imagined Shifeng's actions today would have such a great difference from before. She now viewed Shifeng in a completely new light. Shifeng had turned from being a little wolf into a slumbering dragon. He was unassuming when slumbering, but amazing when he took action. Even Zhao Yuhu, the third-ranking student in the entire university, was no match for him. If he had entered the school's fighting tournament, he might have already become the champion by now. Of course, I am Shifeng. Class monitor, why would you ask such a question? Could it be that I am just too handsome and different from my previous appearance? Shifeng joked. He naturally understood Zhao Ruoshi's thoughts. He had attracted too much attention today. However, even Shifeng himself did not wish for such a situation to occur. The developments up to this point were all unintentional. Tsh, don't get cocky. You were just barely able to enter my eyes. Zhao Ruoshi immediately snatched the money from Shifeng, her fair and delicate face revealing a calm smile. As if she had thought of something, she quietly said, "The fellowship party hosted by the university is in 10 days. There will also be the upper echelons of well-known corporations in Jinhai City attending the party. Aren't you trying to find a profitable career? This is a good chance, so you should consider attending." The moment Zhao Ruoshi finished speaking, she thought of Shifeng's financial situation. He definitely did not have the money to attend the party. Hence, she quietly said, "As for the fee required to participate in the fellowship party, I can pay it for you." Shifeng gave Zhao Ruoshi's words some thought. The fellowship party hosted by Jinhai University annually was a big event, and that person might even participate in this party. Hence, Shifeng nodded his head in agreement, saying, "Thank you, class monitor. I'll go. As for the participation fee, I'll pay that myself." Zhao Ruoshi was slightly glad when she heard Shifeng agreeing to go. However, there was an indescribable sense of disappointment when she heard Shifeng saying that he would pay the participation fee on his own. The conversation between the two was also heard by everyone else. However, everyone doubted their hearing when they heard their class monitor, Zhao Ruoshi, actively invite Shifeng to the fellowship party. She was even willing to pay for his participation fee. Zhao Ruoshi was a truly beautiful woman. Only, she normally made no efforts to enhance her looks with makeup. Her clothing was also very common. However, it was still unable to mask her elegant and refined face and exquisite body. As long as she dressed herself up somewhat, even the school's top beauty might not be her match. Hence, there were quite a few rich and influential men who tried pursuing Zhao Ruoxi. However, every one of them was rejected. Ling Feilong was the only one who had managed to shorten the distance between them after much difficulty. However, it was only to the degree of getting Zhao Ruoxi to treat him somewhat better. Zhao Ruoxi's pridefulness was clear to behold. Now, however, Zhao Ruoxi had actively invited Shifeng. It was an absolutely jaw-dropping scene with such a beauty inviting them. Who could refuse? However, Shifeng had tactfully rejected Zhao Ruoxi's kind intentions by the side. The wrathful flame in Ling Feilong's heart burned madly as he listened in on the two's conversation. Shifeng, one must properly know one's own worth. There will be many great figures of Jinhai City attending the fellowship party. Just based on the clothes you are wearing, the security might even chase you away. At that time, you'll embarrass everyone in our class. Ling Feilong mockingly said, "You don't have to worry about this point, fellow student Ling Feilong." Shifeng turned to look at Ling Feilong. He pointed towards the ring, a cold glint flashing past his eyes as he coldly said, "On the contrary, didn't you say you wanted to teach me how to become a proper person before? This place is the fighting arena, so why don't we exchange some pointers? Teach me how to become a proper person." Shifeng, you don't get ahead of yourself. I am only following the suggestion of the entire class. Ling Feilong stuttered as he looked at Shifeng with hesitant eyes. He suddenly felt chills throughout his body, inadvertently retreating a step back. Having him exchange pointers with Shifeng was just digging his own grave. For those who have never participated in a fighting competition, they would not be able to know the true meaning and horror of the exchange between Shifeng and Zhou Yuhu. Zhou Yuhu was very powerful, and even Ling Feilong himself knew he was definitely not a match to Zhou Yuhu. However, Zhou Yuhu was still dispatched by Shifeng within a moment. This fight could not even be considered a proper fight. It was just a one-sided play the suggestion of the entire class. Shifeng swept a glance toward his classmates standing to the side, coldly saying, "What were your suggestions?" Naturally, everyone would not stand on Ling Feilong's side. Even an idiot could tell how afraid Ling Feilong was of Shifeng. "Fine, I admit defeat. It was I who was blind. You tell me what's to be done." Ling Feilong looked above the ring at the unconscious Zhou Yuhu, gritting his teeth while saying, if he were to come into conflict with Shifeng right now, he would not have any chance of resisting. He also did not believe that Shifeng would show mercy. If he had continued offending Shifeng, he would definitely be laying on a hospital bed for at least a month. When that time came, he would not be able to even participate in the city's fighting tournament, and such a loss was not something he was willing to bear. The 5,000 credits voucher for the Big Dipper Training Center awarded by the school, Shifeng demanded. The Big Dipper had the best nutritionist in Jinhai City. With this voucher, Shifeng could replenish the nutrients required by his body and quickly improve his physique. Ling Feilong was extremely unwilling to give away the Big Dipper voucher. This was an item that could not be bought outside, even with 10,000 credits. After receiving the voucher, Shifeng left the fighting arena. Shifeng started training his body immediately after returning to his rented apartment. After tiring himself out, he looked for information related to God's domain and Jinhai City on the internet. He was making ample preparations for his future development plan. It was especially true for the fellowship party this time around. He had to prepare sufficient information before the fellowship started. Otherwise, it would be too hard to carry out his plan. When noon came, Shifeng ate his lunch and lay on the bed. He wore his virtual gaming helmet, starting his second day in God's domain. Chapter 50, the popular Garrison armor. Dark clouds hovered over the skies of Red Leaf Town, surrounding the full moon that hung in midair. On the streets, magic lamps brightly lit up the town. Shifeng had just logged in. It was still nighttime in God's domain. A majority of the players were currently in the trade area, making the place very crowded. There were only a scant few experts who would hunt for monsters to level up at this time of day. During the daytime, The street of the trade area was desolate. However, that street had currently turned into a bazaar, bustling with noise and excitement. Players could be seen setting up stalls throughout the wide cobblestone street, and above their white sheets of cloth were some items required by auxiliary jobs and also a few pieces of common equipment. Buyers and sellers were bargaining with each other, and some faces Eve turned crimson over 1 or 2 copper system. The Garrison armor you have placed on auction has been sold. After deducting the processing fees, a total of 5 silvers, 31 coppers has been added to your inventory system. The Garrison armor you have placed on auction has been sold. After deducting the processing fees, a total of 5 silvers, 67 coppers has been added to your inventory system. The Garrison armor you have placed on auction has been sold. After deducting the processing fees, a total of 5 silvers, 98 coppers has been added to your inventory. Before Sherfong had taken a step forward, a series of auction house notifications from the system entered his ears. Sherfong casually selected the system notifications to appear, immediately becoming shocked the Garrison armor's value had totally exceeded Sherfang's estimates. Originally, Sherfong intended to have it sold for, more or less, 5 silvers. In reality, however, due to the competition in price growing fiercer, the Garrison armor reached a maximum price of 6 silvers, 42 coppers. The 11 Garrison armors sold for a total of over 67 silver coins. The amount immediately turned Sherfong into the owner of a gold coin. He had become a golden heir at the current phase of the game. The purchasing power of a single silver coin was astonishing. For a second-rate guild, their circulating funds would only amount to 60 or 70 silver coins. To properly develop their normal members during the initial periods of the game, the guilds were unable to stock up on too many copper coins. Such an action would only hamper the guild's future development. As for first-rate guilds, their circulating funds might only be around 1 gold coin. However, these funds would seem insignificant when it was used on tens or hundreds of people now. Sherfong was a true tycoon after a day of battle. A majority of the players were currently returning to town with their spoils of war. These players carried a lot of materials on their persons, and naturally, Sherfong would not let this chance get away. Sherfong casually chose a location with few people, setting his white cloth on the ground and starting up his stall to purchase materials. The highest level player right now should be at level 4, whereas the average player was still at level 2 and expert players at level 3. Hence, the materials they sold varied greatly. There were high-ranking goods, and there were also common goods. The current prices for high-ranking materials were very expensive, so Sherfong would naturally not buy them. Sherfong relied solely on himself to make the Garrison armor, so the money he could earn was limited. However, Sherfong was just selling these pieces of equipment to accumulate some funds. Only when he had the funds could he earn more money buying magic essence, 6 coppers a stack, stones, 10 coppers a stack. Also buying hard stones, 23 coppers a stack, Sherfong shouted after hearing Sherfang's words. The players on the street crowded around him. One after another, boss. I have 10 stacks of stones. How many stacks do you want? I have 6 stacks of magic essence. Do you want all of them? I have a stack of hard stones. After grinding in the wild for an entire day, magic essences and stones had become materials that polluted the street. Normally, players would sell these materials to NPCs or save them up for practicing their own auxiliary jobs. However, materials such as hard stones were very rare. They were usually found in level 3 areas, only being dropped by kobolds or little rock monsters. There were 20 pieces of hard stones in a stack, and they were worth 20 coppers when sold to NPCs. Hard stones were used in forging. However, it was quite luxurious to use them at this stage of the game. Guilds very rarely purchased hard stones, so their prices were not very high. However, they would have a great purpose once players reached level 7. There were many special monsters in the level 7 monster areas, and it was extremely taxing on the durability of a weapon to fight against these monsters. A weapon would break when its durability reached 0. Once a weapon was broken, the chance of successfully repairing it was only around 20%. If failed, it would turn into scrap. Meanwhile, hard stones could be used to make whetstones. When used on a weapon, it could temporarily increase its damage. More importantly, it could recover a weapon's durability by 5 to 10 points. With the whetstone, players did not have to return to town just to repair their weapons, saving them a lot of time and also increasing their monster grinding efficiency in Shurfang's previous life. Hardstones were sold with extreme popularity. The price of whetstones increased with even greater speed, allowing many forgers to make a hefty profit. To quickly increase their levels and gain an advantage, Shadow Guild had also been butchered by those sharks. They could only grit their teeth as they bought the whetstones in this life. It was Shurfang's turn to make a huge profit. He was going to stock up these hardstones in advance after purchasing materials for over an hour. Shurfang had a total of 80 stacks of magic essence and 120 stacks of stones. As for hardstones, Shurfang had only collected 12 stacks of them. A very small amount. Shurfang's bag was quickly filled. He had no choice but to make a trip to the bank's warehouse to store all these items. The bank's warehouse had a fixed space of 500 slots. Expanding the warehouse's space for the first time would give an additional 500 slots at the cost of 20 coppers. The second time was 1,000 slots for 50 coppers. Afterward, every 1,000 slots would cost 1 silver coin, and every additional 1,000 slots would result in a management fee of 10 copper coins per week currently. Such an amount of money was nothing to Shurfang. Immediately, Shurfang expanded 3,000 slots, and in the future, he would have to pay a processing fee of 30 coppers every week after storing all the materials. Shurfang ran towards the auction house. The auction house linked together all the small towns under the influence of White River City. Although there were few people who sold common materials here, there would surely still be some people who sold hardstones. Only, the prices they set were slightly higher. However, players would have no choice but to buy whetstones for their weapons when they reached level 7. So, Shurfang wasn't concerned about the loss of money after arriving at the auction house. Shurfang discovered a very peculiar situation. There were quite a lot of logistics members of guilds present at the auction house. Each and every one of them were standing guard at the auction house, and it was a wonder what they were actually waiting for. Shurfang randomly chose a place to sit down, calling out the operating panel of the auction house. Just when Shurfang was searching for hardstones, he heard a few logistics members of guilds complaining to each other. How long more do we have to wait? Why is that Garrison armor still not showing up? Let me buy it so I can report back. You've only waited for 3 hours. I've already been waiting here for more than 10 hours. You haven't seen the intensity of the competition for the Garrison armor. I've heard because of this Garrison armor, there are quite a few guilds who were able to kill many wild special elites, reaping astonishing gains. There was even a guild that managed to obtain quite a few pieces of equipment and skill books, thanks to the Garrison armor. So, everyone is here to fight over it. Unfortunately, the remaining few pieces of Garrison armor have all been bought. Exactly. Our guild is currently regretting it dearly. If we had known how greatly we would fall behind to those guilds, we would have bought the Garrison armor, even if we had to pay 7 silver coins for one. Now, the higher-ups have already given the order. As long as the Garrison armor appears, we definitely must buy it. During the discussion held by the logistic members, Shurfang was also surprised by the speed of the Garrison armor achieving his desired effect. Hence, Shurfang took out the remaining 7 Garrison armor that possessed defensive power. He stealthily placed them on auction, setting the base price for each piece at 8 silver coins, 2 silver coins higher than his original estimation. However, these guilds should be able to accept such a price. As for the best Garrison heavy armor, Shurfang would only sell it after a period of time has passed. He would first let these guilds slowly digest the current Garrison armor. After placing the equipment on auction, Shurfang started searching for hardstones. Shurfang wondered if there were many players who had auctioned them off. Chapter 51, Competition at the Auction House. Shurfang called out the search panel, immediately entering the words, hardstone. Suddenly, rows of information appeared on the semi-transparent screen in a single glance. Shurfang could see over 100 stacks of hardstones being sold. There were many players selling them. When Shurfang saw a stack of hardstones selling for 1 gold coin, he felt such a player must have been driven insane by poverty. Immediately, Shurfang filtered the display to show prices from lowest to highest. After adjusting the display, the cheapest stack of hardstones still cost 26 coppers. After deducting the processing fees of the auction house, players could still receive 25 coppers. As expected, the prices were a lot higher than normal, however. Sure Feng still had to buy them. He could afford them as long as the price was below 30 coppers suddenly. The number of hardstones available on the auction house had been reduced by a large half. The remaining ones were all selling for 30 coppers and above, and there was no spendthrift who would buy them after looking at hardstones. Sure Feng casually took at the miscellaneous section. Sure Feng's eyes abruptly shone. There were actually card sets. Moreover, there was a large number of them. There was some chance for monsters to drop these card sets. However, the drop rate for it was extremely low. There was not even a 10,000 to 1 chance for one to drop. Monsters below level 10 were able to drop 12 card sets, and they were divided into 2 ranks. Bronze rank and Mysterious Iron rank warriors had Steel, Crusaders, and Insanity Weapon Specialist had Chaos, Vengeance, and Hurricane Healers had Divine, Nature, and Noble Mages had Element, Fool, and Demon. These 12 card sets each represented the 12 different jobs. Every set had 9 cards in them, and each card had a number behind them. As long as a player could gather a complete set, they could exchange it for a piece of set equipment for the respective job. Back in those days, a majority of the players did not know what these card sets were for. Moreover, there was no introduction for these card sets. Players at that time simply kept these card sets in their bags or sold them at the auction house. Only when the normal mode of the 50-man level 10 dungeon near the city was cleared did these players discover there was actually an NPC that would trade for these card sets. Depending on the rank of the card sets, they could be traded for either bronze or Mysterious Iron set equipment. These set equipment were absolutely marvelous. A bronze set of equipment could rival an entire regular set of Mysterious Iron equipment, whereas a Mysterious Iron set of equipment could rival an entire regular set of secret silver equipment. So, these card sets that nobody cared about before suddenly turned ragingly popular overnight. Every card was sold at an astronomical price. Even so, many guilds were still frantic over them, constantly purchasing them. Meanwhile, there were hundreds of card sets currently displayed in front of Sure Feng, yet there was actually nobody who wanted them. Each card was being sold at no more than 5 coppers, and even a maximum was 7 coppers. Sure Feng bought them clean without hesitation. Sure Feng did not think much of the cost. What's more, they would not increase in value even if he had left them in his bag, using the money to grow money. Now that was the way of the king. After Sure Feng was finished with collecting hardstones and card sets, he was left with no more than 14 silver coins following, which Sure Feng searched for skill books through the search panel. To determine a player's strength in God's domain, other than looking at their equipment, the number of skills they had learned was another factor. If a player possessed many skills, they could have a large variety of attack patterns to use in battle. An expert swordsman could usually utilize more than 20 skills in battle, whereas first-rate experts could use more than 40 skills in battle. As for the top-tier experts, they did not need to be mentioned. Sure Feng was a first-rate expert, yet he possessed less than 10 skills. His condition was truly pathetic. However, there were very few skill books currently being sold. Under normal circumstances, players would usually use skill books on themselves or trade them for a skill they were able to use. Sure Feng went through more than 10 pages in one go. As long as he saw a skill usable by swordsmen, he immediately bought them. When Sure Feng arrived at the final page, his mind turned blank. Are you kidding me? Even Defensive Blade is being sold? Sure Feng went wild with joy. The Defensive Blade was a swordsman's powerhouse skill. It was also a sure kill skill when dealing with mages. However, the skill also had a damnable drop rate. Even in his previous life, Sure Feng only managed to get his hands on the skill after he was well over level 40. Sure Feng truly did not imagine he would be able to see it now. Although the selling price was slightly high, 6 silvers was still acceptable to Sure Feng. Sure Feng immediately placed a bid of 7 silver coins. Not wanting to waste too much time, very quickly, Sure Feng bought the skill for 7 silver coins. With the current purchasing power of 7 silver coins, Sure Feng could buy 5 to 6 basic skill books. However, Sure Feng spent them all on Defensive Blade without batting an eyelid. In addition to buying the rare skill, Defensive Blade, Sure Feng also purchased 3 common skills: Observing Eyes, Windwalk, and Earth Splitter. On another note, While Sure Feng was joyous over his purchase, the situation at the auction house started turning frantic. The logistic members of the various guilds were all crimson to their ears, their rage soaring to the sky's crap. 9 silver coins still isn't enough to get this equipment? Which rich guild is it that bade 10 silver coins? You animals, why don't you take a look at my side? Someone's already bid 10 silvers and 65 coppers. These people are absolutely insane. I've only brought 10 silver coins with me. What should I do now that I can't complete my task? Abominable. They're hiding their names and placing only these few pieces of equipment on auction. How can I even snatch one? These people were the logistics members of unrated guilds. They were on the brink of insanity when they saw the larger guilds bid, each higher than the other. The most abominable person, however, was the creator of the equipment. Every time, this person only auctioned a few pieces of equipment. Previously, the competition over the equipment was already sufficiently intense. However, the Garrison armor being auctioned right now had even better attributes, and their numbers were even less. The money they brought along to bid was absolutely insufficient. So how are they going to fight for the equipment? It can't be, right? Are there that many tycoons? Someone actually bid 11 silvers. Sure Feng's joy reached the tips of his brows when he looked at how the Garrison armor's price continuously increased. Within moments, the money he spent before had all been recovered, to the extent that it was more than before. Suddenly, Sure Feng thought of the defensive blade. The average player definitely had no chance of obtaining such a rare skill for swordsmen, whereas guilds would not sell it, even if they obtained it. The skill must have been sold by a certain guild to collect funds to buy the Garrison armor. It's just that their actions once again benefited Sure Feng within moments. All 7 Garrison armors had their prices increased past 11 silvers. Such a price shocked even Sure Feng himself. Where did so many powerful guilds suddenly come from? With the financial resources of such guilds, they ought to not spend that much money on a piece of bronze equipment, however. What Sure Feng did not know was, after he had placed the Garrison armors on auction, the logistics members of various large guilds reported the situation back to their guild leaders. Previously, these guild leaders saw the MT of other guilds tanking special elites with the Garrison armor. These MTs were able to allow the other players to attack the special elites with ease, obtaining various skill books and bronze equipment, mysterious iron equipment even. At such a sight, the eyes of these guild leaders had long since turned red with envy. Unfortunately, they had no solutions to this matter. They wished to let the lifestyle players of their own respective guilds forge this equipment, yet they did not have the forging design for it. They also wished to contact the player who had forged these Garrison armors, yet this player had hidden his name, preventing any means of contact. Their only choice was to watch on, helplessly. Now, however, the Garrison armor, this time, even possessed defensive power. They definitely must buy it. Hence, these guilds started gathering funds immediately. Do you hear me? You definitely must get it. Immediately bid 13 silver coins. I want to see who else dares to bid. What? Is it already at 13 silvers? Bid 13 silvers, 50 coppers. I don't believe there's a guild that is wealthier than us. There were over 100 towns under the influence of White River City, and there were hundreds of guilds continuously bidding for the Garrison armor. After half an hour, all 7 Garrison armors were auctioned off, with the lowest being sold at 14 silvers, 60 coppers. Sure Feng earned more than 1 gold coin in an instant. Seeing how fervent these people were, Sure Feng took the chance to place the Garrison heavy armor on auction, setting its starting price at 16 silver coins. Following which, Sure Feng left the auction house. It was still night, and there was about half an hour before sunrise. It was very unwise to go out and level right now, so Sure Feng went to the library in Redleaf Town first. He wanted to have a better understanding of the diary, which contained elvish words he obtained from the Hell Mode of the Deathly Forest. He might even obtain a new find. Chapter 52, Holy Sister. The journey to Redleaf Town's library was very dangerous. If a normal player went there, there was a 30% chance for that person to die once. As for the remaining 70%, he would die many times hence, before heading to the library, Feng stored all the hard stones and the Philosopher's Stone into the bank. The Philosopher's Stone would drop after death. If Feng had unexpectedly died on the way to the library, there would be a major loss following which Feng took out the 4 skill books he bought previously and chose to learn them observing eyes. Able to see clearly unknown and concealed targets. There's a fixed chance to detect targets' weak point cooldown, 40 seconds. Windwalk. The user is wrapped in wind. Movement speed increased by 30%. There's a 50% chance to avoid damage from ranged attacks. Duration of 10 seconds cooldown, 2 minutes. Earth Splitter. Requires sword. Causes 30 base damage to target after use, and based on the period of charging power between 2 seconds to 3 seconds, a maximum of 300% weapon damage can be increased. Attack range of 8 yards cooldown, 1 minute. Defensive Blade. Requires sword. Normal attacks range increased by 10 yards after use. Able to block up to a maximum of 6 ranged attacks or 3 melee attacks. Duration of 25 seconds cooldown, 3 minutes. With these new skills, Feng's survivability and attack potential greatly increased. Thus, the danger of him going to the library was no longer Great Red Leaf Town's library, was distanced far from the trade area. It was located in Red Leaf Town's slums. The slums were the second most popular location after the trade area. There were all sorts of people there, and it was a place where crooks mixed with the honest folk. It was also the favorite visiting location of some players, and this was due to the slum's alternative name, Paradise of the Fallen. The moment Feng entered the domain of this paradise, from the corners of the street, he discovered eyes filled with greed directed at him. These were the rats hidden in the darkness, the ones unaccepted by the light, and the wanderers of hell's boundaries. There was bound to be a portion of players in God's domain that was different from ordinary person. They were neither interested in conquering dungeons, nor were they interested in the excitement that came from adventuring and risking oneself. The only thing these players were interested in was banditry. They would kill other players and plunder their equipment. Then, they would sell it to others for a high price, making a bountiful amount of money during daytime. These players would hunt for and plunder the players with good equipment. At night, they would return to the slums to dispose of their stolen goods, then party with the money they just earned. They would brag about their harvest to display their own strength, using the chance to elevate their position in the slums. Ordinary players would never set foot in this place. If they did not possess sufficient strength, the only result would be a return via death. The reason being this location was not protected by the guard. Feng simply glanced at the players hidden at the corners of the street. He discovered the indicators for all of these players were colored red. It was clear to see that they had done many kill and plunder deeds. Within God's domain, red players were not allowed to enter guarded areas. The equipment drop rate upon death for these players were also increased, and the penalty for death may be increased up to a maximum of 300%. Moreover, they would be apprehended and jailed by the guards if they were to enter guarded areas, and the duration they were jailed depended on their crime value. However, even with all these disadvantages, there were still many players who had chosen to go down this path. After all, the rewards came very quickly this way. Red players also had a place they could stay in Red Leaf Town. For example, the slums. Moreover, if one wished to receive a good quest in the slums, one had to be a yellow player or even a red player. Regarding these players who lived on the edge of knife, Feng paid no attention to them. He immediately headed towards the main road of the slums. On both sides of the street, there were quite a few flirty ladies dressed in revealing clothes. When they noticed the clothing Feng was dressed in, they started flinging coquettish glances at his direction. They wanted to spend a pleasant night with Feng, earning some coin along the way. Little brother, are you here for some fun? Come over here to Big Sister. Big Sister guarantees that you will have a pleasant night. An alluring lady dressed in vibrant red leather clothing blocked Feng's way. Feng immediately used Observing Eyes. Charlene, elite rank. Level 8. HP 1200/1200. Ha. Charlene, you're trying to sneak a bite again. How can you not invite us to such a happy occasion? A group of robust and fiendish men walked over, each of them carrying a cold grin on their faces. Is this a robbery? Sherfong took a look at his surroundings, calmly asking. He discovered himself already surrounded by NPCs. There were also a few red players by the corner of a broken house, sneers on their faces in God's domain. It was very common for players to be robbed by NPCs. Moreover, it was also not Sherfang's first time being robbed by NPCs. The incident that left the deepest impression on him was when he was at Creation Mountain Range. It was there that he was robbed by an NPC warlord. At that time, Sherfang could only helplessly pay out a road toll currently. Before him, there was a level 8 elite NPC in addition to a group of level 7 common NPCs. It was a scene very commonly to the slums, but Sherfang had nobody to blame but himself for coming to this place, Brad. Since you look like an upright person, we won't trouble you too much. Hand out 5 silver coins, and we'll let you pass. Otherwise, we'll personally take action, a scarred man said with a sneer, then come over here and get it. Sherfang sneered as he pulled out the abyssal blade. If you were to pay the road toll, then congratulations. Not only would you lose your money, but you also had to lose your life. You would lose at least a piece of equipment that was on your person. This was the reason why normal players had a 30% chance of dying once in the slums. If you wanted these NPCs that wandered the boundaries of darkness to uphold their promise, there was definitely something broken with your brain. Charlin's attractive face revealed a trace of malevolence, Brad. You are courting death. A level 7 blade-wielding man rushed at Sherfang. Sherfang stabbed the abyssal blade towards the man. Without hesitation, double chop. Chop. Thundering flash. Earth splitter. Sword slash after sword slash pierced through the man's neck and heart. With a body fully geared with bronze equipment, combined with the abyssal blade's attack power, Sherfang's attacks had immediately reduced the man's 750 HP down to 0. Still want to continue? Sherfang glanced at the surrounding NPCs, sneering that NPCs were all shocked by Sherfang. They all parted and gave way to Sherfang, one after another. Meanwhile, the players hiding in a corner were also shocked. Sherfang had killed off a level 7 NPC in just a few moves. This player was just too strong. Naturally, these players would not find trouble with a player whom they knew was strong. In the slums, strength was everything. Stealthily, these players left the scene of the incident. Only Charlin stayed behind with an interested expression. Little brother, you are really powerful. You've made Big Sister truly admire you. I wonder where you are headed? Big Sister can guide you there and save you a lot of trouble, whereas you only have to pay a very small price. Charlin walked toward Sherfang, offering with a calm smile, no need to trouble yourself. I'm familiar with the way to the library. Sherfang did not wish to get entangled with these NPCs. He only wished to search for clues regarding the Elven Diary. Charlin smiled with even more joy when she heard Sherfang decline. I am the librarian, Charlin. You can ask me matters regarding the library. There is no one more familiar with it than myself. Charlin puffed out her prided twin peaks, smiling sweetly. St. Redleaf Town's librarian, a holy sister? Sherfang did not believe her. Oh, are you talking about this? Charlin took out a set of nun's clothing and changed into it within an instant. Suddenly, her wild demeanor completely vanished. She was like an angel that had descended to the world, incomparably divine. Her presence made others desire repentance before her. At the same time, the information that Charlin displayed had changed. Holy Sister Charlin, Divine Official. Level 20. HP 10,000/10,000. Sherfang was also shocked. What kind of situation was this? Even NPCs had a side job. Chapter 53, Darkness Descends. Sherfang was still slightly unable to accept Charlin's makeover, however. Sherfang could be considered lucky for being able to meet the rumored librarian. According to the information he knew, the librarian of Redleaf Town was full of mystery, her whereabouts unknown. Sherfang never imagined the librarian to be the female NPC who participated in a robbery against him. If Sherfang had truly started a fight with Charlin just now, the consequences would be unimaginable. What did playing the pig to eat the tiger mean? Charlin was definitely a veteran in this field. Divine Official was the Tier 3 job advancement for an oracle. In the case of swordsman, it was called Sword King, whereas between these two was the Sword Master. Even if a Divine Official was only level 20, she could still easily dispatch a level 50 lord. Perhaps Charlene was the most powerful NPC in all of Redleaf Town. Do you believe me now? Charlene giggled at Sherfone. Her entire body radiated a golden glow as if she were the reincarnation of Mother Mary. Since you have some business with me, let's talk about it at the library. System, player has activated the epic quest, Darkness Descends. Contents unknown. Sherfone stumbled suddenly when he heard the system notification, nearly falling. What was the reason for him to actually trigger this epic quest? Darkness Descends was the famous epic quest of God's domain. From the information he collected from the internet and Shadow, the difficulty for completing this epic quest was truly unimaginable. Of course, the rewards were also unimaginably bountiful. In Sherfang's previous life, the person who completed this epic quest was the Spirit Emperor, Fantasy Extinguisher. He was a legendary character amongst summoners. He was globally ranked within the top 20 summoners and top 500 in the entire game during the peak of God's Domain. Although he was only ranked within the top 500 within God's Domain, it should not be looked down upon. The entire world had a total population of 100 billion. Although there were only 100 million players in God's Domain currently, this number would increase past 10 billion in a year. In 3 years, the number of players playing God's Domain would go past 30 billion. Being able to rank within the top 500, Fantasy Extinguisher was definitely an amazing expert. However, the thing that made Sherfone feel odd was why this epic quest was found here. Fantasy Extinguisher's starting location was not in Starmoon Kingdom. Instead, it was in Black Dragon Empire, which was far from Starmoon Kingdom. Black Dragon Empire was far more powerful than Starmoon Kingdom. Its landmass was 3 times that of Starmoon Kingdom's. The competition between players and guilds, there was much fiercer. Could it be a reward for getting the first clear on the Hell mode of dungeon? Sherfone silently guessed as he followed Charlene. He felt it was a great possibility. Otherwise, why would an epic quest that should be found in Black Dragon Empire be found here in Starmoon Kingdom? At this moment, Sherfang's system communication rang. Sherfone took a look at the caller, learning it was Gentle Snow contacting him. Miss Snow, do you have business with me? Seeing that you're logged on, I have something to tell you. Gentle Snow spoke in a very indifferent tone. She was like mysterious ice, unchanging even after 10,000 years, and had no interest towards anything at all. I'm in need of money to purchase something, so I might need more time to return the 15 silvers that I owe you. At the latest, I will return it to you by the end of today. All right, if you are really in a bind, tomorrow is fine as well, Sherfone calmly replied. He no longer paid any heed to the 15 silver coins Gentle Snow owed him. Currently, he had more than 1 gold coin on his person, and he was troubled over how to spend it. Gentle Snow was slightly surprised by Sherfang's indifference even toward that much money. However, since Sherfang had already said so, naturally, she would not be courteous to him. She softly thanked him, saying, "Thank you. However, aren't you afraid I won't return it, causing you to lose everything? You are the snow goddess. Why would you even try to cheat an average player of such a small amount of money?" Sherfang said with a grin. Average? You dare call yourself average? Even I am shocked by the map and strategy you provided. We only spent an hour to clear the normal mode of the Deathly Forest, then went on to clear hard mode as well. Unfortunately, Hell mode is just too hard. We cannot clear it, no matter what. Gentle Snow faintly smiled, saying, I am very curious as to how you all managed to clear Hell mode. If you said it was due to your party members' help, I would not believe you. To conquer the Hell mode of the Deathly Forest, she especially rushed over elite members of Ouroboros from other towns. However, they couldn't get past the first chieftain rank boss, Willie, no matter what they did. Willie's damage was especially terrifying. Even a shield warrior fully equipped with bronze equipment could not tank it. Gentle Snow truly could not understand how Sherfang's party had cleared Hell mode. Just lucky. Sherfang honestly said, since you don't want to say it, I still have to fight over a piece of equipment, so I won't speak with you any longer. Don't forget our dungeon appointment. Gentle Snow did not continue pursuing Sherfang about how he was able to clear Hell mode. Just hard mode alone gave them a great harvest fight over equipment. Is it the Garrison heavy armor? Sherfone casually asked him. How did you know? Are you also fighting for this equipment? Gentle Snow nodded her head while saying, the attributes for this Garrison heavy armor was too great. If they had this piece of equipment, there would not be much trouble when they entered the level 3 Wolfman dungeon. Sherfone knew he had said too much, but he remained calm as he replied, yes, but I didn't think there would be that many people competing for it. I've already given up on it by now. Indeed, the price has already reached 23 silver coins, and only a guild with strong funding will be able to buy it. I won't speak with you any longer. I still need to sell some items. Gentle Snow disconnected the call after finishing her piece. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuru, who sat beside Gentle Snow, pouted her delicate lips. She kicked up a fuss, complaining, Snow, why must you let that bastard join our team? No matter what, that bastard was just lucky, and his skills are just average. He coincidentally encountered a small dungeon like the Deathly Forest that did not change much since the game's official release, and he very luckily cleared the hell mode of the dungeon. It would be pointless bringing him into the 20-man team dungeon. Also, the skill levels of his party members are just too miserable to even look at. They would definitely become a burden to our progress. The elite members of Ouroboros standing behind Gentle Snow also agreed with Zhao Yueru's words. They were the elites of Ouroboros. How could a group of average players compare to them? I feel that Big Brother Yifeng is not that simple. He was definitely humble when he said he cleared the dungeon due to luck. His skills are amazing, so it wouldn't be disadvantageous inviting him to join us. Zhao Yueru softly offered her personal opinion. Little girl, what do you know about liars? You just don't know how bad that bastard is. Also, he spent that much time just reaching level 1. His skills are only SOSO. This lady can insta-kill him with a single flame explosion. Zhao Yueru gave Zhao Yueru a stare, speaking confidently. All right, stop arguing. I too feel Yifeng is not that simple. Otherwise, how could he clear the hell mode of the Deathly Forest with a group of novices? When we enter the team dungeon, we will see where his standards lay. If he is not bad, I might consider recruiting him into the God-slaying army. Now, however, let's first bid on this Garrison heavy armor. Gentle Snow let out a soft cough. Everyone abruptly became silent, astonished. They never imagined that Gentle Snow would have such considerations. She was actually planning to let Yifeng join the God-slaying army. The members of the God-slaying army were the elites amongst the elites of Ouroboros. Each member had great skill, and they were experts who were selected out of tens of thousands of players. All of the guild's resources were prioritized on the God-slaying army. Aside from the guild leader and sub-leader, members of the God-slaying army had the most authority within the guild. Many experts in the virtual world struggled tirelessly to join the God-slaying army. However, a large majority of these people were all rejected. On the other hand, Yifeng, who suddenly appeared before them, actually possessed a very great chance of entering the God-slaying army, and such a sight had caused great envy within them. Chapter 54, Bible of Darkness. When Gentle Snow disconnected the call, Sherfone let out a breath of relief. Fortunately, he was not discovered. If Gentle Snow found out that Sherfone was the creator of the Garrison armor, terrifying consequences might have occurred. Also, Sherfone did not doubt the possibility of Gentle Snow utilizing a forceful approach. The Snow Goddess was not an empty title. Her Iron Fist methods have tongue-tied countless experts. Otherwise, she would not have been able to take care of so many experts. However, Sherfone discovered an interesting matter from Gentle Snow's words. The many guilds in White River City have already started attaching great importance towards the Garrison armor. This meant the reputation of the Garrison armor had already spread. Currently, the Garrison armor's popularity might have reached its peak. It was a great chance for Sherfone to sell the Garrison armor in large quantities, earning a ton of money. After another period had passed, the Garrison armor's worth would not be as great as it was now. Let's first take a look at the epic quest. Then I'll return to making the Garrison armors. Sherfone impatiently wanted to return to making Garrison armors now that a chance for him to make a lot of money had arrived. However, the epic quest currently before him was much more important. If he gave it up partway, he would definitely regret it for the rest of his life. This epic quest played a big role in allowing Fantasy Extinguisher a legendary achievement. Naturally, Sherfone would not let go of this chance meeting. After spending 20 minutes maneuvering along the narrow pathways of the slum area, Sherfone finally arrived at the library. On his way here, Sherfone discovered the wonder of having a divine official walking by his side in the slums. The NPCs who intended to rob him all backed away accordingly after seeing Charlin's attire. Otherwise, Sherfone would have needed to spend over an hour for this trip, continuously battling against these sewer rats. Moreover, these NPCs were literally dirt poor. Sherfone would not obtain any rewards for killing these NPCs, not even EXP. The library of Redleaf Town had a withered appearance. The building only had 2 floors to it, and there was nobody present to manage it, as dead leaves could be seen climbing the walls. Entering the library, dust and dirt covered the entire building. The books laying on the wooden table had long since been parceled up by a layer of dust. The library looked more like a haunted house than a place in which people once lived. Apologies. It has been a long time since anybody has visited, so I haven't been tidying up the place. Just sit wherever you want. Charlin faintly smiled as she pointed toward the dust-covered chair, not understanding that her action was very inappropriate. Revered Divine Official, I have come here because I wish to have this diary translated, Sherfone said, getting straight toward the point. His eyebrows slightly wrinkled when he looked towards the finger-thick layer of dust covering the chair. He truly did not wish to dirty his clothes, however. Charlin remained minding her own business as she searched for something on the bookshelf. It was like she did not hear Sherfone speak at all. Sherfone was long used to such behaviors, so he chose to remain silent. There were all sorts of NPCs in God's domain. It was especially true for important NPCs. Unique and bizarre behaviors were considered small matters. There were well-known NPCs that were much more damnable. These NPCs caused many first-rate guilds to curse their mothers after waiting for 10 whole minutes. Charlin finally came out from the pile of bookshelves. In her hands, she held a thick and tattered old book. I know why you are here. The moment you've set foot in the slums, I could sense the evil energy coming from your body, Charlin said gravely. She placed the tattered book on the table, causing all the dust in the building to abruptly soar. Let me have a look at the item. Sherfone naturally knew the diary triggered such a scenario. He took out the tattered diary from his bag, carefully passing it to Charlin. Charlin was not in a hurry to receive the diary. Instead, she chanted out a phrase of divine words. Suddenly, streaks of golden divine words wrapped around the diary. Just when Sherfone was wondering about Charlin's actions, a change suddenly came over the diary. Black smoke suddenly appeared on its pitch-black cover, and a sinister-looking face came into view. It looked as if it was an extreme, pain evil begone. Divine spear, Charlin shouted, her jade-like hand drawing out divine words in midair. At the same time, she started singing out a Tier 3 divine curse, her voice echoing throughout the entire library. A golden-colored hexagram appeared above the library, covering the entire building, and from the magic formation, 3 golden spears of judgment came flying out. The spears pierced the diary, tearing apart the sinister face. "Ha, I won't give up. We will meet again." The sinister face loudly laughed as it spoke the bone-chilling words. Both of its eyes were firmly affixed toward Sherfone, as if the words it spoke were meant for him within a moment. The black smoke above the diary dispersed. Meanwhile, Charlin's forehead was covered in sweat. Her complexion was deathly pale, and she currently looked extremely weak. System. You have been cursed by a great demon. All attributes reduced by 50%. Experience received from killing monsters reduced by 95%. System. You have been eyed by a great demon. The phantom of the great demon will come for you in 30 days. If you are killed by the phantom, your body will be taken over by the great demon. Crap. Make it more ruthless. Why don't you? Regardless of how self-restrained he had been, Sherfone could not help but curse when he saw this notification. When compared to human standards, A great demon was the equivalent of a Tier 4 job. It was on the same level as a Sword Emperor. Although it was just a phantom, it would still require Charlene, who had a Tier 3 job, to handle it. However, instead of aiming for Charlene, the great demon actually went for a bystander and a minor character like Sherfone with this curse around. How would he be able to level up? Not to mention the 50% reduction in attributes. It had caused his attributes to sink down to the level of an average player. It would be a problem if he wanted to kill monsters of a higher level. He also had to face the phantom of the great demon. "Miss Charlene, are you all right?" Although he was cursed, Sherfone still spoke politely. Charlene shook her head slightly, speaking with a smile. "Nothing too bad. I never imagined that you would actually bring such a terrifying item. You've weakened me quite a bit. However, the problem has been resolved now. If you had dragged on for a few more days, your body might have been possessed by the great demon, and your body would suffer in hell for all eternity. Thank you, Miss Charlene. If it weren't for you, I might have already been dead." Although Charlene's words felt somewhat wrong, Sherfone had still thanked her. He rejoiced at the fact that he had come to the library without delay. Otherwise, he would truly be finished. However, the problem right now had yet to be resolved. No need for thanks. This diary is not as simple as it seems. It is a key, and it records the method to unlock the curse on a gate. Your job now is to find this gate, enter through it with this diary, and find the Bible of Darkness that is kept within. I can destroy the Bible of Darkness as long as you retrieve it from me. Once it is destroyed, the great demon would not be able to descend, Charlene explained. System: Epic Quest Darkness Descends accepted. Find and destroy the Bible of Darkness and prevent the great demon from descending. Rewards unknown. Although Sherfone had known about the extreme difficulty of completing an epic quest, there was still no need for it to be so damnable. At the very least, the quest should tell him where to find the Bible of Darkness. In Sherfang's previous life, Fantasy Extinguisher had completed this quest in Black Dragon Empire. However, Sherfone couldn't just go to Black Dragon Empire. Even if he went there, the teleportation gates had not been activated at this stage of the game, so he would have to run there. However, even if he ran till his legs broke, he would still need to waste several months before he could reach the borders of Black Dragon Empire. Chapter 55, Moondrip. Sherfone entered deep thought. He did not understand how Fantasy Extinguisher completed this epic quest in his previous life. Who the heck would know where the Bible of Darkness was stored? Moreover, in his previous life, the information Sherfone collected regarding this quest was very incomplete, so the parts he could use as reference were extremely limited currently. The evil curse Sherfone was shouldering even made leveling a problem. No matter what, he had to think of a solution to this problem. Otherwise, the problems he would face in the future would be even greater. Esteemed Miss Charlene, I am now cursed by the demon. Do you have any methods to resolve it? Sherfone calmed his heart. He turned to look at Charlene, who was currently in a delicate state, asking, "Also, where can I find the Bible of Darkness?" Even just a clue is helpful. Hearing Sherfang's series of questions, a bright smile appeared on Charlene's pure countenance. "You sure have a lot of questions, huh, you little bastard? It's not like I don't have a method to resolve your curse. However, you should know, to get something, you have to give something in return. There is only one way to dispel the curse, and that is to carry out a moondrip. The moondrip is a ceremony that can dispel all magic and curses in the world. However, many materials are required to carry out this ceremony. I will provide the materials required, but in return, you have to pay 3 gold coins as remuneration for my services. If you wish to obtain a clue to the Bible of Darkness, you have to pay an additional 10 gold coins as an information fee." Sherfone felt a chill going down his spine as he looked at Charlene's expression, which became more excited the more she explained. It was especially true for Charlene's eyes. Even if she looked incomparably pure right now, her appearance was still not enough to hide the burning desire within her eyes in the end. One word still dictated everything: money. System: Do you wish to accept the quest to dispel the curse? Esteemed Miss Charlene, I am willing to pay the remunerations. What else could he have said? However, Charlene's asking price of 3 gold coins was just too high. There is not a single player in White River City who could afford such an amount right now since you are willing. Then pay a deposit of 1 gold coin. Charlene stretched out her delicate hand without restraint. Seeing Charlene's actions, Sherfong suspected that she had some sort of X-ray technique. However, he had to pay the money sooner or later. So Sherfong reluctantly handed over 1 gold coin to Charlene. The moment Sherfong had handed over the money, he went from being a wealthy tycoon to being a poor peasant here. This is for you. You need to feel the energy within this thing first. It will lead you to the Moonlight Forest to collect 30 pieces of moonstone. It's fine if you just bring them back to me. Charlene took the shining gold coin with lightning speed, then took out a fist-sized crystal orb and passed it to Sherfong's system. Quest Moondrip accepted. You must collect 30 pieces of moonstone and 2 gold coins for Charlene. Upon completion, Charlene will dispel the evil curse of the great demon on you. Sherfong received the crystal orb and took a look at its teleportation magic orb. Able to teleport the user to and from the Moonlight Forest immediately after activation condition. 200,000 EXP needed to be stored. 200,000 experience points were enough to let the average player rise from level 0 to level 7 within an instant. To Sherfong right now, such an amount was asking for his life currently. The experience he obtained from killing monsters would be reduced by 95%. He would obtain absolutely no experience from killing monsters of the same level. As for elites, he would just be able to obtain around 10 EXP for killing one that was a level higher. That meant he would have to kill 20,000 elites that were 1 level higher than him to collect 200,000 EXP. How long would it take for him to kill that many? Moreover, there weren't even that many elite monsters in Red Leaf Town. It really is worthy of being called an epic quest. The difficulty is truly insane. Sherfong bitterly laughed. In Sherfang's previous life, Fantasy Extinguisher had the support of the first-rate guild, Fantasy Shrine. So, he was able to complete the quest after much difficulty. However, Sherfong did not have the support of first-rate guild. It would be extremely difficult if he wanted to complete the quest. However, as long as Sherfong completed it, the rewards would easily outshine the troubles. The rewards for this epic quest resulted in Fantasy Extinguisher's fame. Although Sherfong did not have a first-rate guild supporting him, he was a reincarnated person. He still had quite an advantage over the other players. At the very least, he would not lose out to the first-rate guilds regarding earning money. It looks like I can only return and forge Garrison armors for now. Sherfong kept the crystal orb and left the library. He planned to first earn enough gold coins before thinking of a way to store up 200,000 EXP. The sky outside was already bright by the time Sherfong returned to the trade area. Many players already left to kill monsters and level up, emptying the streets by quite a bit. Sherfong immediately went to the bank to retrieve the forging materials and the Philosopher's Stone. Just when Sherfong was headed to the Forging Association, a notification came from the system. The Garrison heavy armor you have placed on auction has been sold. After deducting the processing fees, a total of 31 silvers, 53 coppers have been added to your bag space. Is it worth that much? Sherfong was shocked. The level 3 Garrison heavy armor was just a piece of equipment that had similar attributes to a mysterious iron equipment. At most, it was worth 20 silver coins. Now, however, it had been sold for over 30 silver coins. One could just imagine how frantic these guilds were towards the Garrison heavy armor. Sherfang's enthusiasm was further boosted with the arrival of this information. He could not help but wish he could immediately forge 100 pieces of Garrison armor, selling them and making a big profit. Hence, Sherfong activated Windwalk as he rushed towards the Forging Association. Without hesitation, Sherfong reserved an intermediate forging room for 20 hours. If he did not reap the money of those guilds right now, he would not be doing justice towards his own reincarnation inside the forging room. Sherfong refined all the stone he collected, going all out as he forged the Garrison armors. When the first Garrison armor was successfully forged. System: Garrison armor has been successfully forged. Forgery proficiency increased by 2 points. Obtained 800 EXP. System: do you wish to store the experience obtained in the teleportation magic orb? Suddenly, Sherfong halted the work he was doing. He called out the system interface. Taking a careful look, I obtained 800 EXP from forging. Sherfong placed a hand on his chin, pondering. Suddenly, he said with a smile, "How could I forget about this in a panic? The curse is only aimed at the experience obtained from killing monsters. It has no effect towards experience that is rewarded." Although a lot of time was needed to forge a piece of equipment, it was a different story if the success rate was very high. Feng's leveling speed at that time would be a lot faster than the average player. Even with the 95% experience reduction state he was currently under with such an opportune method in hand, the difficulty of the epic quest had been greatly reduced in an instant. Moreover, Feng had the Book of Forging. It could increase the success rate of forging the Garrison armor up to 60%. With it, Feng's leveling speed would greatly surpass even the expert players. It would not be long before he would finish collecting the 200,000 EXP in such a way Feng could earn not just money, but experience as well. It was killing two birds with one stone. It was absolutely great fantasy. Extinguisher most likely did not imagine there was such a quick method to dispelling the curse. Thinking up to this point, Feng immediately adjusted for the system to distribute 100% of the experience he obtained to be stored in the teleportation magic orb. Then, he picked up an ore and started happily forging equipment. Because of his improved mood, Feng's hands became much more nimble. The 100 refinement hammer in his hands was like a musical instrument, rhythmically beating out a moving melody. By the time Feng regained his sense of self, he was suddenly dumbfounded by the Garrison armor before him. Chapter 56, Glimmer Chestplate. The current Garrison armor before Feng was largely different than the previous ones. Its design had largely changed, and even the color had become a pale gold. This was absolutely not the Garrison armor crap. Feng understood he had failed before. He was too absorbed into his own excitement while he was forging the equipment. He smashed the hammer in whichever way he wanted, giving the Garrison armor a completely different appearance. He even felt good about it still. The appearance of this new plate armor looked extremely cool. It would definitely look majestic while worn, following which Feng chose to identify the equipment's information. The system took a whole 10 seconds before giving a conclusion, this time unnamed. Bronze rank plate armor. Level 3. Equipment requirement. Strength 12. Defense plus 23. Strength plus 3. Endurance plus 3. HP plus 120. Durability 35/35. Additional ability. Healing power. Healing effects received are increased by 10%, restricted to Shield Warriors and Guardian Knight system. Unnamed equipment has been successfully forged. Forging proficiency increased by 3 points. Obtained 1,100 EXP system. Congratulations! You are the first player to forge an entirely new piece of bronze equipment in God's domain. Obtained 3,000 EXP, rewarding 1 runic hammer, mysterious iron rank, that increases forging success rate by 5% system. Please give a name to the equipment you have created. You are also able to leave a personal mark on this piece of equipment. Feng was slightly shocked when he saw these notifications. He had unintentionally remodeled the Garrison armor, and successfully at that. He even created an entirely new piece of bronze equipment. His luck was truly good. The attributes of this equipment had already reached the level of an average mysterious iron equipment. If only the materials used were not so poor, it would definitely have become a mysterious iron equipment in God's domain. Players were able to create equipment. However, this was an extremely difficult task to accomplish. Not only did the player have to be extremely familiar with forging, but they also had to have a thorough understanding of the various materials available. After undergoing hundreds of trials, only then could completely new and good quality equipment be created. Usually, players who wanted to create new equipment would only start to do so after they had risen to become an advanced forger. After all, to become a master forger, not only did a player require sufficient proficiency, they also needed to create 3 entirely new pieces of mysterious iron equipment, and also 1 entirely new piece of secret silver equipment. Only after all those conditions were achieved could a player become a master forger. Due to this condition, the players who became master forgers were extremely rare. Meanwhile, Feng unintentionally created an entirely new piece of bronze equipment. Of course, the Book of Forging's effect played a large part in contributing to this success since the color has become a pale gold, and it's giving off a dull glow. Let's call it the Glimmer chest piece. Feng immediately confirmed the equipment's new name, after which he left an imprint of a black flame at a corner of the equipment. This imprint was the equivalent of the forger's name. In the future, when others see this symbol, they would know that this equipment was created by Master so-and-so. At the same time, the symbol also served to prevent others from falsifying the equipment's original creator in the blink of an eye. The equipment's information also had to change to a Glimmer chest piece, bronze rank plate armor. Level 3. Equipment requirement. Strength 12. Defense plus 23. Strength plus 3. Endurance plus 3. HP plus 120. Durability 35/35. Additional ability. Healing power. Healing effects received are increased by 10%, restricted to shield warriors and guardian knights. On the right breast of the Glimmer chest piece, the mark of a black flame appeared. The flame constantly faded in and out of existence, further enriching the aesthetics of the Glimmer chest piece system. Black flame imprint has been successfully registered. This imprint has been bound to your gaming account, and nobody else is able to use its system. Naming successful. Forging design for the Glimmer chest piece has been automatically generated. Player can now voluntarily draw the forging design for the Glimmer chest piece, allowing others to learn the forging design suddenly. An additional window appeared in Feng's lifestyle panel. It was called Forging Design Creation, and it allowed players to create their own forging design. Feng felt endless ecstasy when he saw this new window. This was the benefit of creating something original. As long as Feng had a pen and drawing paper, he could fabricate as many forging designs for the Glimmer chestplate as he wanted. This was the treatment that was only available for original creations. Forging designs were much more valuable than the equipment itself in Feng's previous life. Countless master forgers constantly researched various materials and used all sorts of methods to develop new equipment. Other than trying to become a Grandmaster Forger, their main goal was to obtain an original forging design. This item was the reason why some master forgers were extremely rich. The process of fabricating a forging design was very simple, and they could easily make tens to hundreds of them anytime they wanted. Otherwise, how much money could they make, even if they exhaust themselves by forging equipment every single day? With the Glimmer chestplate forging design, earning 10 gold coins was a small matter. At that time, it was even possible for Feng to earn up to 30 or 40 gold coins. After all, there were a lot of players in White River City and no shortage of guilds. Either afterward, Feng continued forging Glimmer chestplates, no longer forging Garrison armors. Both of them required the same materials to make. However, the Glimmer chestplate had a cooler-looking appearance and even came with an additional ability. There was another benefit for an original creation. When forging your own creation, the success rate for it was increased by 10%, and the equipment would also have a higher chance to come with an additional ability. As long as the Glimmer chestplate's fame spread, Feng would have no trouble selling its forging design. Time passed. Bit by bit, Feng was completely unaware of his surroundings as he forged equipment. His heart was filled with the thoughts of money. 1 gold coin, 2 gold coins, 3 gold coins. Piece after piece of shining golden equipment piled up in the entire forging room. When 10 hours had passed since Feng rented the forging room, a loud notification had come from the system. Only then had Feng suddenly realized 10 hours had already gone by. His gains were even more shocking. However, he successfully made a total of 142 pieces of equipment, and the materials he had bought were nearly depleted. Amongst the attributes of the equipment, there were some that were good, and some that were bad. The difference between them was the healing effects. The bad ones had 5%, while the good ones had 12%. There were a total of 76 pieces that had their healing effects below 7%, 48 pieces that had their healing effects between 7% and 9%, and 18 pieces that were between 10% and 12%. These pieces of equipment filled up over half of Shurfeng's bag space at the same time. Shurfeng's proficiency also had a big increase, reaching up to 514 points. Shurfeng was now halfway to becoming an intermediate forging apprentice. Shurfeng took out the teleportation or to have a look. The experience it had currently stored up was close to 150,000. As long as Shurfeng continued putting in an effort for several more hours, he would be able to store up to 200,000 and immediately go to the Moonlight Forest. The speed at which Shurfeng gained EXP was at least 2 to 3 times faster than the guild leaders of first-rate guilds after leaving the Forging Association. Shurfeng ran to the auction house currently. A majority of the average players should have already risen to level 3, whereas many veteran players should have risen to level 4. Only expert players would be closing into level 5. After all, a lot of experience was required to rise from level 4 to level 5. The amount needed was at least 3 to 4 times the amount needed to rise from level 3 to level 4. Right now was the perfect time for Shurfeng to sell the level 3 bronze equipment. The various guilds should also have amassed quite an amount of wealth after more than 10 hours had passed, so it was a good chance for Shurfeng to make a big catch. If another period of time were to pass, the prices of equipment would most likely be greatly reduced after arriving at the auction house. Shurfeng noticed that the number of logistic players present significantly had reduced. It seemed as if they were no longer as enthusiastic towards the Garrison armor as before. Fellow brother, why are there suddenly so few people at the auction house? Shurfeng walked up behind a logistic player. Asking the tall and bespectacled logistic player was slightly surprised, explaining, "Have you been killing monsters outside town all this time? You don't even know about such a huge matter?" "Yeah, I've just returned after making some money from killing monsters and selling materials." "Wasn't that Garrison armor super popular?" "I, too, wanted to buy a piece." Shurfeng nodded. "No wonder you don't know about it. 3 hours ago, a player called Hammer Trading had sold a lot of level 3 bronze plate armor equipment. Although the attributes on it were slightly weaker than the Garrison armor, its price was extremely low, costing only 4 silver coins. Moreover, that player even announced that there would be discounts if you contacted him and ordered in bulk. Naturally, the various guilds all contacted him and ordered. That equipment is now extremely popular. So who would remain here and pay attention to the Garrison armor? Chapter 57, Hammer Trading. Hammer Trading? Shurfeng wanted to confirm once more correct. He even posted a thread on the forums criticizing the Blackheart forger that made the Garrison armor. Currently, the thread has already received more than 7 million clicks. With it, that guy has quickly become a famous person in White River City. I heard many large guilds have already sent out an olive branch to him, trying to recruit him with a high price. The logistics player had a face filled with envy while he spoke. He couldn't help but wish he could turn into hammer trading. That way, he would be able to live a life filled with beauties and riches. Shurfeng only smiled at the player as he turned to walk towards an empty seat. He sat down and called out the game's official forum. He wanted to have a good look at this hammer trading who nearly robbed him of his business in Shurfeng's previous life. Hammer trading did not reveal himself as quickly as this. Before Shadow scouted him, he had been playing God's Domain with tens of fellow schoolmates. With the support of these schoolmates, in addition to some chance meetings that had allowed him to become an intermediate forging apprentice, he managed to become acquainted with the upper echelons of Shadow. At that time, there were very few intermediate forging apprentices. The bronze equipment that was forged at the time was also very popular. Seeing such a situation, Shadow also wanted a share of the profits. So, they paid a large price to hire Hammer Trading. Along with the continuous support of Shadow Workshop, Hammer Trading grew to become a shocking figure, becoming a relatively famous forger and earning Shadow a lot of money afterward. Hammer Trading also obtained the forging talent in addition to the great support from Shadow, allowing him to become a master forger. During those times, he did not have the slightest hint of respect for Shurfeng, who was the guild leader of Shadow at that time. In the end, with the strong support of Hammer Trading, along with several master forgers and master potion makers, Lanhua financial groups gladly agreed to World Dominator's acquisition of Shadow. Otherwise, Lanhua financial groups would not have agreed to the decision without hesitation and dismissing Shifeng at the same time Shifeng opened the forums for Starmoon Kingdom, his heart lamenting over how fate was toying with him in this life, just when the Garrison armor was beginning to sell like hotcakes. Hammer Trading appeared to break off his road to wealth. Shifeng couldn't help but admit that he and Hammer Trading were rivals in life. Shifeng stole the forging talent from Hammer Trading, whereas Hammer Trading turned around to break off his road to wealth browsing the forums of Starmoon Kingdom. Shifeng quickly discovered a thread marked in red, positioned at the top of the forum upholding justice starts from us. We absolutely cannot let this Blackheart forger do as he pleases. I'm a forger with a kind heart. These large, bright red words caused Shifeng's brows to furrow. What kind of trouble is he trying to cause here? The number of clicks exceeded 10 million. Out of curiosity, Shifeng had opened the thread. Shifeng looked at the eloquently written condemnation that had over 10,000 words. The article had justifiably mentioned that the cost of making a piece of bronze equipment did not even exceed 1 silver coin. However, the Blackheart Shifeng sold his equipment for up to 30 silver coins. He was ripping off other players. Hence, Hammer Trading wanted to oppose Shifeng. He was even willing to sell level 3 bronze equipment without limit. Only, due to the failure rates, he had no choice but to sell them at 4 silvers apiece to reclaim his cost of making. This article received the support of a lot of players. They had all declared that they would no longer purchase the Garrison armor and that they would support Hammer Trading's actions of kindness. Shifeng was speechless after reading the entire article. The entire article was just trying to put a smear on his reputation while heightening Hammer Trading's own self. At the same time, Hammer Trading wanted to state that he, too, could forge bronze equipment. He was clearly trying to use Shifeng as a stepping stone to raise his own worth and fame. He wanted to let the many large guilds extend an olive branch to him, and in turn, raising his own worth. However, Shifeng had to admit that Hammer Trading had succeeded. Not only had his fame risen in a burst, but many second-rate guilds had also sent him an invitation. There were even a few first-rate guilds who were willing to discuss matters of cooperation with Hammer Trading. Crap. Not only has he broken off my path to wealth, he still wants to use me as a stepping stone. Shifeng could no longer hold back his 2 lifetimes worth of rage. He wanted to properly teach Hammer Trading a lesson. Did he think he was awesome for selling level 3 bronze equipment without limit? Shifeng did not wish to have any relation with Hammer Trading if he did not try to use Shifeng as a stepping stone. However, now that he had provoked Shifeng, he must be ready to pay the appropriate price. Shifeng felt it was just hilarious when he looked at the statements and numbers provided by Hammer Trading. Basic forging apprentices only had a 5% success rate when forging a piece of level 3 bronze equipment. However, looking at the numbers provided by Hammer Trading, it could be seen that he did not possess just a forging design for a piece of bronze equipment. He must have also obtained an item that increased the success rate for forging. In addition to using the intermediate forging room, his success rate should be around 20%. That was why he dared to spout nonsense and brought out several pieces of equipment for auction to prove his words. However, according to Shifeng's estimates, to raise his reputation, Hammer Trading was taking a loss of 1 silver coin for every piece of bronze equipment he sold. Although Shifeng did not know how much funding Hammer Trading had, he was still 10 years too early from competing with Shifeng selling at 4 silver coins. Is it? Shifeng would sell his equipment at 4 silver coins as well. He had the Philosopher's Stone and the Book of Forging, so his initial cost was just slightly more than 10 coppers. Including his terrifying success rate, Shifeng was looking forward to seeing who had the last laugh without holding anything back. Shifeng immediately posted a thread on the forum anonymously. The article was titled "Shockingly High-Quality Plate Armor on Auction House." Afterward, he called up the interface for the auction house, placing 20 pieces of the worst Glimmer chestplate on auction. The healing power on the Glimmer chestplate had a remarkable effect on MTs when inside a dungeon. It was even better when compared to the Garrison armor. When compared to Hammer Trading Savage chestplate, it was more than 2 times better. Players would naturally know which equipment to choose when they saw the Glimmer chestplate. Hammer Trading. Didn't you want to be famous? I'll let you become super famous. I'll turn you into a celebrity. Sherfong revealed a cold grin as he closed the interface. He turned around and left the auction house, setting up a stall outside to purchase stones and hard stones 2 minutes after Sherfong had posted his thread. A few players noticed Sherfang's post. Average players were still very attentive towards high-quality equipment. Currently, the average player did not even possess a piece of bronze equipment, not to mention high-quality equipment. So, naturally, they wanted to get a glimpse the moment these players arrived at the auction house. They were stupefied by what they saw. The attributes on the Glimmer chestplate was just too good, especially the healing power. It was definitely the most beloved ability for an MT when inside a dungeon. After they finished looking at the attributes, the players chose to try wearing it. They looked at their own appearance when wearing the Glimmer chestplate. Streamlined mold, dashing figure, and even a faint radiance coming off their bodies. There was also a flickering black flame on their left breast. They looked absolutely awesome. It was as if they had become the heroes from Legends while wearing the Glimmer chestplate. Valiant and powerful. Then they looked at the selling price. It actually only required 4 silver coins. These players did not dare believe their eyes. Such high-end equipment was only selling for 4 silver coins. If they did not buy it, they would be doing a disservice to their own lives. Even if they did not have much money on their persons, they were willing to sacrifice everything they had to buy the Glimmer chestplate within a short 15 minutes. Sherfang's post had become the topic of the forum. There were even players who posted the information and appearance of the Glimmer chestplate, the equipment instantly arousing everyone's exclamation. Shield warriors and guardian knights could not help but wish they could obtain this high-end equipment right that instant. However, when they wanted to go to the auction house and buy it, there were only 4 pieces of the equipment remaining. Moreover, every one of those pieces had their prices bait up to more than 6 silver coins. One MT from an elite party had reluctantly chosen to borrow money from all over the place. In the end, he successfully won a piece for 7 silver coins. When the Glimmer chestplate arrived in his hands, he no longer minded the money he owed for it. With such attributes and dashing appearance, he would not have any troubles earning money in the future. Thinking up to this point, the smile on this shield warrior spread widely. Chapter 58, Equipment Competition. Just a short 20 minutes after Sherfong placed the Glimmer chestplates on auction, all 20 pieces of them had been sold off. The Glimmer chestplate's popularity was far better than the Garrison armor. There were even quite a few players showing off their purchases on the official forum previously. These players had to beg, using various methods, to join a party. Now, however, with their majestic-looking equipment, a simple shout would garner them tens of invites from elite parties for their own choosing. Following the Glimmer chestplate's rise in popularity, the players that failed to buy one were all beating their own chest in anguish. They hated themselves for not borrowing money to buy the piece of equipment since, right now, it was no longer being sold. Meanwhile, the Forging Association in Golden Sandtown was packed with people. The spacious hall was entirely occupied by players. The players present were the spokespeople for various guilds. They were here for only one purpose, and that was to invite Hammer trading to their guild. Amongst the guilds present, there were quite a few that were very famous. There was no lack of spokespeople for third-rate guilds. If it were during ordinary times, these spokespeople would act proud and arrogant. They would use a condescending attitude when dealing with lifestyle players. Even so, these lifestyle players would still treat them with great respect. They would even shed tears of emotion, pledging their loyalty to the guild as they quickly signed the contract, becoming a part of a large guild. However, the current trend of the game had changed. The higher-ups of the guilds strongly emphasized that they, the spokespeople, must definitely invite Hammer trading. Otherwise, they could start packing up their bags. Hence why these guild spokespeople were like obedient grandchildren, standing and waiting in the hall for Hammer trading summons inside an intermediate forging room on the 2nd floor. Brother Hammer, you're so awesome. I admire you so much. Before, those third-rate guilds would not recruit you no matter what. Now, they're just like grandchildren waiting upon you. They would not leave even if you chased them away. A sexy female cleric in her mid-20s hugged around Hammer Trading's robust arm, giggling and speaking with admiration. Her bulging chest was rubbing against his arm. Hammer Trading had a very brutish appearance. He had a thick beard and beady eyes, and his skin color was similar to yellowish wax. Judging from his appearance, He looked to be over 30 years of age. Nobody was able to tell, however, that Hammer Trading was just a university student in reality. His age was just slightly over 20. Haha. This is just a small matter. However, I truly have to thank the fool who opened the road for me, and has even hidden his name. He made all the large guilds know of my importance. Hammer Trading heartily laughed. He silently praised his own intelligence and wisdom for being able to think up of a plan to utilize that anonymous forger's fame. It allowed him his current good fortune, becoming every player's idol. Wait till I've entered a first-rate guild and rise into their upper echelons. It will be truly awesome. Right now, I'm just showing a small part of my prowess. Let those third-rate guilds continue waiting outside. I can use them to raise my own value and fame. Boss, what are we going to do about all the orders we've received? An assassin asked. Hammer Trading rolled his eyes at the assassin, saying in disdain, "Who cares about them? I'm taking a loss of 2 silver coins per piece of equipment. Do they think I'm running a charity? My goal has already been met. I'm only waiting for the first-rate guilds to come. Don't bother with the other players. Just tell them that we're too busy and don't have time." To use Sure Phone as a stepping stone, Hammer Trading used up all the silver coins belonging to his classmates. He also spent a lot of credits to purchase a lot of materials and silver coins. Yet, he only forged over 10 savage chest plates from all those materials. So, selling each piece at a maximum of 4 silver coins caused a major loss for him. However, all his sacrifices were worth it. As long as he was recruited by a first-rate guild, he could get as many materials as he wanted, a huge salary, and even a line of female players desiring his attention. Hammer Trading felt invigorated just from thinking of all these benefits. Suddenly, a berserker entered the forging room with a panicked expression. "What happened, Hadron? Seeing as you're in such a hurry, has the upper echelon of a first-rate guild arrived?" Hammer Trading teasingly asked. "Big trouble. A lot of top-tier equipment has suddenly appeared at the auction house. All the players on the game's official forum are discussing it now, and the number of clicks on the post is madly increasing. The post has over 5 million clicks right now, and many guilds have started to notice it. Moreover, the equipment is being sold by the same anonymous forger. The equipment's price is set at a minimum of 4 silver coins. Everyone is starting to wonder about the identity of the forger responsible, and they are no longer paying any attention to you, boss. Moreover, there are already a few first-rate guilds who made a declaration on the forum. They're willing to hire that forger with a high salary and make him the chief forger of their guild. A few representatives of large guilds downstairs have also started leaving for the auction house." Hammer Trading's expression froze when hearing Hadron's words. He only managed to attract the attention of first-rate guilds after much difficulty. However, now that anonymous forger stole his wind, if he did not steal it back, those first-rate guilds would most likely forget about him. He has such nerve to steal my wind and position. Don't blame me for not being polite. Making that kind of top-tier equipment has a high cost and low success rate. If you sell it at 4 silver coins, then I'll sell at 3 silver coins. I wonder just how much you can afford to lose." Hammer Trading abruptly stood up. He wanted to let Surephone know he would definitely not let the position of chief forger and his future happiness go. He was already taking a loss of 2 silver coins for making the savage chestplate that had inferior attributes. Then, Surephone would at least lose 4 to 5 silver coins for selling each piece of top-tier equipment at 4 silver coins. Maybe even more. Hammer Trading believed he could outlast Surephone, but, "Boss, we don't have many silver coins remaining. At most, we can afford to forge 10 more savage chest plates." Hedron worryingly said. "What is there to be afraid of? I still have some funds. Worst comes to worst, I'll spend some more credits to buy materials and silver coins. I believe I can get rid of that little bastard. For every piece of equipment that little bastard sells, he's taking a loss of at least double or triple of ours. Why should we be afraid?" Hammer Trading confidently asked. He assured himself that Surephone, too, was trying to attract the attention of first-rate guilds by doing such lossful business. However, he would definitely be the final champion an hour later. A few additional savage chest plates appeared on White River City's auction house. Their minimum selling price was 3 silver coins each at the same time, A new post appeared on the game's official forum for the benefit of the masses. I, Hammer Trading, have decided to sell the Savage Chestplate at 3 silver coins each. I will make a stand against this Blackheart forger to the end. Requesting support. Requesting encouragement. Suddenly, a wave of players followed the post, sending it to the top of the forum. Every one of them supported Hammer Trading's kind actions. As a result of this incident, all of White River City became lively. Everyone understood this was a competition between 2 forgers that were capable of forging bronze equipment. Every player in White River City watched on with anticipation. The ones who would profit from this exchange, in the end, would definitely be them, the players. It would not be long before they would be able to purchase bronze equipment at a low price. The various guilds also started watching by the sidelines, no longer expressing any of their intentions. They were all waiting for the final victor, while at the same time buying all of the equipment and developing their guild strength. However, Shurfeng himself did not know of this matter. He just finished purchasing stones and hard stones. Just after entering the auction house, he discovered that the number of players there had once more increased. Only then did he find out about this incident. You wish for a fight? Shurfeng faintly smiled. Then come. He called out the auction house's control interface, placing all of his Glimmer chestplates on auction. He assigned 20 pieces to be sold every hour, selling a total of 120 pieces of Glimmer chestplates. Such a number was definitely enough to torment Hammer Trading afterward. Shurfeng used the money earned from selling Glimmer chestplates to buy hard stones and card sets. After purchasing all these items, Shurfeng suddenly discovered that he still possessed a little more than 1 gold coin. From time to time, Shurfeng would receive a notification from the system. It would state that another Glimmer chestplate had been sold, and some amount of silver coins had been deposited into his bag. Shurfeng felt the more silver coins he spent, the more silver coins he had. The amount he did not seem to be decreasing in the slightest. Shurfeng considered selling some of his silver coins at the trade center, exchanging it for some spending money in real life. It was much better than just holding on to these silver coins. Chapter 59, Violet Cloud. Although Shurfeng was having a relaxing time selling equipment, Hammer Trading was not to compete with Shurfeng. Hammer Trading was constantly forging new Savage chestplates. The silver coins in his hands were no different than copper, as they disappeared in a flash. Hammer Trading also had to spend credits to purchase more silver coins, giving him an immense heartache. However, when he thought of Shurfeng spending much more than him, his heart soothed by a lot. He wanted Shurfeng to go bankrupt. Meanwhile, Shurfeng left the lively auction house. He arrived at the bank, storing all the card sets and hard stones he had collected into his warehouse. Shurfeng was extremely excited as he looked at over 1,000 slots of his warehouse filled. This was the benefit of being reincarnated. In his previous life, he in a miserable state thanks to these items. Now, however, they became one of his biggest sources of income in the eyes of others. These items were still worthless. However, they would be priceless in the future. Their values could increase by over 10-folds, even tens of folds. It was especially true for card sets. A complete set would be worth tens of times more than a single piece. Even so, the large guilds would still have a hard time obtaining them. After he was finished storing the items, Shurfeng made a trip to the grocery store. He bought 5 stacks of white paper and 1 stack of pen and ink. These 2 items could be bought at extremely low prices at the grocery store. A stack of 200 white papers only sold for 10 copper coins, whereas a stack of 20 bottles of black ink sold for 15 copper coins. The best feathered pen also only sold for 20 copper. Even so, Shurfeng's casual purchase far exceeded the daily income of an average player. An average player would definitely be unable to spend in such a way. However, to Shurfeng, these copper coins could no longer be considered money. Moreover, these items were all necessary for making forging designs. Shurfeng would still buy them, even if they cost 10 silver coins. After buying the items, Shurfeng headed for the Forging Association. Sir, do you need any cooling beverages? I have here the best fruit juice in Redleaf Town. It tastes extremely good, and it is only 1 copper coin per cup. A fragile-looking young lady nervously asked a male guardian knight. The girl was holding onto a small basket, her doll-like eyes carrying with them earnest expectations as she looked at the man scram. Don't annoy me. It's just a virtual item, moreover a beverage, yet you are actually charging 1 copper coin for it? I wouldn't want it even if you were giving it for free. The Guardian Knight cursed in rage, pushing the 16 or 17 years old girl away. He then added, "My luck is just bad. Just you wait and see. I'll take care of you if I don't get to buy a Glimmer chestplate because you delayed me." The girl that was pushed down but did not cry. Instead, she stood up without wavering. She clapped the dust off her clothes, proceeding to another player with a smile on her face. Sherfone was faintly shocked. He never imagined the girl to be so tough. The average female player usually would not carry out such laborious tasks. Not to mention receiving the insult from other players. When Sherfone looked at this girl, he was reminded of his own past self. Sherfone used observing eyes on the girl Violet Cloud. Level 1 Cleric Sherfang's heart slightly tightened when he saw this name. This girl was actually Violet Cloud, one of the top 10 clerics in God's domain. If he could recruit her to his side, his team would have a considerable future. Haha. This is a virtual game, yet you're actually trying to earn money by selling cold beverages? Do you think you're milk tea, sister? Only idiots would buy them. Seeing that you're good looking, why don't you come over to my place tonight? I can even give you 1 silver coin. A lecherous man in his 30s walked up to Violet Cloud, drooling as he harassed her. "Sir, I am only selling cold beverages. Please have some self-respect." Violet Cloud retreated a step, resolutely saying, "I've given you praise, yet you're still headstrong. You're but a lowly lifestyle player. If you don't agree with me today, then you can forget about doing business here in the future." The lecherous man threatened in rage. He blocked Violet Cloud's path, staring at her snow-white neck and licking his lips. "How could you act in such a way? You are simply shameless." Violet Cloud's eyes were filled with anger. However, she could not win against him in a fight. If she were to continue wasting time here, even her final hope would be gone. I am shameless. What are you going to do about it? Fight me? The man felt even better when he looked at Violet Cloud's panicked expression. Watching Violet Cloud, trying to hold back from crying and the tears that were rolling about her eyes, she became even more lovable. "Uncle, please give way. I want 1,000 cups of fruit juice." Sherfone used observing eyes on the lecherous man. His name was displayed as Drifting Blood, and he was currently level 3. At this stage of the game, his level was considered relatively good. Drifting Blood turned towards Sherfone, sending him a glare, saying, "Brat, this girl is mine. If you don't wish for something to happen to you, then scram. You want 1,000 cups? Then I want 10,000 cups. Do you think you're a tycoon capable of simply taking out 10 silver coins? If you continue competing with me like a fool, I'll send you back to level 0. If fighting were not prohibited within the town, he would have long since gotten rid of Sherfone. An amusing show this early in the day. Go for it. Don't hold back. Don't argue if you can fight. What a tycoon, spending 10 silver coins just like that. Unfortunately for him, he's angered Fatty Bear of Marshall Union. There's going to be an amusing show to watch. Dog's fart tycoon. I bet he's just boasting to impress the girl. If he can really bring out 10 silver coins, I'll live stream myself eating shit. Quite a few busybodies stopped to watch the occurring scene. They all started a discussion about Sherfang's action. Sherfone did not pay any attention to Drifting Blood at all. He grabbed Drifting Blood's shoulder, applying a slight force before Drifting Blood could react. He was already kneeling on the ground. No matter how much strength he used, even to the point where his face had turned beet red, he still could not stand back up. The surrounding onlookers were immediately dumbfounded. Sherfone was just too courageous, directly taking action within the premises of Redleaf Town. Was he not afraid of being caught and jailed by the guards? Also, how did Sherfone possess such immense strength? He had actually suppressed a level 3 Guardian Knight with a single hand. "Brat, you're dead for sure. Just you wait till the guards arrive." Drifting Blood looked towards Sherfone, smiling in disdain. However, after waiting for some time, the guards had still not shown up. Sherfone paid no attention to Drifting Blood as he firmly pressed him onto the ground, preventing him from even moving. Sherfone looked towards Violet Cloud, his other hand holding out 10 silver coins, saying, 1,000 fruit juices, thank you." The players on the street who were previously discussing amongst themselves, suddenly turned silent, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. This was 10 silver coins, not 10 copper coins. Currently, they had felt extremely wealthy to even have a single silver coin on their person. On the other hand, Shifeng had just simply taken out 10 silver coins. How rich was Shifeng? Was he really a brother tycoon? Violet Cloud rubbed her eyes. She looked at the 10 coins in Shifeng's hand that gave off a silvery glow, her expression filled with incomparable shock. Originally, she thought Shifeng was just trying to help her by saying so. Never would she have imagined that he would truly take out 10 silver coins to buy 1,000 cups of cold beverages that nobody wanted. Drifting Blood was similarly shocked. However, that shock quickly turned into greed. He thought about snatching the 10 silver coins and using them to buy a Glimmer chestplate. There would even be leftovers remaining. Brat, I'm a member of Martial Union. If you don't want to be killed back to level 0, then immediately give me 20 silvers. If you do so, I can consider letting you off this time. Otherwise, you'll have to take responsibility for the consequences. Drifting Blood's gaze was affixed to the 10 silver coins as he threatened in a chilling tone, paying no attention to Drifting Blood. Shifeng looked at Violet Cloud. Seeing that the girl did not react, he asked, "Do you not have that much fruit juice?" I only have 156 cups of fruit juice with me. How about you give me a silver coin, and I'll sell all of the fruit juice to you. Is that all right? Violet Cloud worried that she would anger Shifeng. What would she do if he suddenly decided not to buy? At the same time, she also wanted to thank Shifeng for helping her, so she reduced her selling price. Right. I wonder how long it would take for you to make 900 cups of fruit juice. I want all of them. Shifeng nodded after some thought. Asking the surrounding players were all dumbfounded. What was he planning to do? Did this brat know the value of 10 silver coins? Did this brat truly fancy this young lady? I'm very slow at compounding fruit juice. If Sir is willing, I can be done in 30 hours. Violet Cloud became extremely glad at Shifeng's words. However, when she thought of her extremely slow speed, she worried that Shifeng would no longer wish to buy them. So, she stretched out 5 fingers, hurriedly saying, "How about this? I'll just charge you 5 silver coins for 900 cups." Chapter 60 NPC. Looking at Violet Cloud's panicked expression, Shifeng could not help but break into a laugh. No need. I can still afford to pay such an amount of money. If you really sold them to me for 5 silvers only, then you wouldn't be able to earn much. Shifeng waved his hand. Shifeng was not in a hurry to turn Violet Cloud into one of his subordinates. However, he was absolutely not going to let her go. If Shifeng acted too impatiently, he might cause her to grow suspicious of him. So, it was better to deepen their relationship first. Nobody could have imagined that Violet Cloud, one of the top 10 clerics in God's domain, would have such an appearance. Say, cleric god. That was a genuine tier 6 job. After 10 years passed, there were only a few who reached that standard. Even Fantasy Extinguisher was just a spirit saint at the pinnacle of tier 5. 10 years later, however, as a future cleric god, Violet Cloud was actually a lifestyle player during the initial periods of the game. It was such a waste of talent. Normally in God's domain, only players without any skills would earn money through methods other than killing monsters. However, the popular auxiliary jobs usually had very high requirements, such as a lot of funds, coupled with extremely low success rates. It was extremely hard for a player to survive in such a way without the support of a guild. Meanwhile, auxiliary jobs such as chef was much easier. The cost to support it was also extremely low, and players alone could be supported by it by themselves. If their talents were high, and they were capable of creating delicious cuisines, they could still earn quite a lot of money in God's domain. However, delicious cuisines usually required advanced cooking recipes and materials. These items were hard to obtain, so trying to earn a lot of money would not be easy. It was truly hard to imagine that a future cleric god would be such a clumsy young lady. He recalled that Violet Cloud was one of the members of Ouroboros during her first 3 years in God's domain. When the snow goddess left Ouroboros, Violet Cloud similarly left the guild. From then on, she was just a solo player. When she had become a tier 4 great cleric, countless first-rate guilds tried recruiting her with shockingly high prices. Ouroboros also tried countless times to invite her back. Unfortunately, Violet Cloud did not pay attention to any of them. Her actions greatly angered those first-rate guilds. Since they could not obtain her, they would destroy her. Hence, they sent many experts to assassinate Violet Cloud. Unfortunately, not only did Violet Cloud not get destroyed, instead, she became even stronger. She massacred the players sent by these guilds, giving them a crushing defeat. Not long after, she advanced her job to Tier 5, becoming a brilliant cleric saint. This caused those first-rate guilds to become even more helpless. In the end, Violet Cloud became a Tier 6 cleric god. At that time, she searched for all those first-rate guilds to have her revenge. These guilds could only pay the price of blood to quell this matter. From then on, Violet Cloud became one of the top 10 cleric gods in the entire world. This incident caused the upper echelons of Ouroboros to greatly regret not asking her to stay all those years ago. As a result of this incident, everyone made fun of the inability of the upper echelons of Ouroboros. Instead of utilizing those with potential, they were only using those bootlickers whom they were fond of. In the end, they had missed the chance to become a super guild. However, Surephone could not find a guild insignia on Violet Cloud's person right now. In addition to Violet Cloud's current appearance, Surephone could guess Violet Cloud must have been discovered by the Snow Goddess later on, which in turn resulted in Violet Cloud feeling indebted to the Snow Goddess. Hence, Violet Cloud left Ouroboros when the Snow Goddess stopped playing God's Domain. Meanwhile, Violet Cloud currently had yet to meet the Snow Goddess. It was the perfect chance for Surephone to recruit her. Even if Violet Cloud was unskilled now, she had the potential to become a cleric god. As long as she was properly nurtured, she would definitely be able to become a cleric god in the future. Violet Cloud was no idiot. When she heard Surephone saying so, she stared at Surephone in a panic, both her hands covering her poorly developed chest as she retreated a step. Sir, aside from selling fruit juice, I won't be selling anything else. If you're regretting it now, you can take back your money. Violet Cloud handed over the silver coin she had just received. However, her eyes still carried with them a hint of unwillingness, as she did at her time of despair. A person suddenly emerged, saying that he wanted to purchase 1,000 cups of fruit juice. Moreover, he was even willing to wait for 30 hours without reducing her pay. She would not believe Surephone had no ulterior motives, even if she were beaten to death. Forget Violet Cloud. Even the surrounding players would not believe it. If Surephone did not have any ulterior motives, why would he save her? He even spent 10 silver coins to buy those unwanted beverages. Surephone looked at Violet Cloud's vigilant expression and actions. He then looked towards her smooth, flat chest, suddenly laughing. You're overthinking things. I really have no interest toward your flatulence. I'm only buying this many because I just happen to have a use for fruit juice. If you don't wish to sell them to me, then so be it. I'll just find someone else to buy them from. Saying so, Surephone released Drifting Blood as he turned away and left. However, Drifting Blood was not willing to let Surephone go. Surephone publicly humiliated him by forcing him to kneel with just a single hand. Moreover, when has Martial Union been afraid of anyone? Since the guards didn't seem to be paying attention, it would be extremely easy to get rid of Surephone. Thinking so, Drifting Blood pulled out a weapon and used charge at Surephone with his sensitive 5 senses. Surephone naturally knew of Drifting Blood's actions. Surephone spun around to face him, pulling out the Abyssal Blade and using Parry Dang. Drifting Blood's greatsword hacked at Surefang's sword. Instead of hurting Surephone, however, Drifting Blood was knocked back by 3 yards. The durability of the greatsword in his hands instantly reduced by 2 points, and he looked at Surephone in shock. He did not understand how a person like Surephone would have such great strength. Surephone was like a beast in human skin. The surrounding players were similarly shocked. Drifting Blood was a berserker, so he must have definitely added a lot of strength points. He was also at level 3, similar to Surephone. So how could the gap between them be so great? These players did not know, however, that this was still only half of Surefang's real strength. After all, Surephone could obtain 6 free attribute points for every increase to his level. It was 5 times that of an average player. Not to mention Feng's body was protected by bronze and mysterious iron equipment. There was even a powerful magic weapon. Even with just half of these aspects, Feng's strength far exceeded the average player if Feng's strength had not been reduced by half. Just by activating the strength-hidden basic skill and the strength provided by the magic weapon, Feng could destroy that basic greatsword without a problem, Brad. You're courting death. See how I'll take care of you. Drifting Blood naturally would not believe that Feng was his match. He immediately stood back up, lifting his greatsword as he looked at Feng the idiot. Feng sheathed the abyssal blade, having completely lost interest in Drifting Blood watching Feng store his weapon. Drifting Blood thought Feng had become afraid and wanted to beg for mercy. However, he would not forgive Feng. Drifting Blood further increased the power in his hands. Just as Drifting Blood was about to slash at Feng, he was immediately sent into a fainted state. Before Drifting Blood could turn around and curse the bastard that attacked him, he suddenly discovered 6 silvery white armored guards standing before him. Without saying anything further, the guards placed Drifting Blood in shackles. If he violated a town law, take a trip with us. Any resistance, and you'll be killed without consideration. The 2 guards grabbed Drifting Blood from both sides, turning around and dragging him away. Crap, you got the wrong person. I'm just an ordinary citizen. It's that bastard who attacked me first. You guys should be arresting him. Drifting Blood continuously pointed at Feng, yelling injustice in rage. However, the guards paid no attention to his bellowing. Taking him away immediately, everyone was also in shock. Why did the guards only appear now? Moreover, they even apprehended the wrong person. What sort of situation was this exactly? Could Feng actually be an NPC, a part of the nobility? Only nobles would have such authority to the side. Violet Cloud had a blank expression on her face, unable to make sense of the situation. Why didn't the guards arrest Feng? Instead, they arrested Drifting Blood. Was Feng really a noble NPC? Violet Cloud's eyes were filled with reluctance as she watched Feng leaving. She bit her rosy lips, her delicate hands tightly gripping the hem of her shirt, of course. She was not reacting so because of how handsome Feng was, but instead, she was truly in need of money. Those 10 silver counts were too important to her. Chapter 61, Poaching. Just as everyone was guessing whether or not Feng was a noble NPC, as Drifting Blood was being dragged away, he glared at Feng with eyes of a poisonous snake, bellowing, "Brat, just you wait. I'll remember you now. Our martial union will not let you off. I'll still be a good guy when I come out 12 hours later. When that time comes, there would be no place in Red Leaf Town for you." Everyone felt chills down their backs as they heard Drifting Blood's malicious threat. Was he planning to fight to the death? However, no one dared to belittle Feng any longer. Just by judging from his single action just now, they knew Feng was not as simple as he looked. Martial Union was a relatively famous guild in Red Leaf Town. They were very well known in other wuxia virtual reality games. They were not a guild managed by a workshop, but instead, they were a guild that was managed by casual gamers. Including investments from a few wealthy personages, Martial Union also started establishing a foothold in God's domain. Although they did not reach the standards of a third-rate guild, they were not a guild to be taken lightly currently. God's domain monopolized the entire virtual gaming industry. Under the support of the recently developed main God system, God's domain did not require humans for operation. The main God system assured fairness in the game, and it would also constantly evolve the game, continuously pumping out various quests, dungeons, hidden locations, and so on. God's domain was a living game, and it was something that no other virtual reality game could compare to. The maps in God's domain were also immensely vast, sufficient for the entire population of Earth. Moreover, a majority of the things available in real life could also be experienced within the game, in addition to things that could not be found in real life. God's domain was slowly trending towards becoming a second world, and other virtual reality games had no chance of competing with it after Drifting Blood was dragged away by the guards. Everyone's gaze turned toward Feng. They all held curiosity on their faces, and their eyes tried to see through Feng. They wanted to know whether or not Sherfong was an NPC. Unfortunately, no matter what kind of observation skills they used, the results told them that Sherfong was 100% a player and not an NPC. This only further increased everyone's confusion. Yet, nobody dared to go over and ask Sherfong, as Sherfong might not even answer them. If by chance they were to cause Sherfong displeasure, who knew, they might be the next drifting blood. Sherfong looked at the puzzled faces of the people around him. He merely revealed a faint smile at the sight as he turned to leave after living in God's domain for 10 years. He long since clearly understood the rules of God's domain. A player would be captured and jailed if he were to attack another player inside a safe zone. However, as long as an action did not cause any damage, even if it were an intense bodily contact, the guards would not pay heed to it. Pressing on a drifting blood and clapping his shoulders were both actions that did not cause damage. It was just that the strength behind it was different than what one would normally use for such actions. Naturally, the guards would not care about such actions. However, drifting blood used charge, a skill that would cause the target to enter into a fainted state in addition to damage. Moreover, there were also his aggressive actions. The guards naturally would not let him off freely. Meanwhile, female players only had to activate the anti-harassment system to prevent harassing players from doing anything to them. However, Violet Cloud just recently entered God's domain, so it was natural for her not to know about it. Regarding Drifting Blood's threat, Sherfong paid no heed to it. Martial Union was a guild that did not even reach the standard of third-rate. Sherfong previously used to lead the weak shadow to stand off against many first-rate guilds, and these first-rate guilds were helpless dealing with him. Martial Union, a leisure guild that only had several thousand players, was not worth even mentioning. If they wished to find trouble with him, he would just deal with them. As a reincarnated person with a magic weapon in hand, what was he afraid of? As for deepening his relationship with Violet Cloud, Sherfong could only leave it aside for now as he searched for another way. The girl's vigilance was just too heavy for him to get through. However, Sherfong understood her reasons. If it were the snow goddess standing in his place, Violet Cloud might have a different reaction. Sherfong bitterly laughed, shaking his head as he left. Sir, please hold on a moment, Violet Cloud finally said, no longer able to endure it. The enticement of 10 silver coins was just too great. This was her biggest chance. If she were to miss it, what would happen to her sick mother? Oh, did you change your mind? Sherfong turned around to look at Violet Cloud's troubled expression. Smiling as he spoke, Violet Cloud stayed on guard as she looked at Sherfang's eyes, trying to discern any bad intentions within them. However, no matter how she looked at them, she could not discover any special emotions within them. Instead, she could feel a vast ocean hidden within the depths of Sherfang's eyes. However, she still asked in caution, you truly want only the fruit juice and absolutely won't have other requests? Sherfong was sweating profusely in his heart. For her to seek confirmation over and over, just how unreliable was he? He would have left long ago, were it not for her potential to become a cleric god, as even he was unable to endure being thought of as a lecherous bastard by others. In any case, I'm in need of chef to make some things for me. How about this? We'll set up a contract, and I'll hire you to be my chef. I'll give you the same treatment as a lifestyle player in a third-rate guild. You should be able to relax with the main god system's guarantee. If you don't have any problems, then follow me. If you still can't feel reassured, then just stay here. Sherfong let out a sigh. Speaking unhurriedly, Violet Cloud was dumbfounded. The man before her was actually hiring her, and he was even giving her an ordinary job. It should be known that chef was a lifestyle job that nobody thought highly of. No one ever hired chef player. She had heard before, from her best friend, the treatment of a lifestyle player in a third-rate guild. At that time, her friend even showed off that her boyfriend was a lifestyle player in a third-rate guild and how great the monthly treatment he received was. If he performed well, there would even be various kinds of benefits. The treatment was much better than many jobs that were available in real life, and this caused Violet Cloud to be extremely envious. I'll follow you. However, I work very slowly. Is there really no problem? Violet Cloud ground her teeth, deciding to agree with Sherfong. If she were to let go of this chance, what sort of future awaited her? Judging from his various performances, Feng did not seem like a bad person. Moreover, she was just a very ordinary female player. There was absolutely no need for him to conspire and trick her. This was a virtual world. If she did not reveal her address in real life, Feng would not be able to track her at all. Moreover, Feng would have to bear a great risk in doing so. Follow me then. I still have some things I need to buy. Feng nodded his head, appearing to be very calm. However, inwardly, he was in ecstasy. He had swindled a cleric god into his hands, just like that. As for the snow goddess, Feng could only apologize and say, "First come, first served." Subsequently, Violet Cloud left with Feng brought along Violet Cloud, returning to the grocery shop once more. He bought an assortment of equipment used by chefs such as pots, spatulas, knives, and so on, spending less than 2 silver coins in total. Afterward, he went to the Chefs Association, spending 1 silver coin to purchase 2 sheets of basic cooking recipes. One was a recipe for cooking wolf meat, the other for making an energizing drink. At the same time, he spent an additional 5 silver coins purchasing plenty of materials that were required by these recipes, as well as the materials for the fruit juice. Violet Cloud was shocked by Feng's actions. He actually spent so much money buying so many things. He was just too rich. Her previous notion of Feng being unreliable completely changed now the materials and recipes Feng had spent so much money buying were sufficient to allow her to promote herself to an advanced apprentice chef. This was a treatment not even the lifestyle players of first-rate guilds would receive, however. What Violet Cloud did not know of was that Feng felt that these items were very cheap. It was truly easy to nurture a chef. All the materials required by the recipes could be bought from the NPC, and it only took 10 silver coins to nurture an advanced apprentice chef. Such an amount of money would not even be enough to squander for nurturing a forger or potion maker. Feng then rented a basic kitchen, bringing Violet Cloud to it after you sign a contract. All these materials and recipes will belong to you. You only need to create 900 cups of fruit juice first. Then, use everything remaining for these 2 recipes. You will receive a 20% share when these items are sold. At the same time, depending on your results, I'll decide your base salary every month. If you try to run away, you'll have to compensate me 10 times that amount. Sign it if you don't have any problems. Feng brought out a standard employment contract for lifestyle players from the main god system. Aside from having different treatments, these contracts were the same as others. There were no loopholes in them, and the law held effect over it. Chapter 62, Moonlight Forest. Violet Cloud was in a daze for a long time after reading the contract. She believed she was in a dream she heard before the treatment lifestyle players received in third-rate guilds. The treatment she would be receiving was definitely better than those lifestyle players. It was especially true for the base salary. Lifestyle players of third-rate guilds definitely did not receive such treatment. Why are you being so good to me? Violet Cloud looked at Feng with wide, teary eyes, asking. She wanted to know the reason. Don't misunderstand. I'm only in need of a chef. I've only hired you because I can see you're a very hard-working and earnest person. If you try to take advantage of the situation and fail to hit my requirements, then you can get lost. I'm not interested in nurturing someone useless. Feng suddenly spoke in a grave tone. He wanted Violet Cloud to know that it was not easy to become his personal chef. That was because people were bound to become wasteful when they constantly received things without effort. Violet Cloud was frightened after being told so by Feng. She lowered her head, no longer daring to ask any more silly questions. Judging from Feng's attitude, it was clear that he was indeed looking for a chef, and that she had just been chosen by chance. Hence, Violet Cloud lifted the pen and signed the contract. This was her final chance at escaping her desperate situation. She definitely must grab a hold of it, boss. Will I be making them here? Violet Cloud immediately entered her role, appearing very respectful. She took a look at her surroundings. The environment here was very good, and it was also very peaceful. However, the rental for the basic kitchen was by no means cheap yet. You'll be manufacturing the items here from now on. I've already applied for the membership here, so that you can come here anytime. There's enough money stored for you to use a long period. There won't be anyone here to disturb you. The facilities here are also thorough, so your success rate can be increased by quite a bit. If you don't have any problems, then you can start working now. In 30 hours, if I don't see the 900 cups of fruit juice, then you may leave. Sherfong was very satisfied with Violet Cloud's attitude. He turned and left after finished saying his piece. As for luring Violet Cloud onto the path of battles and leveling, more time would be needed to slowly lead her towards that path. Moreover, Sherfong had a great purpose for fruit juice. It would not be a bad choice to allow Violet Cloud to make them for him. Violet Cloud's eyes followed Sherfang's back as he left. Her heart was filled with gratitude towards Sherfong. She made a firm resolution to work properly and to not disappoint her new boss after leaving the Chefs Association. Sherfong returned to the Forging Association currently. The number of forgers in the Forging Association was constantly increasing. These players formed small conversation groups, either discussing how to increase their success rates or discussing the struggle between hammer trading and the mysterious forger. The two had become the target of envy, as well as idols of worship for these players. Did you see the article posted by Hammer Trading just now? Of course I've seen it. I never imagined Hammer Trading would be so hot-tempered as to actually insistent on challenging the mysterious forger. He even declared that the first one to withdraw from this price war would be a son of a bitch. I truly envy them. They had actually obtained a bronze forging design. How great would it be if I could have one as well? At the very least, I could join a third-rate guild if I had one. What do you even know? I've heard the forgers that are in guilds saying that the drop rate for bronze forging designs is frighteningly low. Moreover, its success rate is also shockingly low. Currently, selling them for 3 to 4 silver coins per piece is just a complete loss. The Glimmer chestplate with better attributes would create an even bigger loss. On the other hand, the various guilds are all in cheerful moods, even thanking Hammer Trading for his actions. Otherwise, how would they be able to buy bronze equipment at such low prices? Truthfully speaking, I dislike that Hammer Trading very much. Was it bad to let all forgers profit together? Why must he insist on challenging the mysterious forger to the very end, causing both sides to suffer? Hearing the discussions of these players, Sherfong entered deep thought. After a moment, he revealed a faint smile. Judging from Hammer Trading's actions, it was clear that he was currently having a hard time. The silver coins in his possession were definitely insufficient, and he must be wantonly purchasing silver coins from the market right now. This would lead to a great increase in prices for silver coins, so it was the perfect chance for Sherfong to sell them. Sherfong wanted to thank Hammer Trading. If it were not for him, the market for equipment would not be as lively as it is now currently. There would be a large amount of silver coins entering his pockets every so often. Meanwhile, although Sherfong had spent quite a lot of it, the amount of money he possessed was still madly increasing. The money he possessed had already reached 3 gold coins at the reception desk. Sherfong once more rented an intermediate forging room for 5 hours, starting a new round of forging and manufacturing. However, before he started forging, Sherfong entered the virtual center. He wanted to check the prices for God's Domain's game currency and sell some of the game currency he possessed. Just leaving it in his pockets was truly a waste. Sherfong was in the dark when he did not check, but the moment he did, he was shocked. Although there was a large number of players in God's Domain, the number of players who were selling the game's currency did not exceed 100. More importantly, the selling prices were astonishing. A single silver coin was selling for 60 credits. The price was at least double of that during Sherfang's previous life. However, the number of silver coins sold by these players were very small, mostly around 2 to 3 silver coins per player. Aside from the sellers, there were also players who were buying God's Domain currency in bulk. The lowest buying price was at 55 credits per silver coin, while the highest was at 58 credits per silver coin. That meant that a single silver coin in God's Domain was enough for Sherfong to eat in luxury for 2 days. It was because of this competition that caused the prices of silver coins to be so expensive at the current stage of the game. So long as a person had a brain, they would know not to sell any of their game currency. On the other hand, there were many guilds who were purchasing game currencies in bulk at a reasonable price. There were only a scant few money-farming groups and workshops who would sell some of their currency. However, the amount they sold was extremely low. Moreover, their prices were extremely high. Only as a last resort would the various guilds buy currency from these groups. However, these guilds knew the price competition for equipment was a great chance for them to reap some benefits. So, they would definitely purchase game currency in bulk. However, there was not that much game currency available for sale. They could only purchase the game currency sold at the virtual center. Moreover, where did the large amount of game currency flow to? A majority of it was definitely in Shifeng's pockets, while a minority was at the material merchant side. That meant Shifeng was currently a big shot at selling game currency. Even a 100-man money farming group was far from being able to compare with Shifeng. Without hesitation, Shifeng immediately placed 3 gold coins up for sale, selling each silver coin at 60 credits. Shifeng still needed to collect the money to buy 2 virtual gaming helmets. So how could he be polite with these tycoons? Although the price was slightly high to obtain equipment, the many guilds in White River City will definitely buy them. When that time came, all these game currencies would eventually return to his hands after settling this matter. Shifeng started focusing on forging equipment and manufacturing forging designs. 5 hours went by quickly. Shifeng once more forged more than 80 Glimmer chestplates and 50 forging designs for the Glimmer chestplate. The 200,000 EXP required by the teleportation orb had been filled, and his own experience had also increased by quite a lot. He was just 22% away from level 4 now, and he was just short of slightly more than 200 proficiency points before becoming an intermediate forging apprentice. In this forging session, the forging designs made were the most valuable when compared to the equipment made. Looking at the current popularity of the Glimmer chestplate, the various guilds were definitely in a rush to obtain their own bronze equipment forging design. They wanted to nurture their own forgers and create their own bronze equipment. After all, the drop rate of bronze equipment was extremely low. There were also not that many elite monsters available to hunt in regards to the millions of players in White River City. The amount of equipment sold by Shifeng and hammer trading was insignificant. There were still swarms of players requiring the equipment after leaving the forging room. The amount of money in Shifeng's pockets once more increased by a lot. Hence, Shifeng made a trip to the trade area, once more purchasing stones and hardstones. He then cleared out the card sets and hardstones that were sold at the auction house, and in turn, placing the over 80 Glimmer chestplates on auction. However, the selling price for the equipment this time was slightly different. The minimum price was no longer at 4 silver coins, but 3 silver coins. Hammer trading was quickly nearing insanity from the competition. When hammer trading saw Shifeng had once again lowered his selling price, hammer trading even spat out blood. Now that Shifeng reduced his selling price, naturally, hammer trading had to reduce his as well. Did Shifeng want him to sell a kidney? Must he be so merciless? The person himself, however, did not put much consideration into such matters. Shifeng only wanted to advertise the Glimmer chestplate after leaving the auction house. Shifeng stored the Philosopher's Stone and materials in the bank. Afterward, Shifeng went to the pharmacy to purchase 2 stacks of basic regeneration potions. He then went to the magic shop, purchasing over 10 types of magic scrolls. He bought 5 pieces of each kind, and each piece cost around 20 to 40 coppers. Now that the experience required by the teleportation magic orb has been fully collected, Shifeng could go to the Moonlight Forest. However, the Moonlight Forest was not an easy and relaxing place to stay. On the contrary, crises came one after another there, making the place extremely dangerous. Players dubbed the map as the Land of Eternal Rest. Without proper preparations, players would definitely die 10 out of 10 times there. The scrolls Shifeng bought were all necessary tools for him to survive in the wilderness. Before, he did not have that much money, so he did not bother with purchasing the magic scrolls. Now that he did, he naturally would not be courteous. At the very least, these scrolls could improve his survival chances there, rather dying 9 out of 10 times, following which, Shifeng searched for a deserted location and activated the teleportation magic orb. Shifeng then transformed into a streak of white light, vanishing from Red Leaf Town. Chapter 63. Mountain Beast Fighter. The sky was a dull gray. A full moon shone, scattering faint silvery rays throughout the tranquil forest. From the crystal-clear lake, one could hear the croaking of frogs. Fireflies were dancing throughout the forest. The scene was like a fantasy from a children's fairy tale. This place was the Moonlight Forest, also known as the Land of Eternal Rest, by players the moment Sherfone arrived at this place. The first thing he did was take out an isolation scroll. Immediately, he activated the magic contained within the scroll. The dazzling magical runes written on the scroll came rushing out, and Sherfang's body suddenly became blurry. If looking from far distance, it was very hard to notice Sherfang's existence. Each isolation scroll cost 40 copper coins. It was practically the entire fortune of an average player. Although the price was high, its effects were remarkable. The isolation scroll could greatly decrease a player's sense of presence, making it hard for surrounding enemies to discover them. The scroll had a duration of half an hour, and it was a must-have tool when exploring dangerous areas. Although it was not as effective as an assassin's stealth, it was better than nothing for jobs that did not possess stealth. When the isolation scroll was used within a 30-yard radius, players would not be easily discovered by common monsters below level 15. Unless, of course, said player was courting death and attacked the monster, following which Sherfone infiltrated the forest. He headed towards the central region of the Moonlight Forest in search of moonstones, wanting to remove the hateful curse even a little faster. The Moonlight Forest was a level 9 monster area. Its location was not in Starmoon Kingdom, but an isolated space. Every city had a teleportation gate directed towards the Moonlight Forest. In Sherfang's previous life, over 90% of the level 9 players in God's domain would grind for treasure here. However, even if a player were already level 10, the place would still massacre them. That was because the monsters here usually stayed in groups of 3 to 5, and they possessed powerful skills. A single misstep could cause a party wipe. Even so, players would still persevere, rushing to their deaths over and over as if they were possessed. As a result of the constant deaths, the Moonlight Forest was referred to by others as the Land of Eternal Rest. Meanwhile, the reason these players would persevere to such a degree was mainly that the monsters here dropped gemstones. Moreover, the drop rate was relatively high. The number of treasure chests here was also high. As long as one found a treasure chest, there was an 80% chance to obtain gemstones. Gemstones were very valuable in God's domain. The reason being, they were able to increase the attributes of a piece of equipment. Depending on the color of the gemstones, the attributes they increased were also different. Red increased strength, yellow increased agility, blue increased endurance, purple increased intelligence, and green increased vitality. A Tier 1 gemstone could increase an attribute by 2 points. However, such an amount must not be belittled. A piece of bronze equipment could have 1 gemstone embedded into it, whereas a piece of mysterious iron equipment could have 2 gemstones into it. If every piece of equipment worn by a player were outfitted with gemstones, a number of accumulated attributes would be very terrifying. That was why the demand for gemstones was extremely great. The prices of gemstones would always remain high, causing many players to take the great risk of farming gemstones at the Moonlight Forest. Moreover, there were various resources such as ore, herbs, rare food materials, and so on in the Moonlight Forest. However, the most well-known part about the Moonlight Forest was still the 50-man dungeon, the sleeping fortress that resided there. The dungeon was also the location to exchange card sets. However, only after the dungeon had been cleared by a team would players of the same area be allowed to enter the dungeon to exchange their card sets. However, Sherfang's current goal was not the card sets, but the moonstones. The moonstones could only be found in the core area of the Moonlight Forest. Only, Sherfone could not help but be careful when taking action. Not mentioning the extreme dangers found in the Moonlight Forest, Sherfone was just level 3 right now, and he was entering a level 9 monster area. If he were to die an accidental death, then the 200,000 EXP he collected would be for naught, and he would have to start collecting it all over again. He had yet to reach level 10, so he could not activate the teleportation gate found in cities. If he were to die, his only choice was to return to Red Leaf Town. if he wished to return to this place. His only choice was to collect the required experience currently. Feng was far behind the leading experts regarding level. It would be an absolute nightmare if Feng were to die once and have to collect another 200,000 XP just after entering the forest. Feng could see level 9 shadow leopards hiding either up in the trees or in the bushes, each of them prepared to ambush their foe. If it were not for the isolation scroll, Feng would have long since been discovered. Feng naturally wasn't an opponent for a level 9 monster, so he could only avoid them. Besides, his goal here was not to kill monsters, and even more so, there was no need for him to pick a fight with the shadow leopard. Feng carefully circled the shadow leopards, one after another. After spending more than an hour doing so, he arrived at a wide and towering forest made of stone. In this stone forest existed a group of battle maniacs called mountain beast fighters. They were a group of tenacious warriors that did not fear suffering. The thing they loved most was battling, and the fiercer, the better. At the same time, they were also guarding a large pile of treasure, and amongst the treasure was the rarely seen moonstone. However, the entire stone forest was filled with these armored, gigantic creatures. Wielding a spiked club the height of 2 people, these creatures patrolled the stone forest, preventing anyone from entering. If Feng were to set foot in the stone forest, there was a 100% chance for him to be discovered. At that time, a group of those mountain beast fighters would come rushing over, and a swing from each of those spiked clubs would easily turn Feng into meat pace mountain beast fighter, common rank. Level 9. HP 1100/1100. Looks like I can only clear the way slowly. After searching for half a day, Feng still could not find any safe way to penetrate the heart of the forest. His only choice was to kill his way there. Feng could not help but admit that the difficulty of an epic quest was indeed very hard. This was just the beginning, yet he was already required to face off against the level 9 mountain beast fighters. He did not know what kinds of challenges he would meet further down the line. Fortunately, he was very familiar with the terrain of the Moonlight forest. He knew many methods to deal with the beast warriors before him. The mountain beast fighters were abnormally powerful, and their attacks were out of the ordinary. Even shield warriors and guardian knights of an equal level were unable to take more than a few hits from them. However, their bodies were enormous, resulting in their movement speed being relatively slow. In Feng's previous life, there were many elementalists who used Frost Arrow to reduce their speed. They then utilized the unique terrain of the stone forest to avoid the attacks from the spiked clubs, kiting and killing the mountain beast fighters, following which this stone forest became a holy ground for ranged players. Mountain beast fighters could be seen being kite through various means throughout the stone forest. Although Feng did not possess any speed reduction skills, he could use other methods to supplement it. As for kiting the mountain beast fighters, he had the rare skill Defensive Blade, which could increase his attack range by quite a lot. Feng did not believe that a Sword King expert, such as himself, could not beat a level 10 elementalist regarding utilizing the terrain to dodge attacks. After properly observing the terrain, Feng ran practice simulations in his mind a total of 5 times. Carrying out mental simulations would have a tremendous effect during actual operation. Hence, every expert would often carry out mental simulations of the operation before actually taking action. The reason why experts were experts was because of the preparations they made were much greater than others. There would often be many average players who would admire the experts in God's domain. They would lament over their own skills being poor, determining that they would never be able to reach the level of these experts. In reality, however, they did not know how great of an effort these experts were putting into each day. The suffering these experts went through each day far exceeded the average player. It was the reason why they could shine brilliantly after running through the simulations. Feng took out a black steel beer, and a speed scroll. The black steel beer could reduce a monster's level by 2. In addition to the attributes of the Abyssal Blade, Feng would not be suppressed due to the level difference, even when facing a level 9 monster. He would be able to deal damage normally. As for the speed scroll, each one of them cost 25 copper coins. It increased the user's movement speed by 25% for a duration of 10 minutes. This scroll was a life-saving item when out in the wilderness. Feng bought a total of 20 of them, just for such occasions. If the average player were to learn about this, they would definitely curse Feng as a spendthrift. Such an item would only be used when one was in a life or death crisis. Meanwhile, Feng used it for killing common monsters. It was just too extravagant if Feng were not cursed. He could easily kite these monsters just based on his attributes. However, his attributes were now reduced by 50%. The suppression was just too great, so it was safer to use a speed scroll if Feng were to mess things up. It would not just be a matter of losing a level. He would have also wasted 200,000 EXP. Feng took a deep breath, relaxing his body as he looked towards the closest mountain beast fighter, following which his 2 feet exploded with strength, rushing towards the mountain beast fighter. Chapter 64, Silvermoon Set Equipment. When the distance between Feng and the mountain beast fighter was less than 30 yards, the monster discovered Feng speeding towards it. It widened its mouth and let out an ear-piercing battle cry. It raised its gigantic spike club, using a charge, and rushing towards Feng. Feng immediately pulled out the abyssal blade. The blade slashed horizontally as Feng used parry. Pung! Feng was knocked back by 5 yards, pulling some distance away from the mountain beast fighter without taking any damage. After he landed, he immediately spun around and ran towards the stone forest if players were hit by the mountain beast fighter's charge. The monster would immediately follow up with a break to reduce the player's speed, preventing them from escaping in Feng's previous life. The elementalists who were struck by the beast fighter charge would immediately use Frozen Nova to freeze the monster for 8 seconds. They would take the chance to gain some distance, then continue by kiting the monster. The mountain beast fighters would only use charge on the first meeting, using suppressing skills afterward. As long as the elementalists did not let the monsters catch up to them, there would be no danger whatsoever also. Nearby, there were numerous large rocks that could be used to toy with the mountain beast fighters, making the process of killing them a lot easier after using the speed scroll. Feng's speed was faster than the mountain beast fighter, just by a thread. It was not very obvious, but it was this small difference that prevented the mountain beast fighter from catching up to him after entering the densely packed stone forest. Feng turned around and used Thundering Flash. From a distance of 15 yards, 3 sword rays immediately pierced through the beast fighter's armor, causing 3 damages of -15, -19, -13. Without the level suppression, even if Feng's attributes were reduced by 50%, his attack power and skill damage were still very powerful after using the skill. Feng's speed slightly reduced, and the mountain beast fighter caught up to him within an instant. The beast fighter was clearly furious after being struck. It roared as it brandished its spiked club, smashing it at Feng. Feng hurriedly turned his body, hiding by a nearby rock. The spiked club did not land on Feng. It only hit the stone and created a splash of broken rocks. During this attack, Feng, once again, pulled a distance of over 8 yards away from the monster after using Thundering Flash. Feng activated Defensive Blade. His attack range suddenly increased to 15 yards. As long as he maintained a 5-yard distance between the mountain beast fighter, the monster would not be able to land a hit on him. Feng brandished his sword as he paid attention to the distance between him and the monster, pulling back to avoid the club whenever he was too close. In such a way, streak after streak of sword light landed on the mountain beast fighter's body. The beast fighter could only bellow in helplessness as its HP continuously fell. It never imagined that a human could actually be so agile and cunning. Every time its attack was about to land, the human would dodge towards a nearby rock. Its bulky spike club could not land a hit at all. Instead, it only served to create a gap between itself and the human just when a mountain beast fighter's HP went below 7%. Another mountain beast fighter suddenly appeared from behind a rock. It blocked Feng's path, using charge at him scram. Faced with the sudden appearance of another monster, Feng immediately used Abyssal Bind on it, preventing the monster from moving. At the same time, the Abyssal Bind also canceled the life-threatening charge since the mountain beast fighter had been locked up. Feng naturally would not let the skill go to waste. He immediately used Wind Blade instantly shaking off the low HP Mountain Beast Fighter, and his blade landed on the bound Mountain Beast Fighter's neck. Feng continued by using double chop, causing a bleeding effect on the monster. He then used another chop on the monster just within 3 seconds. Feng had taken away 16% of this Mountain Beast Fighter's HP. Seeing as the low HP Mountain Beast Fighter was about to catch up, Feng dodged and arrived at behind a restricted Beast Fighter. He raised the pitch-black Abyssal Blade high, abruptly slashing down. Thundering Flash. Above the heads of both Mountain Beast Fighters, 3 consecutive damages of -16, -19, -23 appeared. The low HP Beast Warrior fell to the ground with a bang system. Mountain Beast Fighter killed. Level difference of 6. EXP obtained increased by 600%. Obtained 36 EXP. Such an amount of experience could be considered negligible to Feng, who is currently level 3. On the other hand, the proficiency points for using skills were gained much faster. Every use would definitely increase the skill's proficiency by 3 points. This allowed Chop to quickly rise to level 3. In addition to the Abyssal Blade's attributes, Feng's Chop was now level 5, its might greatly increasing. Double Chop had also risen to level 2, and if the skill were used through the Abyssal Blade, it would be a level 4 Double Chop. The damage caused by the bleeding effect also increased significantly. The restricted Mountain Beast Fighter bellowed. It finally broke free from the chains, and it wanted to annihilate Feng. However, Feng gave it no chance. He immediately distanced himself 5 yards away from the monster and continued kiting it, although the defensive blade had a long cooldown and a short duration. By using Thundering Flash, Double Chop, and Parry in concert, Feng could still slowly grind the Mountain Beast Fighter down. Not a minute later, another Mountain Beast Fighter fell. However, the Mountain Beast Fighters did not reward Feng with anything special. There were only 3 pieces of Heartstone and 2 copper coins. On the other hand, killing these Mountain Beast Fighters was a good way to grind skill proficiency points. Subsequently, Feng advanced forward while killing Mountain Beast Fighters. These monsters had a short respawn time, so from time to time, Feng would attract 2 to 3 of these Mountain Beast Fighters. Fortunately, the stone forest had narrow spaces. This resulted in the Beast Fighters blocking each other's path, their numbers causing their speed to reduce. Instead, seeing this, Feng had sudden inspiration. He started luring more and more Mountain Beast Fighters, and within a short moment, he had lured over 20 of these monsters. The monsters chased after Feng as a group, but the narrow pathways of the stone forest prevented them from even stretching their bodies. Just a slight movement, and they would run into the other Mountain Beast Fighters. Such a situation allowed Feng to become much more relaxed. Feng constantly used Thundering Flash and various other skills to burn off the HP of the Mountain Beast Fighters behind him. Feng kept luring new Mountain Beast Fighters as he attacked the ones behind him. In such a way, Feng's skill proficiency points increased without stop. After 3 hours, Thundering Flash had risen to level 3. Chop had risen to level 5, Double Chop to level 4, Wind Blade to level 3, Defensive Blade to level 2, and Windwalk to level 2. This increase allowed Feng to kill monsters with greater ease. With the increase from the Abyssal Blade, the damage from a single Thundering Flash could take away over 90 HP from each Mountain Beast Fighter. A chop could also cause more than 60 points of damage. The bleeding damage caused by Double Chop was also very powerful. However, Feng's level remained at 3. He was still quite a distance away from level 4. If it were not for the curse, he would have long since risen in level. Looking at the ground littered with Mountain Beast Fighter corpses, Feng decided to take a rest and pick up the loot. Otherwise, all these corpses would become too much of a hindrance in God's domain. If a player did not pick up the loot, the monster's corpse would require 24 hours before it was removed by the system. The loot from hundreds of Mountain Beast Fighters was extremely shocking. Just from the money dropped, there was already more than 4 silver coins. There was also a lot of materials. As for the moonstones, 7 pieces were dropped. It was still quite a distance away from 30 pieces. Moreover, a few pieces of level 7 to level 10 common equipment also dropped. Isn't this a piece of the Silvermoon set equipment? Feng picked up a silvery white helmet from the ground. Slightly shocked Silvermoon helmet, bronze plate armor. Equipment requirement: Strength 35. Defense plus 43. Strength plus 5. Agility plus 4. Endurance plus 4. Battle recovery plus 1. Durability 40/40ths. Limited to berserkers and swordsmen, this helmet was 1 out of 5 pieces of equipment belonging to the Silvermoon set equipment. As long as 2 pieces of the set were collected, the first set effect could be activated. 4 pieces of equipment were required for the second set effect, while all 5 pieces were needed for the third set effect. Each set effect was better than the previous. The Silvermoon set equipment was regarded as one of the best set equipment for berserkers and swordsmen below level 10. However, its drop rate was extremely low, and it was extremely hard to gather a complete set. Unlike other equipment, the Silvermoon set equipment did not possess a level limit. It was only limited by attributes. So long as a player fulfilled the required attributes, they would be able to wear it. Suddenly, Feng grew a great interest towards the Silvermoon set equipment. Maybe it was because the map had yet to be populated, so the drop rate right now was so high. If Feng were to miss out on this chance, he would definitely regret it in the future. 35 points in strength. To the average player, they would most likely need to reach level 8 or level 9 before they would be able to wear this equipment. However, with Feng's attributes, he would be able to wear it as long as he removed the curse and reached level 5. If he were to collect the complete set, his attributes would literally soar to the sky. At that time, killing a level 5 shield warrior with a full body of bronze equipment would just be child's play. Just the thought of it excited Feng. Chapter 65, Mysterious Iron Treasure Chest. Feng stored the Silvermoon helmet and continued moving deeper into the stone forest, searching for even more mountain beast fighters. Before, Feng's attention was solely focused on moonstones and the horror of the Moonlight Forest. He had completely forgotten that the Moonlight Forest was an unexplored map. The treasures here were bountiful beyond comparison. It was just that, in Feng's previous life, when he arrived at the Moonlight Forest, the place had long since been ransacked by those experts of first-rate and second-rate guilds, leaving only scraps behind. Even then, Feng still had to compete with the other guilds for themas. For the average players, they didn't even have the chance to obtain those second-hand goods by the time the average players arrived, who knew how many times the Moonlight Forest had been ransacked. However, these players still treated this place as a treasured land. One could imagine just how attractive the untouched Moonlight Forest was now that he was here. A step ahead, those first-rate and second-rate guilds would not have their turn. He would personally explore every corner of the Moonlight Forest and plunder everything, letting those guilds have a taste of getting second-hand goods. 2 hours later, Feng finally arrived at the core of the stone forest. On his way here, Feng continuously killed mountain beast fighters, obtaining 3 more pieces of moonstone and a lot of money and materials by chance. Feng had discovered a camp made by the mountain beast fighters. The camp was guarded by mountain beast fighters on all sides, and just a rough calculation told Feng that there were over 40 of these monsters. Moreover, there were several squads of mountain beast fighters patrolling near the camp. All in all, their numbers totaled past 100. The mountain beast fighters' camp was where they stored their treasures. Many guilds would often send teams consisting of 20 elite players to do a sweep on the various monster camps in the Moonlight Forest. Their harvests, every time they did so, were relatively good. Meanwhile, the mountain beast fighter camp in front of Feng had never been raided before. There was definitely a great treasure in there. Feng might even be able to finish collecting the required moonstone and obtain many Tier 1 gemstones and equipment. However, every monster camp was not easy to deal with. If there were not a lot of rocks here, Feng would not have paid any attention to the camp and would have most likely turned around and left already. But the rocks here were much more concentrated. The pathways surrounding the camp could, at most, fit 2 beast fighters, while the narrower places could only fit 1. It was definitely a good location to grind mountain beast fighters. It would be a great pity if Feng were to give up here. Hence, Feng picked a few small pieces of stone from the ground and stealthily closed in on the monster camp to prevent unexpected elements. Feng decided to lure all the mountain beast fighters in one go. Otherwise, if he were to meet up with another group of mountain beast fighters during his kiting, he would definitely drop dead. The important factor when luring these mountain beast fighters was finding a way to deal with their charge. If that were not properly handled, Feng would end up dead from the unlimited charges. He had personally been met with such a scenario before. His strength at that time had clearly exceeded the monsters by a large leap, yet the monsters charged at him one after another, placing him in a fainted state until he died, although each mountain beast fighter only used charge once. Hundreds of those monsters still meant hundreds of charges. Trying to get them to charge all at the same time was extremely difficult with his current HP. Feng would not last 2 hits under the mountain beast fighter's assault. Hence, he absolutely cannot make a mistake. He needed to let all the mountain beast fighters simultaneously use charge at him, then avoid the follow-up damage. Only then would he have a chance to get rid of all these mountain beast fighters. He needed to get a good grasp on the timing when all the mountain beast fighters rushed over. Otherwise, instead of grinding monsters, he would be the one beaten to a pulp. However, Feng still held confidence in himself. After all, he was once a sword king and a first-rate expert. The mountain beast fighter on guard used its furry hand to caress its beloved Nuedo. It stood up high on the wall. Its blood-red eyes were constantly surveying its surroundings. As long as it discovered an intruder, it would immediately charge over and let its blade enjoy a delicious meal. Suddenly, a stone flew towards the mountain beast fighter, striking its head. When the beast fighter turned its head towards the direction the stone came from, it discovered a human a distance away. There was also a piece of stone in the human's hand. Then, the beast fighter caressed its head that had been struck, suddenly entering a burning rage. A mere ant dared to throw a stone at it. Ho! 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 The roar from the mountain beast fighter alarmed the entire nest of monsters. Mountain beast fighters came rushing out of the camp, one after another, all of them rushing to kill Feng. Meanwhile, Feng continued throwing stones toward the other squads of mountain beast fighters. In just a short moment, he had enraged all of those monsters, causing them to rush at him. Seeing over 100 mountain beast fighters running towards him, Feng remained unhurried. He used Phantom Kill, allowing his doppelganger to run into the stone forest while he faced off with the monsters. Not to mention Feng alone, even a 20-man elite team would not be able to handle over 100 mountain beast fighters at the same time. As the distance between Feng and the mountain beast fighters shortened, Feng's heart madly beat. His actions this time were insane. If there were even the tiniest mistake, only death awaited him. It had been a very long time since he had done something so exciting. His blood boiled, and his 5 senses grew even more sensitive when the mountain beast fighters were no more than 30 yards from Feng. A majority of the beasts were within the range to use charge after a wrathful roar. A large majority of the mountain beast fighters simultaneously activated charge, with a few using it a moment later. Feng immediately activated Defensive Blade. The skill could block 3 melee attacks. At the same time, Feng gripped the Abyssal Blade and prepared to use parry when the first wave of monsters arrived. Although Feng used parry, his body was still sent flying back. Following which, the second wave of monsters arrived, knocking Feng into a fainted state, preventing him from moving. Seeing many mountain beast fighters raise their Nuedo, ready to strike, Feng persevered and did not use any skills even when the blade slashed at him. Feng still did not use the position swapping function of Phantom Kill. The defensive blade's damage immunity to 3 melee attacks instantly vanished afterward. Feng was struck by the large blade. His HP instantly fell by half. Another strike was all it would take to finish him off. Now at this time, the third wave of monsters had finally arrived. Feng once more entered a fainted state. The blade of the second Nuedo, just before his eyes substitute. Feng shouted in his mind. Within an instant, Feng and the doppelganger in the stone forest swapped places. After the blade slashed the doppelganger, the charge of the fourth and final wave of monsters arrived. The doppelganger was simply beaten to death. Meanwhile, Feng, who was hiding in the stone forest, immediately took out a bottle of basic regeneration potion. He gulped it down in one go, a sweet and sour taste permeating throughout his mouth. Feng's HP immediately recovered by 180 points, allowing him to barely be able to receive another attack after the doppelganger died. The hatred of the mountain beast fighters was directed towards Feng, who was currently in the stone forest. Immediately, they swarmed into the forest. Inside the forest was naturally Feng's realm. He activated a speed scroll, facing off against the crazed mountain beast fighters who were crowding through the narrow path. Feng used Thundering Flash. 3 streaks of lightning passed through the monsters, instantly taking over 100 HP from each of them within 10 minutes. All the lured mountain beast fighters were dead. At the same time, the remaining thread of experience Feng needed to reach level 4 had been filled up. He finally reached level 4, catching up to the second-tier player. Feng placed all 6 attribute points into strength. Currently, damage was his priority. After cleaning up the loot, Feng actually obtained another piece of the Silvermoon set equipment, a Silvermoon leg guard. He had also obtained 7 pieces of Moonstone, 2 Tier 1 gemstones, and all sorts of materials and common equipment. His harvest was relatively good, however. The most bountiful treasure was not these items. The main focus remained within the camp storehouse. After all, mountain beast fighters loved to place their collected treasures in the camp's storehouse after cleaning up the drops. Feng quickly ran into the camp. He wanted to see just what sort of treasure was awaiting him inside the storehouse, as expected for the first time. There really is a lot of treasure. From afar, Feng could already see a few large treasure chests placed inside the storehouse. Amongst them, there was even a pitch-black, mysterious iron treasure chest filled with excitement. Feng was just about to enter the storehouse and take a look at the items within the treasure chests when he heard a loud roar. Ayo! 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 A mountain beast fighter, who was 3 sizes larger than its peers, rushed out from within the storehouse. The monster was covered in silver armor, and both its hands wielded a gigantic axe. Both its blood-red eyes stared tenaciously at Feng. Chapter 66, Phantom Kill. After this, silver-armored mountain beast fighter rushed out. Before Feng could observe it, it had already thrown its incomparably heavy mountain-splitting axe. The axe flew like a rocket, reaching Feng in an instant. Everything happened too quickly, too suddenly. If it were an average player in this situation, their head would have parted with their body before they could even react. However, Feng was not an average player. He pulled out the abyssal blade with great speed, and the moment before the axe could hack at his neck, he parried this flying death axe. The collision between the giant axe and the long sword did not produce any sparks. Only the sound of an explosion. Feng's entire person was sent flying back over 10 yards, following which the giant axe landed on the ground, deeply penetrating the earth. Its landing caused the earth to start shaking. It could be seen just how heavy this giant axe was. Moreover, the silver-armored mountain beast fighter, who could simply throw this giant axe, was even more terrifying. Such strength did not exceed the normal mountain beast fighters by just a level. After landing, Feng immediately used Observing Eyes on the new Monster Mountain Beast Warrior, Special Elite. Level 10, HP 3500/3500. Feng immediately understood the Mountain Beast Warrior's strength after taking a look at these numbers. Without saying anything further, he turned tail and ran. What a joke. Directly battling against a level 10 Special Elite was literally suicide. When meeting a Special Elite in the Moonlight Forest, players didn't have to consider whether or not they could kill it. Rather, whether or not they could run away. The Mountain Beast Warrior was stronger than the Mountain Beast Fighter by more than a notch. Not only regarding strength, but its speed and flexibility were also greatly increased. It would not be easily toyed with like the Mountain Beast fighters. If Feng did not use parry to defend against the axe, then, even if he had blocked the attack with the abyssal blade, he would still end up dead. The gap between their strength was just too huge, although Feng wished to escape. The Mountain Beast Warrior had no plans to let this intruder go. It used Charge to rush at Feng, picking up its giant axe along the way. The way it picked up the weapon was as if it were picking up a leaf. Effortless. Seeing that the Mountain Beast Warrior had used Charge, Feng knew he could not shake it off. He turned his body around in midair, pointing his sword at the Mountain Beast Warrior abyssal bind. Within an instant, The mountain beast warrior who was swiftly rushing at Feng was restricted by pitch-black chains. It could not move even a muscle, only helplessly stare at Feng. Feng did not dare stay any longer. He activated Windwalk, leaving the campsite at high speed and fleeing into the stone forest with the added speed from Windwalk. The mountain beast warrior had no chance of catching up to him about 20 seconds later. Finally broke away from it. Feng turned his head around to take a look, discovering the mountain beast warrior already turning around and heading back to its camp. Thereupon, Feng let out a breath of relief. If it had continued chasing, Feng's Windwalk would have timed out. His luck was truly rotten. There was actually a special elite inside the campsite. In his previous life, there were no monster camps that were guarded by a special elite. There would only be the occasional normal elite monster. Feng felt unfortunate for losing the mysterious iron treasure chest currently. Blackie's communication arrived, Brother Feng. All of our members have reached level 4. Moreover, we obtain a lot of equipment and skill books. Everyone has learned quite a few skills, and our strength has greatly increased. Unfortunately, our leveling speed from grinding gnomes has greatly decreased. When will you be coming over to carry us through the hell mode of the Deathly Forest? Our fighting spirits are all sky high right now, and we're just waiting for your command. Blackie laughingly said, all of you are level 4? Feng entered a deep thought, trying to think of the next task for Blackie and the others to do. After some thought, Feng thought of a good location. Blackie, you guys should stop grinding gnomes and return to town to tidy up your bags. Go to the level 5 area, the Red Leaf Forest. Follow this marker and grind forest wolves. The wolf meat and wolf skins are good stuff. The more you grind, the better, as all the drops can be sold, fattening your wallets. With Blackie and the others' current potential, it would be very easy to grind forest wolves. This was especially true with Blackie's equipment. The monster's 400 HP would be gone with just 3 dark arrows. Moreover, the location Feng gave to Blackie was a large wolf denver. The respawn rate there was very quick, and there was also higher ground for Blackie and the others to occupy. As long as Cola and Lonely Snow firmly blocked the pathway up the slope, preventing even a single wolf from moving past them, the ranged members could easily deal damage. Moreover, beasts were afraid of fire, taking additional damage from it. A single hell flame could wipe out the entire pack of wolves. Their leveling speed would increase by at least 60% to 70%. Great. We're bored out of our minds from constantly grinding gnomes. We'll go immediately after we tidy up our bags, Blackie excitedly confirmed. More and more players started going to their location to grind gnomes now. In addition to them being level 4, their leveling efficiency was constantly decreasing. They were naturally excited to have a new location to grind. Brothers, pack up. We won't have to compete with them anymore. Let's go play in a new location, Blackie said to the others after cutting off the call. Everyone stopped fighting over monsters with the other players when they heard Blackie say so. They cheerfully left this place with Blackie. When the elite parties saw Blackie and the others leaving, their faces revealed expressions of joy. There would be fewer people competing over this precious leveling ground now. They inwardly sneered at the foolishness of Blackie's party. Currently, players filled the entirety of Dark Moon Valley. How could the leveling speed at the other locations be faster than here? Elsewhere, just when Feng was ready to look for other mountain beast fighters, he noticed a problem from the conversation with Blackie. It was definitely not possible for him to kill the mountain beast warrior by himself, but he could still escape. However, it was not necessary for him to kill the mountain beast warrior to obtain the mysterious iron treasure chest. As long as one person lured the mountain beast warrior, another person could go and open the treasure chest. Thinking up to this point, Feng looked at the abyssal blade with a faint smile. As expected, Phantom Kill was a very powerful skill following which Feng once more returned to the mountain beast camp. He activated Phantom Kill, his doppelganger appearing before him. The doppelganger possessed all of Feng's skills. It was sufficient to hold off the mountain beast warrior for more than 20 seconds. With these 20 seconds, Feng could activate the treasure chest and take away all the items. Feng took out a speed scroll and polymorph scroll, giving them to the doppelganger. The polymorph scroll could polymorph monsters below level 15 into a sheep for 4 seconds. However, the effective duration on a special elite would be greatly decreased. Although it was enough as long as it could disrupt the Mountain Beast Warrior's charge after activating the speed scroll, the doppelganger immediately went to the storehouse to lure the Mountain Beast Warrior as expected. The scene from before replayed itself, and the doppelganger used parry to block the flying death axe. It subsequently used charge at the doppelganger. The doppelganger immediately used the polymorph scroll, instantly turning the Mountain Beast Warrior into a little white sheep. The Mountain Beast Warrior reverted to its original form in less than a second. It then chased after the doppelganger, entering deep into the stone forest. The Mountain Beast Warrior's speed was slightly faster than the doppelganger, but the doppelganger activated Windwalk, its speed and the distance between them increasing once more a short distance away. Feng watched as the Mountain Beast Warrior departed from the campsite. He let out a small chuckle, similarly activating Windwalk as he rushed into the storehouse. This time, there were no monsters present to interrupt him when he entered the storehouse. Feng first went up to the mysterious iron treasure chest. Opening it, the treasure chest needed time to be opened 1 second. 2 seconds. The loading bar for the treasure chest was still going, causing Feng to become slightly nervous. The time his doppelganger could delay was limited. Aside from the mysterious iron treasure chest, there was still 1 more bronze treasure chest and 3 common treasure chests. Time was of the essence. As long as he opened a treasure chest now, it would not be possible to lure the tiger out of the mountain the next time around. After all, special elites possess their own intelligence. Hurry. Feng impatiently looked at the loading bar. Seconds later, the mysterious iron treasure chest opened at the same time. A wrathful roar came from the stone forest. It would seem that Feng's actions had been discovered. Looking through the doppelganger's vision, Feng could see that the Mountain Beast Warrior no longer paid the doppelganger any attention. Instead, it ran back towards the camp's storehouse without pause. Feng immediately stored all the items in the treasure chest into his bag. He then continued to open the bronze chest. The bronze treasure chest loading bar started to move slowly. To Feng, every second right now was crawling by. Meanwhile, the sound of the Mountain Beast Warrior's bellow was getting closer and closer. Chapter 67, Ring of Nothingness. The loading bar for the treasure chest was currently only halfway done. Hearing the roar getting closer and closer, Feng became extremely anxious. Hurry! The Mountain Beast Warrior had already entered the camp, yet the loading bar was still a hair's breadth away from full. When the Mountain Beast Warrior saw Feng opening the treasure chest, its large pair of eyes turned crimson red. It aimed its giant axe at Feng, throwing it at him. It could not help but wish for Feng to go to hell immediately at this moment. The bronze treasure chest opened without giving the flying axe even a single glance. Feng immediately activated Defensive Blade, blocking the attack from the flying death axe. Following which, his 2 hands swiftly stretched into the treasure chest, taking the items within and cramping them into his bag with lightning speed. When Feng finished storing all of the items from the treasure chest, the Mountain Beast Warrior also arrived before him. It picked up the fallen axe with both of its hands, raising it up high as it prepared to murder, having no plans to stay. Feng turned and ran. Boom. The earth split when the axe landed, leaving behind a scar and causing crushed stones to go flying. However, Feng was already 5 yards away by the time the axe landed. He was running directly to the outside of the camp. Seeing that its attack missed, the Mountain Beast Warrior turned to face Feng and used charge. It did not intend to give Feng any chance to escape. On the other hand, Feng did not have any skills to deal with the Mountain Beast Warrior who was charging at him. He allowed the Mountain Beast Warrior to send him into a fainted state, his body then receiving a slash from its axe. In an instant, the attack sent him flying over 10 yards away. The attack from the Mountain Beast Warrior could cause even a level 5 shield warrior to harbor a grudge. Yet Feng acted as if it was nobody's business as he stood and started running out of the camp once more. Now, Defensive Blade could only prevent Feng from receiving damage from a melee attack one more time, although only one chance remained. There was more than a 10-yard distance between Feng and the mountain beast warrior. As long as Feng ran into the stone forest, he would be a lot safer. However, an unexpected situation occurred. The mountain beast warrior that should have used charge only once used it a second time, sending Feng into a fainted state once more. It raised its giant axe, slashing it again at Feng's body. Feng was sent flying for over 10 yards again. This time it immediately threw him out of the camp. He was just a short distance away from the stone forest. Now, however, Feng's expression became much more serious. The current mountain beast warrior was completely different from before. Previously, it only used charge once. Now it used charge twice. That meant that there was a possibility for a third or fourth charge, maybe even more. That meant as long as the distance between Feng and the mountain beast warrior exceeded 8 yards, the mountain beast warrior would use charge. This was definitely not good news, just as expected. The moment Feng stepped out of the 8-yard range, the mountain beast warrior used charge once again. If Feng were to be hit once more, he would definitely die. He was not willing to die. Just yet Feng took out a polymorph scroll, immediately turning the mountain beast warrior that was charging at him into a sheep. Although it was polymorphed only for a second, just 1 second was enough for Feng to run a long distance away. As long as Feng could run out of the 30-yard range, it would be too far for the mountain beast warrior to use charge. Just after running 15 yards away, the mountain beast warrior recovered. Feng immediately spun around and cast Abyssal Bind. He then activated Gravity Liberation, his speed soaring greatly. The 3 seconds binding this time allowed Feng to easily run past the 30-yard range. Entering the stone forest currently, some of the mountain beast fighters in the stone forest had already respawned, and by coincidence, one of them was blocking the path ahead of Feng. Being struck by inspiration, Feng quickly took the initiative Windblade. Before the mountain beast fighter could react, Feng rushed to its front and brushed past it. Feng then took out another polymorph scroll, turning the mountain beast fighter into a sheep with the speed increase from Windblade. Feng easily shook off the mountain beast warrior that was stubbornly chasing after him, escaping it quickly after finding a safe location. Feng sat down to rest. As he slowly looked through the items, his bag, Feng went from clueless to shocked. He had to admit that ransacking the camp was extremely profitable. Just this one time was enough to make up for his hours of hard work. He instantly collected all of the moonstone he needed, completing his quest. The next thing he needed to do was to leave the Moonlight forest and dispel the curse amongst these treasures. Aside from the large amount of moonstone, there were also 7 Tier 1 gemstones, 3 pieces of bronze equipment, and a single bronze-colored mysterious iron ring. Amongst the 3 pieces of bronze equipment, there was a Silvermoon arm guard. With it, Feng now had 3 out of 5 pieces of the Silvermoon set equipment. As long as he put in more effort, he might be able to truly collect a complete set. However, Feng did not have that much time. The earlier he removed the curse, the earlier he could regain his strength and level up quickly. He still had too many things to do, and he could not do any of them without levels aside from the Silvermoon arm guard attracting Feng's attention. The mysterious iron ring also gave him tremendous joy. Ring of Nothingness, mysterious iron ranked ring. Equipment requirement: Intelligence 10, Strength +1, Agility +1, Intelligence +2. Additional ability: Shadow of Nothingness. Allows the user to enter a state of nothingness. The user will not be able to see other players, while other players will not be able to see the user. Duration of 1 minute. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Only usable in a non-combative state. Rings such as this, which possessed an additional ability, were extremely rare. It was as rare as the Ring of Gravity, possessing many uses in his previous life. Feng had done a lot of research on the Moonlight Forest, including the information found on the internet. He knew the spawn locations of many treasure chests. Originally, he planned to only go to a few locations that were easy to obtain treasure chests before leaving the Moonlight Forest. Now that he had the Ring of Nothingness, his train of thought widened, and the number of treasure chests that he could obtain greatly increased. The Moonlight Forest was still a virgin land, and treasures could be found everywhere. It was especially true for treasure chests that had been opened for the first time. The items inside were the best. Since he could easily obtain these treasures, would it matter if he wasted a little more time? Following which, Shurfeng put on the Ring of Nothingness. He then opened the map for the Moonlight Forest, confirming his current position. There was a bronze treasure chest not far from his location. So, he kept the map and advanced towards the treasure chest. After walking for over 10 minutes, he arrived at ruins of a shrine. The ruins were surrounded by barbaric beastmen who were guarding it, with several elite beastmen in the midst as well. Meanwhile, the treasure chest was located inside the collapsed shrine. However, without a team of 20 elite players, it was impossible to clear off all the barbaric beastmen. Although he could not beat the barbaric beastmen, Shurfeng had other methods to get to the treasure chest. Shurfeng immediately called out his doppelganger, allowing it to move to a distance away and find a safe location. Meanwhile, Shurfeng himself moved closer to the temple. While staying outside the detection range of the barbaric beastmen, Shurfeng activated Shadow of Nothingness and entered a state of nothingness. He then ran towards the inside of the shrine with high speed. After entering a state of nothingness, Shurfeng could no longer see those barbaric beastmen, and the same went for the barbaric beastmen who could no longer see Shurfeng. In such a way, Shurfeng soundlessly entered the heavily guarded shrine. There were still several barbaric beastmen guarding inside the shrine. They were less than 20 yards away from the bronze treasure chest. Meanwhile, Shurfeng unhurriedly opened the treasure chest. When opening the treasure chest, Shurfeng's state of nothingness did not fade, so the channeling process finished without a hitch. However, the moment the treasure chest was opened, just after Shurfeng's hand stretched into it, his state of nothingness vanished within an instant. The 5 barbaric beastmen inside the temple noticed Shurfeng suddenly entering a rage. They waved their stone hammers as they rushed towards him. Shurfeng activated Defensive Blade without hurry, storing the items in the treasure chest in his bag. Before the barbaric beastmen could break off the 3 layers of protection, Shurfeng had taken all the items from the treasure chest. He then swapped places with his doppelganger, his original body arriving at a very safe location. Shurfeng leisurely departed from the ruins, heading towards the location of the next treasure chest. Moonlight Forest was very large. With unyielding perseverance, Shurfeng spent more than 10 hours before finally clearing the entirety of the Moonlight Forest. He harvested a total of 3 mysterious iron treasure chests, 22 bronze treasure chests, and 56 common treasure chests. His harvest was extremely invigorating. His entire bag was clogged full, and he was even forced to throw away several pieces of common equipment that had poor attributes. When he was arranging all these items, a beeping noise came from the system. Shurfeng looked at the notification, seeing that it was the alarm that he previously set. It notified him that morning had arrived, and he needed to log off and rest in consideration of his body. Shurfeng looked for a safe location before logging off. Chapter 68, Big Harvest. Early morning, a layer of fog still covered the outer layer of the window. Dark clouds densely covered the sky outside, and there were signs of rain falling soon. The air quality here is getting worse by the day. After I earn enough money, I definitely have to move out of this broken district and move to a better house in the city. After sitting up, Shurfeng took a look out his window, following which he flexed his body and got down from his bed. He then went through 20 sets of workout motions before going to his cramped bathroom to wash up. Shurfeng grabbed his phone from the table. Once he finished tidying himself up, he started by checking the remaining money in his bank account. Constantly eating instant noodles was bad for his body. Moreover, the nutrients provided were definitely not enough to supplement his method of training. He had obtained the membership card and coupons for Big Dipper after much difficulty, yet he discovered that he still needed to wait for 5 days before he could use them. This caused him to be slightly depressed. Now, his only hope was on the sales of the God's Domain game currency. Previously, Shurfeng had registered 3 gold coins at the virtual trade center. If there was someone who bought them, then the credits earned would automatically be sent to his bank account. However, the trade center had a 3-hour transaction delay. Moreover, Shurfeng did not turn on the notifications for his trade account. So, even if the transaction had already been done, he did not know how much had been transferred to his account. He could only use his old model phone to check his bank account. Sure, phone currently did not possess the money to purchase the latest quantum watch. Otherwise, a lot of matters could be easily resolved using the quantum watch. Even credit card payments could be done through the quantum watch. Moreover, all shops that sold items supported payment using the quantum watch, as it was both safe and fast in a short moment. Phone logged into his bank account using his hand phone, checking the amount of money he had remaining. If there were enough credits, he would go and have a good meal. The last time he remembered having meat was when he was still in his 3rd year of university. Now, he was in his 4th year and would be graduating soon. Previously, he had retrieved all of his money from his bank account to buy instant noodles. His current balance should not be more than 1 credit after selling for an entire night. There should be some people who would purchase some of his game currency. It was especially true for the guilds in White River City. Phone did not believe those guilds could amass funds that quickly. Even if they were to sign a contract with money farming teams or have their money farming teams, it was absolutely impossible for them to purchase that much equipment in such a short period. More or less, they should have purchased some game currency that actually bought quite a lot. I guess I won't have to fuss over food for a few days. Phone smiled slightly when he saw that there were over 1,700 credits in his bank account. However, the trade tax was truly high. He sold a total of 30 silver coins, which were worth 1,800 credits, but 100 of those credits went to taxes. The amount was truly sinister. In any case, Phone now had some money, and it was double the amount of living expenses he would have each month. It was enough for him to eat properly for quite some time. If all 3 gold coins sold, then that would amount to 18,000 credits. Phone would then have the money to buy 2 virtual gaming helmets. The only worry he had right now was whether or not all 3 gold coins would sell. After some consideration, Phone decided that he definitely must make these guilds and players spend more money during this period. Otherwise, if they were to make business deals in the game, they would easily be able to solve their problem with money. At that time, they would not have to purchase game currency from the virtual trade center subsequently. Phone left his rented apartment. He made a trip to the bank, withdrawing all of his money. Now that he had some money, Phone went to the nutrition center and bought 3 bottles of C-rank nutrient fluids. They were enough to last him for up to 9 days. When the beautiful saleswoman saw that Phone had bought 3 bottles without even blinking, she could not help but have delightful thoughts. Taking the initiative, she asked, "Are you free this afternoon, handsome? How about we go to Ulan Square to have a drink? My treat." Ulan Square was a nearby, well-known romantic location, and many youths, both males and females, loved going there. Looking at the beautiful saleswoman's graceful body and lust-filled eyes, she was much better than the gorgeously dressed girls in his class. However, Phone only gave her a calm smile. How could he not know what her thoughts were? He tactfully rejected her and turned around to leave. Feng's reaction caused the beautiful saleswoman to feel slightly unfortunate. A large catch had run away just like that. Was she not beautiful? Was her body lacking? Nutrient fluids were the pinnacle products of a new age. Not only could they slow down aging, but they could also discreetly mend the injuries that could not be detected, regenerate body cells, develop the brain cells, and many more astonishing impacts. These items have already become must-haves for athletes and martial artists. However, they were very expensive, so the common folk could only occasionally buy a bottle to drink. After all, a month's salary was only so much. It was impossible for them to afford a bottle every 3 days. Only the wealthy were able to treat these nutrient fluids as drinks, constantly transforming their bodies. Hundreds of years ago, very rarely would the children of wealthy families be ugly. Females would normally be beauties, while males would normally be handsome men. However, with the nutrient fluids in this current age, beautiful women and handsome men could be commonly seen throughout the streets. A bottle of C-rank nutrient fluid cost 400 credits. A bottle of B-rank nutrient fluid cost 1,000 credits. A bottle of A-rank nutrient fluid cost 10,000 credits. As for the best S-rank nutrient fluids, those were items that could not be bought by common folk even if they wanted to. These nutrient fluids were only sold to the inner circles of society in his previous life. Sherfone was fortunate enough to buy one because of his status as a core member of Shadow. The S-rank nutrient fluid was extremely expensive, costing 1,000,000 credits per bottle. However, its effects were similarly astonishing. A-rank nutrient fluids were far from being comparable to it. Although S-rank nutrient fluids were very expensive, there were plenty of wealthy people in the world. The ones who could afford to buy it would not trouble themselves over such an amount of money. After all, who wouldn't want to trade money for their own youth? It was truly hard to imagine. The dream of humanity hundreds of years ago had now become a reality. The body was a needed asset to make a revolution. If Sherfone wanted to improve his skills in God's domain and stand at the very top of the game, then a strong body and nimble mind were indispensable. Hence, Sherfone would not make the same mistake in this aspect as he did in his previous life, following which Sherfone went to a gourmet restaurant. He spent 100 credits purchasing 2 sets of nutrient set meals. One was for him to eat right now, and another as takeaway for his lunch after eating. Sherfone made a trip to a normal workout center. After spending 60 credits, he trained for 4 hours before returning home in the evening, around 7 p.m. Sherfone drank a bottle of nutrient fluid and laid on the bed. He activated the gaming helmet and connected to God's domain after logging in. Sherfone started arranging the items he obtained. When he was done arranging the items, Sherfone started feeling emotional. It was no wonder the Moonlight Forest was a land of treasures. Just the various Tier 1 gemstones he obtained alone amounted to over 300 pieces. There were also tens of skill books, dozens of pieces of bronze equipment, 5 pieces of mysterious iron equipment, over 50 card sets, more than 20 recipes for lifestyle jobs, over 30 Tier 1 magic scrolls, and 4 Tier 2 magic scrolls. The magic scrolls from treasure chests were much better than those sold in the magic shop. This was because the various scrolls in the magic shop did not even reach the standard of Tier 1. Meanwhile, Tier 2 magic scrolls were much more precious. Every piece would have a great purpose, and there would be nobody willing to sell it. As for the thing that brought Sherfone the most joy, he finished collecting the Silvermoon set equipment. In addition, he also collected a complete set of Black Blood set equipment meant for Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights. The Black Blood set equipment's value far exceeded that of the Silvermoon set equipment. It was one of the best set equipment for Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights that were below level 10. If Kolo were to equip this set at level 6 or level 7, then Helm Mode dungeons below level 10 would no longer be a problem with so many good items. Sherfone already had a solid base for forming a 20-man team. The only concerns remaining would be recruiting members and their skills. After finished arranging his bag and confirming that there were no more profits to be gained from the Moonlight Forest, Sherfone activated the teleportation magic orb, leaving the Moonlight Forest. Chapter 69, Lunatic. In the real world, the sky slowly darkened as the sun went under the mountain. On the other hand, players in God's domain were welcoming the rise of the morning. Sun-red Leaf Town was currently brightly lit as if it were daytime. In the trade area, players could be found everywhere as they pushed their way through the streets. Compared to yesterday, there were a lot more players currently in Red Leaf Town, and a lot of them were new players who were level 0. After being officially active for 2 days, many people started to notice the difference between God's domain and other virtual reality games. The battling alone was extremely attractive, not to mention other sources of entertainment. The monsters in God's domain improved with the increase in levels, making the battles seem increasingly real. It was no longer the usual simple bouts where players and monsters would take turns fighting each other. The battles in God's domain were more similar to the fighting competitions in real life. This was the age where the world's entire population would exercise. In the real world, people had already reached a level of obsession in regards to fighting competitions, making such competitions extremely popular. Everyone wished for a battle in which they could fight to their heart's content, and even more so when exchanging blows with an expert. They wanted to chase after the intense feeling of excitement that made one's blood boil. It was an addicting feeling that was impossible to give up. Meanwhile, God's domain had all of this, and there were no dangers to a person's life. Moreover, God's domain contained great adventures that were both fascinating and thrilling. There were also countless unknowns waiting to be discovered and explored. Time in the game was also double that of real life. Many players wished they could stay inside God's domain for the rest of their lives, living their second life within the game. It was also because of this reason that many players were attracted to God's domain. Many virtual gaming companies, after seeing this irreversible situation, declared bankruptcy, one after another, as they prepared to invest in God's domain. Such a situation also caused some unwilling veteran gamers to enter God's domain, greatly increasing the number of players just after returning to Red Leaf Town. Surefong received a bunch of system notifications. Almost all of them were sales notifications from the auction house. Within an instant, the money Surefong possessed increased to over 500 silver coins or 5 gold coins. Surefong still remembered having recently registering 3 gold coins at the virtual trade center. After less than a day's worth of effort, he now possessed an additional 5 gold coins. Those guilds obtained all this money after much difficulty, yet they all contributed to him in the end. Currently, there might not be another player in White River City who was wealthier than he was. The guild leaders of first-rate guilds were no exception, however. This was only the tip of the iceberg. The real money-making moment was just starting. Surefong first stored all the items that were in his bag into his warehouse. He was not planning on selling them, but instead kept them for future use. After all, items such as gemstones and skill books were hard currencies. Their prices would never depreciate. On the contrary, it was equipment that would depreciate along with the increase in player levels soon afterward. Surefong started doing his old business again. Nighttime was the best period for doing business. Seeing that the sun was soon to rise, Surefong set aside his quest for now and set up a street stall, purchasing stones, magic essences, hard stones, and card sets due to previous similar occurrences. Many players would deliberately stay here and await Surefong's arrival. Now, just a casual shout from Surefong was enough to cause a crowd of players to come running towards him in such a way. Surefong bought materials while listening to the conversations of players nearby. The Assassin's Alliance has obtained great glory this time. They completed the insurrection of the Little Fishman quest and earned a lot of guild reputation. It won't be long before the Assassin's Alliance will become a level 2 guild. What's the big deal? I've heard that a major event occurred in the capital city. The guild leader of a first-rate guild, Star River Federation, completed a major quest and has already become a first-class citizen. Just a little more, and he will become part of the nobility. When he obtains the status of a noble, what would a little guild reputation matter? After becoming a noble, he could go to the army camp and city hall to ask for guild quests. Star River Federation could catch up and surpass the Assassin's Alliance at any time. Including the various privileges available to nobles, their accumulated advantage is huge. Just the current Star River Federation was enough to suppress Ouroboros. When the fight for the capital city begins, the city would most likely fall into the hands of the Star River Federation. Those are just small matters. Now, the most popular matter would have to be the showdown between that Black Flame Forger and Hammer Trading. Who doesn't know about that? Right now, there's most likely not a single person in the White River City area that doesn't know of it. However, I never truly imagined that the victor would be so quickly determined. Even further, I never thought that the final winner would be Hammer Trading. Thankfully, I was quick-witted and borrowed some money to buy Glimmer Chestplate. Many people are currently buying them at high prices. I could easily earn 3 silver coins as long as I resell the one I have. Exactly. Regardless of attributes or design, the Glimmer Chestplate is way better, so its cost must be extremely high. It only sold for such a low price because of the competition with Hammer Trading. Black Flame must have lost that battle after constantly losing money. Unfortunately, he is not selling even a single piece of the equipment right now. Otherwise, I would definitely borrow money to buy one. Right now, Hammer Trading's fame has exploded. On the forums, he had even started proudly scolding the mysterious forger as incompetent, calling the mysterious forger a son of a bitch for not daring to compete with him. To increase their fame and influence, those first-rate guilds will certainly invite him. Hammer Trading must already be discussing contract terms with them right now. The chief forger of a first-rate guild, people would drool just thinking about such a position. However, we can only look on in envy because we don't have a forging design for bronze equipment. If I had such an item, even if I were to go bankrupt, I would definitely compete with hammer trading to the end. When I get the chief position of a first-rate guild, my future will be filled with fame and fortune." When Shifeng heard their conversation, his brows slightly wrinkled. He then called up the official forum. Sure enough, hammer trading was ridiculing him with all sorts of insults. "Son of a bitch. Weren't you so awesome? Why have you turned into a coward? Let's continue competing if you have the ability. See how I'll flatten a Blackheart forger like you." Looking at hammer trading's inferior shenanigans, Shifeng smiled calmly. He could not help but admire hammer trading. To become famous, he turned into a lunatic that was willing to use any means. Just like in Shifeng's previous life, to join world dominators and become their chief forger, hammer trading was willing to sell out their entire guild after he finished purchasing the materials. Shifeng headed towards the auction house after all the clamor hammer trading made. The Glimmer chestplate had thoroughly become famous. Shifeng could now start his next money-making operation in the current stage of the game. A majority of the average players were already level 3, while many veterans were level 4 and experts were level 5. The average player could not afford a Glimmer chestplate, whereas veterans would have to borrow some money to purchase a piece for themselves. As for experts, the usage of the Glimmer chestplate was not that great. There was a lot of equipment inside level 5 dungeons that was far better than the Glimmer chestplate. That meant that the Glimmer chestplate could no longer earn Shifeng a lot of money. After all, the major buyers of the equipment were mostly those guilds. Maybe there were some nouveau riche who could afford to buy one to toy around with, but they were in the extreme minorities amongst the average players. Shifeng walked into the auction house, into the large hall that was packed with people. Without a better option, Shifeng looked for a corner and silently brought up the display screen of the auction house. He then placed 20 copies of the forging design for the Glimmer chestplate on auction. The base price for each forging design was set at 30 silver coins, and they would be sold one by one at intervals of half an hour. It was not because Shifeng did not wish to sell them in bulk, but because doing so would result in their price staying low. Only through hunger marketing would he be able to reap the greatest profit. Let those guilds slowly fight amongst themselves afterwards. Shifeng cleaned out the accumulated hard stones and card sets from the auction house. He then left the auction house and headed towards the library. Chapter 70. Success or failure boils down to the same person. Kurik Fields. This was the playground for the level 6 grassland lion cubs. At this stage of the game, there were very few players who would come here to grind and level up. That was because the level here was slightly higher. Moreover, the monsters were numerous and concentrated, making them hard to kill. These grassland lion cubs hunted in groups of 3 to 5. Sometimes, they would even be followed by a fully grown elite grassland lion, making them very hard to deal with. However, there was currently a 6-man party on these fields fighting a group of lions. A girl dressed in water blue armor brandished her greatsword, directly confronting an elite grassland lion. Not only did she easily evade the grassland lion's sharp claws, she even took the chance to attack and deal damage. Her valiant appearance could captivate even women. This girl was the snow goddess, Gentle Snow. She had already reached level 5, and she wore the level 4 bronze set equipment, Azure Scar. In her hands, she held the mysterious iron-ranked Conqueror's Sword. Compared to before, her current strength had greatly increased also. There was also a shield warrior who was not any weaker, tanking 4 grassland lion cubs at once. The party's healer, Xiaoyue, chanted a prayer, her delicate hands tracing divine texts in midair. Xiaoyue took care of the shield warrior while also healing Gentle Snow, allowing both their HPs to remain above the safety line. The flame witch, Xiaoyue, was also wearing the level 4 fantasy flame set equipment. Large fireballs constantly shot out from her hand, causing a frightening amount of damage to appear above the grassland lion's head within moments. They massacred the group of elite-led lions. Gentle Snow picked up the loot from the grassland lion, discovering that it was a skill book. No equipment dropped. She then looked toward Xiaoyue, saying, "Xiaoyue, it's your sacred light shield. Learn it quickly. After some rest, we will continue looking for another grassland lion. We absolutely must get the revival skill." "Great. With this skill, healing won't be so intense anymore, Xiaoyueru happily said as she received the skill currently resting. Xiaoyueru suddenly asked in a curious tone, Snow, that hammer trading has already garnered a huge amount of fame. We should at least send a person to recruit him. We can still increase our guild's fame if we're successful. Moreover, his forging skills are not bad. It would be unfortunate if we were to let some other guild snatch him away. No need. It won't be long before level 3 bronze equipment is of little value. He only knows how to forge level 3 bronze equipment and doesn't possess any forging designs for higher level equipment. Why should we spend a large sum of money fighting over him? We would just lose out on earning a little money. Moreover, we don't even know when our guild would be able to obtain a forging design for high-level bronze equipment. What would we need him for? Gentle Snow shook her head. She held no particular interest towards a person like hammer trading. Instead, she said, on the contrary, I'm more interested in the Black Flame Forger, especially the Forger's actions. I cannot see through his intentions. If he wanted to attract the attention of first-rate guilds and stand out, then he has no reason to hide his name. There will be plenty of large guilds contacting him. However, he has hidden his name, preventing anybody from contacting him. That means that he does not wish for others to know of his identity. Yet, he still competed with hammer trading, lowering the price for his equipment and letting everyone know of him once more. Now that he has entered our eyes, at the most heated moment, he suddenly withdraws from the competition and fades out of our sight. Once more, he has continuously brought us 3 different kinds of forged equipment. Being able to obtain that many forging designs for bronze equipment shows that he has great strength. Yet, why would he suddenly withdraw? What is this Black Flame Forger's goal? Or did he withdraw because he already achieved his goal? Until now, I still don't know what that Black Flame Forger is trying to do. He is filled with mystery in all aspects. Snow, how about I have someone research this forger? Hearing you say so, even I want to see what kind of person he is. After hearing Gentle Snow's analysis, realization struck Xiaoyueru. She suddenly grew an interest towards this Black Flame Forger. She also felt this person was not simple. Her interest towards the Black Flame Forger's identity overflowed. Just the thought of being able to expose this person's identity made her feel slightly excited. Meanwhile, inside an intermediate forging room on the 2nd floor of the Forging Association. Everyone, how goes your consideration? Hammer Trading sat cross-legged, casually asking as he looked at the representatives of the first-rate guilds with narrowed eyes. However, the conditions set out by Hammer Trading caused these first-rate guilds to go silent. Hammer Trading's conditions were too harsh. Just the villa he wanted in the city he lived in and the annual salary of 5 million credits would cause these guilds to take a step back, not to mention that he wanted all resources to be prioritized to him. Such treatment was most likely only enjoyed by the guild leader and the vice leader. Meanwhile, Hammer Trading wanted the same treatment as them. Then, didn't that mean he would be on equal footings with the guild leader and vice leader? You guys have to think through this clearly. It isn't easy for me to earn such a great reputation. As long as I join your guild, your popularity will immediately soar and surpass the other guilds. You won't have a shortage of bronze equipment and will be able to earn a large sum of money because of my forging techniques. The price I've given shouldn't be considered much, Hammer Trading said with a smile. His face held an expression that said, if you don't recruit me, there will be others who will. Don't regret it when that time comes. Hammer Trading had these first-rate guilds eating out of the palm of his hand. Right now, each of these first-rate guilds wanted to be a step ahead of the others. If so, they would be able to have a larger advantage in taking hold of the city. The wealth that came with possessing control over a virtual city was not something a mere 5 million credits and a villa could compare to. Hammer Trading's asking price could be considered low looking at the representatives of these first-rate guilds, although their expressions held hesitation. Their eyes flashed with the conviction of recruiting him. Hammer Trading suddenly felt his action of investing all of his possessions into the competition this time was truly wise. If he hadn't steeled his heart to borrow money from loan sharks at the last second, he might have actually lost to the Black Flame Forger. Fortunately, the Black Flame Forger bit the dust a step earlier than he did. allowing him to taste the final fruit of victory just as hammer trading was being pleased with himself. The expressions of the numerous representatives around the conference table suddenly changed. Each and every one of them revealed expressions of shock and ecstasy. Brother Hammer Trading, I am truly sorry, but our guild has decided to withdraw from this competition and yield to the other guilds. Our guild won't be joining anymore, and I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving. Star River Federation's representative suddenly said this price is just too high. Our guild can only give up as well. We can only hope to cooperate with you in the future. For a moment, all the guild representatives started leaving. Moreover, every one of them seemed to be in a hurry. It was as if they could not help but to immediately run to some other place, not wanting to waste even a little time. What do you all mean? Not negotiating anymore? You guys better not regret it. I'm a forger that can craft bronze equipment. I won't join in the future, even if you all beg me. Is being able to forge bronze equipment amazing? Right now, the auction house is selling forging designs for bronze equipment. With the forging design, we can nurture our own forgers. We don't need to spend as much as 5 million credits at all. One of the representatives coldly laughed at hammer trading before leaving the forging room. Did you say? Speak clearly before you leave. Hammer Trading abruptly stood up after hearing this. He thought he had heard wrong. Chapter 71, Focus of the Auction House. Seeing as everyone had left, Hammer Trading sat his chair, paralyzed. Both his eyes had a lifeless look in them. There was actually someone who was selling forging design for bronze equipment at the auction house. How was this possible? Hammer Trading had no way of understanding such behavior. It was as foolish as literally handing the keys to a treasury filled with gold to someone else. Only a brain-dead person would do such an idiotic action. No, they must be trying to trick me. Hammer Trading abruptly stood up, calling out the official forum. He wanted to make these people regret. He wanted to rip them off for daring to look down on him. However, when Hammer Trading looked at a few pinned discussion threads, he became instantly dumbfounded. There really was an idiot who was selling a forging design. Bronze equipment forging design appearing in the auction house. Pictures as evidence available. Clicking on the thread to take a look, Hammer Trading's mind went thoroughly blank. The forging design was actually for the Glimmer chestplate. It was the equipment previously sold by the Black Flame Forger. Everyone was very aware of how good the attributes on this item were. It was an absolutely top-tier item. If a first-rate guild were to get a hold of this forging design, they would not need him. This was because fame served little purpose to a first-rate guild. Previously, he dared to act presumptuously because he learned the forging design for the Savage chestplate. Now that others had a better forging design, who would pay him any heed? In the discussion, many first-rate guilds declared the forging design to be theirs, and they would fight whoever dared competed with them over it. Hence, everyone had started paying attention to the problem of the ownership of this forging design. There was no longer anybody who paid attention to Hammer Trading. Instead, each and every one of them was joyful over his misfortune, making fun of his end. This incident led everyone to admire the mysterious player who was selling the forging design. This mysterious player's means were extremely great, and people could not help but praise him. There was practically no blood seen when he killed. He only used a piece of paper to cause Hammer Trading, the rising star that received the envy and admiration of tens of thousands, to fall from his heavenly altar, tumbling down into the bottomless abyss and never being able to climb back up. Hammer Trading already bore a bitter hatred towards this player who sold the forging design. Just when his life of luxury was within his reach, it was all destroyed. Moreover, it was destroyed by a person who was brain-dead. Fear not a godlike rival, but fear a pig-like ally. Now, that saying needed an additional verse, and fear more a foolish passerby. Hammer Trading's eyes had currently turned crimson, his face extremely ashen. His expression alone was enough to devour a person not good. I definitely must buy it no matter the price. As long as I buy it, I can get back all the advantages. At that time, not only will I have a Savage chestplate, but I will also have the Glimmer chestplate. When that time comes, those first-rate guilds will have to prostrate and beg before me. Hammer Trading's current expression was just like a gambler who lost badly. He placed all of his hopes on buying out the Glimmer chestplate forging design. Thinking up to this point, Hammer Trading was no longer able to hold himself back as he swiftly rushed toward the auction house. However, it was not just Hammer Trading who was rushing towards the auction house. There were also the upper echelons of various guilds of various towns under the influence of White River City. All of them wanted to purchase the forging design. After all, everyone knew how powerful the Glimmer chestplate was. Owning the forging design was the equivalent of owning a mountain of gold. This incident caused an uproar at the auction houses of the various towns in White River City. The auction houses became unusually lively as players pushed against one another inside the building. The auction houses were filled to the entrances, making it hard for players even to enter. Meanwhile, the competition for the Glimmer chestplate forging design entered into full swing. Every one of the guilds had bid high prices. Within 10 short minutes, the price for the item had reached 1 gold coin. That's right, it was 1 gold coin. That was practically a large guild's entire fluid funds. In such a way, the price of the forging design constantly rose without any signs of stopping. Guild leader, I don't have enough money anymore. What do we do now? Crap, how can that be? I gave you 1 gold and 20 silvers. How can that not be enough? But it's selling at 1 gold, 56 silvers now. Crap, these people are insane. It's just a forging design. Hold on a bit. I'll immediately ask for some money from the money farming team. I don't believe we can't get it. As the price of the Glimmer chestplate forging design rose, bit by bit, each of the various guilds was constantly raising funds. They contacted money farming teams, their guild members, and in the end, even purchased from the virtual trade center. Meanwhile, Feng, the cause of all this madness in White River City, had just comfortably arrived at the library. Revered Miss Charlene, I have brought the items you requested. Can you dispel the curse for me now? Feng sincerely took out 2 gold coins, 30 pieces of moonstones, and a teleportation magic orb. After seeing the glittering gold coins, Charlene nodded her head in satisfaction. However, similar to the Holy Mother, Charlene shook her head and said in a pitiful tone, Adventurer, you have truly astonished me. You managed to gather all the needed materials in such a short period. If I had known earlier, I would have told you that the moon drip ceremony possessed tears. Tears? Feng looked at Charlene's regretful expression, and he could not help but feel slightly odd about the situation. It was as if he was a mouse being stared at by a captain. Charlene sighed, saying, The moon drip is a very ancient ceremony. In fact, aside from having a dispelling effect, there are still other effects. However, for convenience's sake, the ceremony was only used to dispel curses after constant alterations, while the other effects were greatly weakened. If you pay another 3 gold coins, I can gather all the needed materials to carry out the complete moon drip ceremony. Aside from helping you dispel the curse, it will also give you an unimaginably big harvest. Won't you reconsider it? Big harvest. When Charlene uttered these 2 words, her voice sounded exceptionally loud, making it sound as if this big harvest was something amazing. However, Feng knew that the Charlene before him had some kind of see-through skill. Otherwise, how could she have guessed that there were still 3 gold coins inside his bag? He already wasted 3 gold coins to dispel the curse, and he did not wish to become a sucker. As if having seen through Feng's thoughts, Charlene added, Adventurer, do you know of the legend about the demon-slaying sword saint, Celsius? Legends has it that Celsius was cursed by the great demon king, undergoing torment for a long period. However, after experiencing untold hardships, he finally discovered a method to dispel the curse, which was the moon drip. After undergoing the moon drip ceremony, he obtained a new life. He received matchless strength from the ceremony, thereby allowing him to defeat the great demon king and becoming a legendary sword saint on the continent of God's domain. Don't you think the sword saint Celsius was very mighty? As she was speaking, Charlene's doll-like eyes constantly snuck peeks at Feng. She constantly let out lamented sighs at the mention of sword saint. Feng suddenly became speechless watching Charlene's actions. It was clear they were saying, the sword saint is beckoning at you. Youngster, won't you give it a go? Feng glanced at Charlene's face, full of smiles, and his heart filled with helplessness. This Charlene was a diamond salesperson. Although Charlene possessed an unruly temperament and criminally attractive body, Asking for 6 gold coins was just a huge scam. 6 gold coins. That was equivalent to 36,000 credits. Very well. His heart was moved. If he could become a sword saint in the future, it would all be worth it. The new wouldn't come if the old didn't go. Esteemed Miss Charlene, I wish to try the complete moon drip ceremony. Will there be any danger? Sherfong unwillingly dug out another 3 gold coins after receiving the gold coins. Charlene happily smiled as she said, "You can be at ease, adventurer. Although this is my first time, my skills are very good. Even my teacher praised me as a genius. Let's begin right away." Chapter 72, Demon Hunter. The sky was still dark as the moon lay unhidden, high up in the air inside the library located in the slums of Red Leaf Town. Adventurer, if you do not have any problems, then walk to the center of the magic circle. There will be a slight pain after the ceremony starts, so just endure it, and it will be over. Charlene pointed towards the center of the altar made of black stone. Her eyes carried a hint of excitement as she could finally start this experiment. Sherfong was completely unaware of Charlene's thoughts. He nodded his head as he walked into the magic circle. No matter how he put it, Charlene was a major character who possessed a Tier 3 job, so there shouldn't be any complications. As for the pain he would have to suffer, he thought nothing of it during battles inside God's domain. A player could similarly feel pain when attacked by monsters. However, a majority of the players still chose to accept this kind of setting. Their goal was to increase the sense of realism, so they did not adjust the pain transmission to 0%. More importantly, they wanted to increase their skills in battle. There was an old saying of spare the rod and spoil the child. Only with pain would one be able to remember the lesson, and only by learning the lesson would one be able to further improve. Hence, if one wanted to grow in God's domain, learning to accept such pain was a definite must. However, considering each player's tolerances, God's domain set the pain transmission at 20% by default. However, some experts would adjust the transmission to 60%, allowing them to be more alert. Meanwhile, Sherfong himself had adjusted it to 50%. This was the degree of pain he was accustomed to, and it was the amount at which he could best exhibit his strength after standing in position. Sherfong sent a nod towards Charlene, indicating that she could start the ceremony descent of the moon goddess. Charlene started her prayer. Divine incantations left her mouth as her fingers traced out divine texts. Line after line of divine text floated in midair and towards the horizon. Compared to the Tier 3 magic from before, the divine texts written in this ceremony were extremely numerous even after writing hundreds of lines. Charlene showed no signs of stopping. Sweat had already started dripping down Charlene's face, clearly indicating that she was somewhat exhausted. Meanwhile, the magic circle on the ground started to radiate a dazzling silver glow. The magic circle itself gradually rising into the air. After over 10 minutes had passed, a streak of shining moonlight shot towards Sherfang's body suddenly. Dark smoke emerged from Sherfang's body. The dark smoke was extremely reluctant to part from Sherfang's body as it rose into the air. Meanwhile, sweat started appearing on Sherfang's forehead. His face turned pale white as he endured an intense pain. Sherfang nearly cursed at Charlene. This was definitely not at the level of just a slight pain, but it was very, very painful. It was as if his limbs were being torn from his body if he had not already played God's domain for 10 years. Having long since become accustomed to pain, he might be wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf right now after persistently being lit by the moonlight for several minutes. The black smoke finally departed from Sherfang's body. However, it did not just simply fade away. Instead, it formed into a dark shadow that was a carbon copy of Sherfang. Adventurer, you need to kill this demon's doppelganger in order to dispel the curse. I have to conduct the ceremony, so I cannot lend you any aid. It is all up to you now. Charlene reminded, somewhat exhausted. Sherfang used observing eyes on this dark shadow. Yifeng, demon's doppelganger, elite rank. Level 4. HP 2000/2000. An elite. Sherfang's complexion turned serious. The demon's doppelganger did not have a lot of HP, and its level was similar to his. If this doppelganger did not possess any powerful skills, then dealing with it would not be a huge problem. However, that probability was Slim Wretched Moondrip. Despicable human. Did you think that by using the complete Moondrip to weaken my strength, you would be able to defeat me? I'll let you know the reason why lowly humans like you will never win against us powerful demons. The demon's doppelganger had an enraged expression as it pulled out a black longsword, slashing it at Feng in the blink of an eye. The doppelganger arrived before Feng. A faint black ray followed as it waved its longsword. Within an instant, that single black ray turned into 4 streaks, all of them threatening to dice Feng into blocks of meat extraordinary condition. Feng was greatly shocked when seeing such an action. This speed far exceeded that of a normal elite. Immediately, Feng used parry dang. Feng retreated several steps before he stabilized his body. If not for the complete Moondrip, this demon's doppelganger might not have been just an elite, but a special elite die. Despite having the upper hand, the demon's doppelganger did not give Feng any chances. It used Feng's chop. Its sword pierced towards Feng's heart. Feng immediately activated Windwalk, his body abruptly dodging to a side as he distanced himself from the demon's doppelganger after missing its attack. The doppelganger turned its head, using Windwalk as well to chase after Feng regarding strength, speed, and HP. The demon's doppelganger held most of the advantage. Moreover, the doppelganger also possessed the same skills as Feng. It was an extremely unfavorable situation for Feng. Seeing that it was about to catch up to Feng, the demon's doppelganger revealed a ruthless smile, saying, "I know whatever you know. Moreover, my strength is greater than yours. You have no chance to defeat me, so be good and wait for death. This is your fate." Then do you know this move? Feng revealed a faint smile. 9 sword phantoms appeared beside him, and with a crashing sound, all 9 of them shot towards the demon's doppelganger. Although the doppelganger could block a majority of the attacks, a few phantoms of the abyssal blade still managed to pierce its body. Every attack from the phantoms dealt over -30 damage to the doppelganger. Despicable human. You're just relying on your weapon's strength. I'll let you know that all your efforts will be in vain. Saying so, the doppelganger rushed to Feng's front and used Thundering Flash the moment the sword lights came. Feng calmly smiled as he took out 2 scrolls from his bag. One of them was a speed scroll, while the other was a polymorph scroll. Within an instant, Feng's speed abruptly increased, dodging to a side and avoiding the strikes from Thundering Flash. At the same time, he turned the demon's doppelganger into a sheep. After turning it into a sheep, Feng immediately slashed at it with his sword Thundering Flash. Unable to dodge, the demon's doppelganger received all 3 sword lights. As a result, Feng's level 5 Thundering Strike caused 3 terrifying damages of -112, -135, -163. The demon's doppelganger was greatly enraged as it activated Defensive Blade. With its attack range greatly increased, it immediately slashed its sword down at Feng. This human was just too despicable. He actually used an unsightly method, such as turning it into a sheep. And here I wondered how strong a demon would be. You clearly have a body that's stronger than mine, yet you are still using the same skills as I do. I guess your standards are just at this level. Feng mocked as he dodged the incoming attack. You are courting death. A single sentence from Feng nearly caused the demon's doppelganger to faint from anger. It sent a double chop at Feng's neck. Feng pointed the abyssal blade at the demon's doppelganger, and within an instant, 9 pitch-black chains appeared and bound it, restricting it for 3 seconds. Phantom kill. Simultaneously, both the original and doppelganger activated Defensive Blade, and both started an onslaught on the demon's doppelganger. Thundering Flash, Chop, Earth Splitter, Double Chop, and many more skills struck the demon's doppelganger. In addition to the continuous attacks from the 9 Dragon Slash, the demon's doppelganger's HP madly decreased, dropping down to 10% within a moment. So what if you have a strong physique? So what if you know all of my skills? So what if you were a demon? Feng demanded. He pierced the chest of the demon's doppelganger. Meanwhile, the demon's doppelganger could only grit its teeth, grimacing in pain. Its fury burned within it. The moment the bindings restricting it were released, it would be able to properly deal with Shurfeng, just as it was about to bring out its special ability. However, the demon's doppelganger saw the scroll within Shurfeng's hand. Suddenly, the demon's doppelganger thoroughly despaired bye-bye. Shurfeng waved his hand at the demon's doppelganger. He knew that the demon's doppelganger was about to show its hand, so he had activated the Tier 1 magic scroll within his hand Thunder Bombardment. This Tier 1 magic scroll was capable of dealing minus 500 damage to a single enemy that was below level 20. It was more than enough to deal with the demon's doppelganger that currently had less than 200 HP suddenly. A green thunder struck down from the sky above. It caused minus 500 damage to the demon's doppelganger, instantly transforming it into dark smoke, and it vanished. It also left behind a piece of dark gray-colored equipment system. Quest Moon Drip completed, rewarding 10,000 EXP and Demon Hunter title. Reputation in Starmoon Kingdom +5. Reputation in White River City +20. Reputation in Red Leaf Town +100 system. Reputation in Red Leaf Town has reached 50 points. Upgrading to Red Leaf Town First-Class Citizen System. Reputation in Red Leaf Town has reached 100 points. Upgrading to Red Leaf Town Third-Class Noble. Chapter 73, Demon Mask. Shurfeng was slightly shocked at seeing the series of notifications. 10,000 EXP was not considered much to a level 4 player like himself. It only raised him to 27% of level 4, and there was still quite a distance away before he became level 5 on the contrary. It was the other rewards that caused his eyes to shine just by killing an extremely foolish elite demon. He was able to obtain an ample amount of reputation as payback. Shurfeng truly did not dare imagine it was real reputation was extremely precious within God's domain. There were very few quests that could raise a player's reputation, and even those quests would only increase a minuscule amount. As long as a player's reputation was sufficiently high, they would be able to receive high-level quests that were normally unavailable. Players would also be able to purchase items that were not normally for sale, such as bronze equipment, special potions, and so on. At the same time, there would be discounts when purchasing items, and NPCs would have a favorable impression of you. All in all, there were many benefits brought about by reputation. After a player's reputation reached a certain degree, they could also become a noble in God's domain. Nobles were considered amongst the privileged class, and they enjoyed plenty of benefits. Being a noble was also a symbol of status. If a commoner were to anger a noble, the consequences would be severe. A light offense would result in imprisonment, while a heavy offense would result in execution. Hence, players did not dare offend nobles. So much so that even if a noble were to beat up a commoner inside a safe zone, the guards would pay no heed to the commotion. This was the gap between statuses. This was also the reason Shurfeng was so shocked now that he possessed the title of noble in Red Leaf Town. He would be able to do things with much more convenience in the future. Shurfeng then thought of several high-level quests that only nobles could accept. What function does this Demon Hunter title have? Shurfeng called out the system interface, taking a look at the information about the Demon Hunter title. Demon Hunter, a brave warrior and an exorcist of demons who is revered by others. Wherever you go, you will possess a status equal to a noble. You are the Grim Reaper, who is feared by all beings affiliated with darkness. In a 100-yard radius, monsters affiliated with darkness will have their attributes reduced by 10%. At the same time, attacks you deal towards monsters affiliated with darkness will have a 10% increase in damage. Crap. This title is just too awesome. Shurfeng became slightly excited after reading the introduction to the Demon Hunter title. If a person did not have a considerable understanding of God's domain, they would have no understanding of the significance of this title. It was similar to how a dog would not know the value of a gemstone. Shurfeng only became a noble in Red Leaf Town after his reputation there had reached 100 points. However, this title was only limited to Red Leaf Town. After leaving the Red Leaf Town, nobody would acknowledge him as a noble, of course. If Shurfeng were a noble of White River City, he would be acknowledged as one throughout the area under the administration of White River City. The title had a much wider range of application. Compared to a noble of a town, the difference between the two was obvious at a glance. Meanwhile, A demon hunter would have the status of a noble in every region. This meant that even after leaving Starmoon Kingdom, Shurfeng would still be acknowledged as a noble in other countries. It should be known that not every country was friendly with each other. There were even some who were enemies. If Shurfeng wanted to do a quest in another, he would have to go through many difficulties and even be discriminated against. However, with this title, he would no longer be discriminated against by NPCs. This was the true value of the Demon Hunter title. Compared to it, being a noble in Red Leaf Town was no longer worth mentioning. Shurfeng picked up the equipment dropped by the demon's doppelganger demon mask, special item. Upon wearing it, the user can disguise himself as another person. Disguise cannot be broken without using a high-level observing skill. Truly a good item. The 6 gold I spent was definitely worth it. Shurfeng happily stored the demon mask. This item was an artifact meant for robbing houses. Although he wouldn't do such a thing, it would not hurt him to use it for other matters. Adventurer, the ceremony has ended. Carrying out this ceremony has greatly weakened me, so I'm going to White River City to recover for some time. If you wish to know more information about the Bible of Darkness, then find me there along with my payment. I will be waiting for you. Currently, Charlene appeared to be very delicate, her previous shrewdness completely gone. After saying her piece, she immediately activated a teleportation circle and went to White River City to recover. Shurfeng was inwardly shocked as he watched Charlene's beautiful image departing. The moon drip ceremony this time was definitely not as simple as he previously thought. Otherwise, a divine official, which was a tier 3 job, would not be so greatly weakened. Even Shurfeng felt as though he would be able to defeat Charlene right now. One could imagine just how weakened Charlene was. Forget it. That's none of my business. Now that the curse has been dispelled and my attributes have recovered, I can finally start speed leveling. The earlier I reach level 10, the earlier I can activate the teleportation gate to White River City. Shurfeng shrugged his shoulders, no longer minding the matters of great characters. A small character like him still had many matters to take care of. To build up from nothing, many things needed to be done. Forget competing with those guilds. Just being paid attention to by a great demon had caused him enough headaches. He was not so leisurely as to pay attention to other matters, following which Shurfeng departed from the library. He headed to the Chefs Association to take a look at Violet Cloud's current progress. Red Leaf Town, trade area. Just after setting foot in the trade area, Shurfeng discovered something fishy. Now that the sun had risen, logic dictated that players should have gone out to level up. Yet, the streets were currently filled with players who were holding discussions with each other. In short, it was extremely lively. It was as if a festival of celebration was being held. From time to time, Shurfeng could also see some of the upper echelons of large guilds running about the streets, shouting. They were urgently shouting, "Purchasing game currency. The greater the amount, the more we'll pay." If it were any other time, Shurfeng would not think much of it. However, the street was currently filled with various players purchasing game currency. Now, that was something abnormal. What happened? The big shots from guilds were actually loosely buying game currency from average players. According to Reason, these guilds would have their own money farming teams or a signed contract with money farming specialists. In such a way, they would be able to obtain a lot of game currency. However, their current actions meant the game currency supplied by the money farming teams was insufficient originally. Shurfeng was still fretting over the problem of how he would get these guilds to spend their money. Now, however, it would seem that he had done something unnecessary. With a wave of his finger, Shurfeng called out the virtual trade center. He wanted to investigate the current trade conditions. Hell, what sort of situation is this? All of it is sold out already. Shurfeng discovered that the remaining 2 gold 70 silver he registered had all sold out. Now, over 15,000 credits were being transferred to his bank account consequently. Shurfeng then took a look at the sales condition of other gods' domain game currency currently. The highest price for 1 silver coin had reached 72 credits, while majority of the people were buying them at 68 credits. The current price had increased by no small margin. Just as Shurfeng was rejoicing over having sold all of his gold coins, a cursing voice came from behind him, breaking his good mood. "Boss, this bastard's the one. The day before yesterday, I saw him casually taking out 10 silver coins. He must definitely be rich. Now that our guild is in such a need of money, if we don't make this brat bleed a little, there will be no justice for me being locked up for so long. Drifting Blood said with a cold smile as he pointed toward Feng. A group of players following behind him, Brat. You were the one who had attacked my brother? Looking towards Feng, the person referred to as boss snorted as he asked Feng turn around, his brows wrinkling after taking a look. The person referred to as boss was comparable in size to Cola. He had a fierce-looking face, and he seemed to be around 30 years of age. In Feng's previous life, he once crossed paths with this person. Similarly, a swordsman, the person was named Ironsword Lion. He was one of the finest experts in martial union, and his strength was extremely powerful. During those days, their two guilds had fought over monsters on several occasions, and Ironsword Lion killed Flaming Tiger twice throughout those confrontations. Ironsword Lion caused Feng's party major losses, and they had no choice but to flee in dejection. Even Stabbing Heart of Assassins Alliance suffered defeat at the hands of Ironsword Lion. From then on, Ironsword Lion's name was widely spread, allowing martial union to rise to a third-rate guild. Feng intended to say something, but he was interrupted by Ironsword Lion. Ironsword Lion looked at Feng's scrawny body. Although the equipment on Feng was of good quality, Feng himself did not possess the air of an expert, and furthermore, he did not possess a guild emblem. Ironsword Lion determined that Feng was just a leisure player and that he must have bought some equipment just to show off. Immediately, Ironsword Lion proudly said, "Little brother, since you've beat my underling, pay up 20 silver coins, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, don't blame my sword for being merciless." Chapter 74, Ironsword Lion. It would be a miracle not to attract attention, getting involved in a robbery in the middle of the bustling trade area as expected. Just after Ironsword Lion finished speaking, a crowd of players surrounded them to get in on the fun. Isn't that Ironsword Lion from Martial Union? Is he awesome or something? You don't say. Why don't you look at his level and equipment? He's one of the rare few level 5 experts, and he is wearing at least 6 pieces of bronze equipment. I've also seen the weapon in his hand before. It's called Knight's Longsword, a very awesome weapon amongst level 4 bronze weapons. Moreover, he previously killed a lot of players outside the town, earning him a lot of glory. Che, they're just relying on numbers to bully others. How can that even be considered being skillful? If they're that good, they should fight those large guilds. At most, they can only bully newbies. They're even asking that guy for 20 silver coins. Isn't that just going overboard? Gaming experts would only have 3 or 4 silver coins on them, not to mention carrying 20. They're clearly forcing him into a corner. Chill. Speak softer. That Ironsword Lion isn't bullying people with numbers. His strength is the real deal. Previously, he was a top-tier expert in a wuxia virtual reality game, but he was compelled to transition to God's domain. Yesterday, he kill-stealed outside of town with other players and single-handedly defeated all 4 of them. Those 4 players were not noobs, but gaming veterans. They're stronger than us by at least a few leagues. If Ironsword Lion were to hear you, then tough luck, buddy. At that time, your only way out would be to delete your account and start all over again. Listening up to this point, the surrounding players all sucked in a breath of cold air. They no longer dared spout baseless gossip, their eyes sending pitiful gazes towards Feng. Of all the people Feng could provoke, he had chosen to provoke an expert. Moreover, an expert that covered up the shortcomings of his subordinates. Unless Feng deleted and recreated his account, he would definitely have to pay the 20 silver coins. However, leveling up to level 4 was a difficult task. If Feng chose to delete his account, then 2 days of his effort would be wasted. The average person would rather pay up than delete their accounts. This guy is just meeting one misfortune after the other. If it were normal times, he would just have to spend a few credits to collect the 20 silver coins. Now, however, not only are the prices for God's domain game currency ridiculously high, but it is also extremely hard to buy any. Right, seeing such a high buying price, even I am thinking of selling my game currency. However, going with this trend, the prices will still increase in the future. I want to stock up a little more, putting them up for sale later on. Just as the surrounding players were lamenting over Shurfeng's bad luck, as stalled by the street, several players were quietly watching Shurfeng. These players all wore luxurious equipment on their bodies, and each of them carried a faint smile on their face's brother stabbing heart. Should I go lend a hand? That way, Yifeng will have to owe us a favor. A male cleric that resembled a skinny monkey asked as he looked at stabbing heart fell in a deep thought. He felt that the cleric's words were logical. Indeed, Shurfeng had very powerful techniques, and he was also acquainted with a great character like the Snow Goddess. However, Ironsword Lion was a brutish expert. He also had the support of his guild. Overall, Shurfeng was definitely in a disadvantageous situation. If Stabbing Heart were to lend Shurfeng a helping hand, Shurfeng would definitely be grateful. To him, the favor of a great expert was extremely valuable. Often, a great expert, such as Shurfeng, was necessary for clearing a large dungeon. However, without good relations, such experts would usually pay zero heed to invitations, and some would go so far as to look down on them in contempt. Who did you think you are? Have you not received any education? Go, we definitely must go. However, let us wait for a while. Our value will only stand out in a crucial moment. It is also a good chance to let those plebeian guilds know of our might, Stabbing Heart softly said, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. After spending so many years within the virtual gaming world, Stabbing Heart understood a single principle. Every additional expert he befriended was an additional path he could take in the future. What's more, Shurfeng was a great, hidden expert that was acquainted with the Snow Goddess. If he were to antagonize instead of befriending Shurfeng, he would be digging his own grave. He would be creating a great enemy for himself in the future, alas. A small guild was doomed to remain a small guild. After mingling about for so many years, they did not even possess the eyesight to differentiate an expert from average players. It definitely wouldn't be long before natural selection eliminated them when the moment came. Assassin's Alliance would kill the chicken to warn the monkey too, utilizing Martial Union to raise their influence in Red Leaf Town. Little fool. Weren't you so awesome? How come you're acting like a fool now? I've said before that I would return, and when that time came, it would be your time of death. If you obediently hand over 20 silver coins right now, you can continue mingling about. Otherwise, delete your account and start all over again. Standing behind Ironsword Lion, Drifting Blood watched Shurfeng stand there in silence. He felt immensely pleased with himself, thinking Shurfeng had become afraid. However, such a reaction was only natural. Boss Ironsword's strength was a profound mystery, and even 10 of himself would not be a match to Boss Ironword. If a mere leisure player like Shurfeng were to meet the tyrannic Boss Ironword, he might have already been shocked dumb enough. Drifting Blood. I'm not an evil tyrant, nor do I wish for more trouble. These 20 silver coins can be considered as a lesson to him. I want him to know who he should and should not provoke. Ironsword Lion looked Drifting Blood in the eye, then turned toward Shurfeng and proudly said, You don't have to worry either. I, Ironsword Lion, am a person who holds true to my words. Hand over 20 silver coins, and as long as you don't provoke Martial Union, we will not find trouble with you. Hearing Ironsword Lion say so, Shurfeng really took out 20 silver coins from his bag. The silvery glow given off by the coins attracted people's hearts at this crucial period of the game. 20 silver coins were extremely hard to procure, even if one spent credits to purchase them. As for taking out 20 silver coins in one go. Crap, brat, you really are rich. So, what Drifting Blood said was indeed true. How about we become friends, and I'll cover for you in the future. Anybody who provokes, you will be provoking Martial Union. Ironsword Lion was greatly shocked at seeing the 20 silver coins, gulping down his saliva. Even he did not possess 20 silver coins right now. He did not imagine that Shurfeng, a leisure player, could bring out 20 silver coins. With that much money, Ironsword Lion would have much more confidence in competing for the Glimmer chestplate forging design when the surrounding players saw all these silver coins. Their mouths all gaped wide, and shock Shurfeng was truly rich. He was definitely a tycoon. Some of the upper echelons of large guilds also had their eyes turn red after seeing this scene. Ironsword Lion's luck was truly good. He was able to meet a brother tycoon just by simply searching for a player. How could it be? From afar, Stabbing Heart's expression was one of incomparable shock after witnessing Sure Feng's actions. However, what Stabbing Heart was shocked about was not the amount of money. Instead, he was shocked by Sure Feng's unexpected action. Even if Sure Feng could not win in a fight against Martial Union, this place was currently a safe zone. Nobody would dare to take action in here. After leaving the town, with Sure Feng's skills, escaping was definitely not a problem. So just why did Sure Feng compromise and offered up 20 silver coins? You wanted 20 silver coins, right? Sure Feng asked Ironsword Lion with a smile. Let's trade. Noticing that he had lost his composure, Ironsword Lion immediately turned serious, just as everyone was watching Ironsword Lion with envy. An incomparably pitch-black longsword pierced through the pit of Ironsword Lion's stomach. Ironsword Lion's HP was instantly reduced by over 100 points. Just as the person himself wanted to resist, he had discovered many chains binding him, preventing him from even moving a muscle. Sure Feng calmly pulled the abyssal blade out from Ironsword Lion's stomach. He then followed up with a chop and an earth splitter, his sword slashing down on Ironsword Lion's body. As a result, Ironsword Lion's HP madly fell without any signs of stopping the might of a magic weapon was incomparably shocking, even more so when coupled with a level 6 chop and a level 4 earth splitter. Killing a level 5 swordsman fully geared with bronze equipment was a truly simple matter, not to mention that Sure Feng had been the one to take the initiative and carried out a sneak attack. Even an expert would fall under such circumstances. These two attacks took all of Ironsword Lion's HP. Ironsword Lion did not even get the chance to retaliate before letting out a pitiful cry, his body falling to the ground, never to move again. Then, his body turned into starlight, vanishing and leaving behind a piece of equipment. Who else wants it? Sure Feng fixed his gaze on the members of Martial Union, giggling as he asked. The entire street of the trade area suddenly became deathly silent. Not a single person was able to mutter a word. Chapter 75. Money is a burden. Ironsword Lion died. Just like that, this ending was the complete opposite of everyone's expectations from the moment Sure Feng's sword pierced Ironsword Lion's stomach to the moment of Ironsword Lion's death. Everyone clearly witnessed Sure Feng's every action. However, one thing that made everyone feel odd was that Sure Feng's sword was not really that fast. From their perspective, even they could easily dodge Sure Feng's sword. So, why couldn't an expert like Ironsword Lion? Ironsword Lion died without even being able to retaliate. Could it be? Did Ironsword Lion just look impressive, but was actually a weakling? Was he just a paper tiger? However, everyone immediately denied such a silly notion in their hearts. Ironsword Lion's equipment was not fake. And being level 5 was not fake either. He was a genuine expert. However, how could an expert fully geared in bronze equipment, whose defense and HP far outstripped the average player, be killed so easily? It was truly inconceivable. Even if an average player were to attack Ironsword Lion madly, they would need quite some time before they could kill him off. However, Ironsword Lion was taken care of by Sure Feng in only 2 moves. How horrifying of an attack power did Sure Feng possess to achieve such a feat? Thinking up to this point, everyone felt utterly defeated. What fat sheep? What tycoon? The Sure Feng before them was simply a devil wearing human mask, giggling at them. Meanwhile, they had been completely oblivious to the truth. A cold chill suddenly flowed through their bodies, causing them to shiver. They no longer dared to look at Sure Feng's smiling face. You're despicable. Drifting Blood retreated a few steps, his trembling finger pointing at Sure Feng. Currently, Drifting Blood was facing incomparable shock in his heart. Compared to other people, he had a much greater understanding of Ironsword Lion's strength. Regarding Sure Feng's strength, he had a deep experience and fear of it. He became even more frightened now that he was targeted by Sure Feng once more. However, after having a better understanding of the situation, the place they were currently was a safe zone. What should he be afraid of? Suddenly, He laughingly said, "You're finished. Since you dared kill inside a safe zone, nobody will be able to protect you now. Just wait for the guard to come give you your sentence and lock you up." Everyone came to a sudden realization after hearing Drifting Blood say so. Previously, Feng sent all of them into shock. They had actually forgotten that this place was a safe zone and there were powerful guards protecting this place. Even if Feng was powerful, was he able to overpower the guards? In a moment, Feng would definitely be captured by the guards, falling to a miserable and truly a pity. However, he is truly courageous for killing someone inside a safe zone. It would still be worthwhile, even if you were killed by the guards and sent to close confinement. Whatever the case, he was able to shine for a moment. He will still be a hero when he gets released tomorrow. So cool. Big brother expert, little sister knows how to warm beds. Please add me as a friend. Please help me level. I swear I'll be obedient. Amongst the players present, plenty started admiring Feng's courage. Not only did he dare to go against martial union, he even challenged the laws of Red Leaf Town. Feng was literally their idol. Quite a number of good-looking female players started looking up information about Feng. Some of them had even taken the initiative to send him a friend request, wanting to get to know him at this moment. A team of heavily armored soldiers walked over Drifting Blood pointed at Feng, laughingly saying, "Weren't you very awesome? I want to see what you're going to do this time. Not only are you going to lose a level, but you will also be confined for 24 hours. Even if you're an expert, you will be reduced to a second-rate player after being confined for a day. At that time, I'll be looking forward to how our martial union will take care of you. Whether you go up to heaven or fall to hell, nobody will be able to save you." A distance away, Stabbing Heart was currently feeling endless regret, although Feng's series of actions just now looked to be slow. The feeling it gave off was extremely natural. His actions were as natural as breathing, not a hint of awkwardness about them. Stabbing Heart's admiration for Feng was even greater now. Feng's actions were the assassination techniques that Stabbing Heart pursued after average people would not understand what this represented. However, Stabbing Heart had played plenty of virtual reality games before, and he also had experience participating in fighting competitions. Hence, he understood just how powerful Feng's skills were. If it were the him of the past, Stabbing Heart would not feel anything special about Feng. However, he previously had the fortune of interacting with a martial arts master. That martial arts master previously mentioned such a situation battling itself was just the pursuit of the simplest method of slaughter. When such a technique was mastered to the extreme, others would be unable to feel any awkwardness about it. Instead, it would give off a very natural feeling. As for those experts who had reached such a level, all of them were extremely dangerous. That was because even if they were to stand before you with a smile, slashing a blade across your throat, and you clearly witnessed it all, you would still take it as a joke. So much so that you wouldn't even feel the danger that approached you. Your body would not react, and even until death, you would still be unaware of the attack. This was not some sort of profound technique. It was a kind of instinct that could only be learned after experiencing countless battles and training. However, such brutal training was not something the average person could go through. However, Feng had taken away Stabbing Heart's rare chance at making Feng owe him a favor. Stabbing Heart did not imagine Feng would be so decisive, killing Ironsword Lion with zero hesitation. How was he supposed to show off now? How was he supposed to find an opportunity to seek Feng's guidance now? Stabbing Heart had no ways to deal with the guards who just arrived. Regarding this situation, Stabbing Heart held bitter hatred towards Ironsword Lion. The person actually caused him to lose a good chance to ask for guidance wearing a silvery gray heavy armor. The guard captain walked up to Feng. The other guards surrounded him accordingly, causing the atmosphere of the street to become abnormally oppressive. "Mr. Guards, it was him who killed my big brother. You definitely must arrest him." Drifting Blood walked towards the guard captain, his face carrying a cold smile as he pointed at Feng, accusing. However, the guard captain paid no heed to Drifting Blood. Instead, his deep gaze shifted to Feng, a faint smile appearing on his face, saying, "Revered Lord Demon Hunter, this place is Red Leaf Town. According to the laws of the town, You have to pay the price for killing someone here. Otherwise, I can only invite you to make a trip to the confinement room." Everyone became dumbfounded after listening to the guard captain's words. Drifting Blood's mouth widened even more. It could fit 3 chicken eggs. What sort of situation was this? The guards did not actually kill Shifeng on the spot. Moreover, he would only be confined if he did not pay the fine. Was Shifeng the town mayor's son or something? No, that wasn't right. The town mayor was already dead. No one understood why the guards were so courteous today. When usually meeting them, not to mention a faint smile, they were gods of slaughter with grim expressions. I only killed him because he threatened me. However, I am not an unreasonable person. Tell me, what price do I have to pay? Shifeng nodded his head, calmly turning towards Drifting Blood and giving him a calm smile. Shifeng had his own reasons for daring to kill Ironsword Lion. Everyone else just recently entered God's domain, so they were still unfamiliar with the rules of the game. However, Shifeng had lived within God's domain for 10 years. He had long since memorized what actions he could and could not take, and to what extent he could take them. Shifeng was currently a noble. His status far outstripped that of commoners. If he was not a noble, he might have just turned around and left without paying any attention to Ironsword Lion. At worst, he would just start an exciting battle if they were to meet outside the town. Who would win at that time was still an unknown. However, Shifeng was now a noble. Even if he killed a normal player, the guard would not speak much of it, only requiring Shifeng to pay a fine. As for how much he would have to pay, that depended on his identity and status. However, according to his own wealth, Shifeng was still able to accept the fine 2 silver coins. The guard captain straightforwardly said, "Okay, got it. Here are 20 silver coins. Keep them." Shifeng did not imagine that it would be so cheap. Hence, he took out 20 silver coins and passed it to the guard Captain Lord Demon Hunter. "What are you trying to do here?" Looking at the 20 silver coins in his hand, the guard captain oddly asked, "Nothing much. These people before me threatened me previously, so I still wish to kill a few more people. Take it as an advance payment." The guard captain was stunned. Finished speaking, Shifeng unsheathed the abyssal blade. He used the level 5 thundering flash. 3 streaks of thunder instantly piercing the bodies of Drifting Blood and the others. All of them were instantly killed, dropping quite a lot of equipment. Even till death, Drifting Blood had not reacted to what happened at the same time. Shifeng's green color player indicator had turned a devilish red. All of the onlookers were stupefied. Was this Shifeng? He was just too awesome. The players from Martial Union were most likely dumbfounded now. Shifeng had simply spent 20 silver coins to purchase their lives. With money, you could do whatever you wanted. The more unfathomable thing was that the guard captain did not say a word about Shifeng's actions. He only counted the number of players who died. Discovering that he had received 4 extra silver coins, he returned the additional silver coins to Shifeng before he turned around and left. Chapter 76, Earth-Shattering Name. After getting rid of all of Martial Union's members, Shifeng sealed the feud between him and Martial Union. However, Shifeng did not regret his actions. Even if he turned and left just now, the players from Martial Union would not have let him go. So, he might as well weaken Martial Union's strength. He would have an easier time dealing with them the next time they met. Seeing several pieces of equipment on the ground, without paying any attention to the shock and curiosity of the onlookers, Shifeng went over and collected them. At the very least, these items could recompense the money he lost for purchasing lives. Though, isn't this the knight's longsword? Shifeng discovered that 2 pieces of bronze equipment dropped, and one of the 2 was the bronze weapon of Ironsword Lion. Perhaps Ironsword Lion was already spewing blood and anger in the graveyard right now. The knight's longsword was a good weapon amongst level 4 bronze equipment. In God's domain, equipment for weapon specialists and MTs were slightly higher than other equipment of the same level. Currently, the knight's longsword would be worth at least 10 silver coins, in addition to the other piece of level 3 bronze cloth armor and several pieces of common equipment. Shifeng discovered that he actually did not take a loss. On the contrary, he had made an additional 1 or 2 silver coins. Just when Shifeng was planning to leave, a change occurred to the gazes of the onlooking players. Greed permeated their faces. Feng had easily taken care of Ironsword Lion. He even killed several elite players with a single move. Not even a ghost would believe that Feng did not possess top-tier equipment. Moreover, Feng was currently a red player. If a red player were killed, the penalty they received would increase. Moreover, Feng had killed so many players. If he were to die, he would at least drop 3 or 4 pieces of equipment. So, what if the guards can find them for some time? Could it compare to obtaining top-tier equipment? If a noob wished to grow into an expert, having good equipment was a must. If they were to kill Feng, they would have a chance at becoming an expert. So, why wouldn't they kill him, unless they were willing to remain mediocre? What? You guys are looking for trouble with me, as well? Feng coldly laughed as he looked at his surroundings. It had been a while since he felt the sensation of being deep within enemy grounds after receiving Feng's cold glare. Everyone inadvertently retreated. None of them dared to be the first to attack. They were all waiting for someone to attack first, then take advantage of the situation to reap benefits for themselves. All of you, get out of the way. Feng is a friend of our Assassin's Alliance. Whoever looks for trouble with him will be looking for trouble with our Assassin's Alliance. At this moment, Stabbing Heart, along with a group of over 10 subordinates, created a path through the crowd as they headed towards Feng. When the players who wanted to kill Feng heard Stabbing Heart, every one of them were shocked. Who actually was Feng? Not only did he possess formidable strength, but the Assassin's Alliance even protected him. The Assassin's Alliance was well known throughout Red Leaf Town. It was the sole second-rate guild in Red Leaf Town, and its members could be found throughout the entire Starmoon Kingdom. However, the core strength of the Assassin's Alliance was located around the area of White River City. Other guilds could not compare to its influence. If they were to become enemies with the Assassin's Alliance, they would really have to delete their accounts and start all over again. That was because the Assassin's Alliance was famed for their assassinations. The feeling of being targeted by a group of assassins, just thinking about it, could make a person tremble with unease. With the appearance of the Assassin's Alliance, the surrounding players no longer dared to have ideas over Feng. Since they could not fish up any advantages, everyone promptly left the scene. Many thanks, Feng said gratefully, looking towards Stabbing Heart. Nonsense. With Brother Feng's strength, even if I didn't show up, they would still be helpless against you. I was just pushing the boat along the current. Stabbing Heart cupped his hands, saying in admiration, "Today, Brother Feng has really widened my horizons. Even I would find it hard to kill Ironsword Lion. I did not imagine Brother Feng's skills to be so powerful as to get rid of Ironsword Lion in just a few moves." "I was just lucky," Feng calmly said with a smile. Brother Feng really is humble. However, there is one matter that I can't make sense of. Why won't the guards find trouble with Brother Feng, even when you killed players in the safe zone? Stabbing Heart had faintly guessed the answer already. However, he still did not believe that Feng could accomplish it that quickly. Nothing much. I only have such a special privilege because I just completed a quest and became a noble in Red Leaf Town. Feng did not hide the truth from Stabbing Heart. He knew that he would not be able to hide it, so he might as well reveal a portion of the truth. As for the Demon Hunter title, he would still have to keep it a secret. Otherwise, it would be too eye-catching and attract unwanted trouble. Stabbing Heart's heart loudly thumped when hearing Feng's explanation. His eyes stared at Feng. Mind-boggled. Assassin's Alliance had spent an unknown amount of effort to obtain reputation for Red Leaf Town. Yet, they only managed to obtain 10 reputation to date. Even Broken Wind, guild leader of the first-rate guild, Star River Federation, was only a first-class citizen, and there was still a long way to go before he became a noble. However, the Feng before him was actually a noble already. The difference between them was just too huge. Originally, Stabbing Heart already had a high estimation of Feng's strength. He truly did not imagine that he was still underestimating Feng. However, according to his memory, he was acquainted with most of the top-tier experts that use swords. Even the ones he weren't acquainted with, he had at least met before. However, Feng did not resemble any of the figures in Stabbing Heart's memory. However, the world was a wide place. There was bound to be some top-tier experts who hid from the world now, that God's domain's influence was growing larger by the day, it wasn't particularly strange for these experts to enter God's domain as well. It was no wonder that the snow goddess acted extremely friendly when dealing with Sure Fong. Stabbing Heart guessed that Sure Fong was an extremely famous but hidden expert, and that he was merely unaware of him. The earlier he tightened the connection with such hidden experts, the greater the aid it would be towards the guild's future development. Thinking of up to this point, Stabbing Heart smiled slightly. He felt his luck was good for discovering a top-tier expert like Sure Fong. On the other hand, did not know why Stabbing Heart suddenly smiled. He took a glance at the street filled with guilds purchasing game currency, abruptly asking, "Brother Stabbing Heart, I wonder what has happened here? Why are there so many guilds trying to collect game currency?" "Oh, you don't know?" Stabbing Heart was slightly shocked, looking at Sure Fong with astonished eyes. This matter had already become well known amongst the players in White River City, so how could Sure Fong not know about it? Sure Fong shook his head, saying, "I've been doing my quest all this time, only returning now. So that's why. This matter has also only recently started." Stabbing Heart came to a realization. He then explained, "Not long ago, a Glimmer chestplate forging design appeared on the auction house. You should know how good the attributes on the Glimmer chestplate are. The usefulness of its forging design goes without saying. After all the guilds discovered its existence, all of them started competing over it. Our guild is no exception. Unfortunately, our guild's background is still slightly lacking, and Star River Federation won the forging design for 2 gold and 33 silver coins. Originally, our guild had already given up. However, it wasn't long before another Glimmer chestplate forging design appeared on the auction house. That was the start of all the commotion. Every guild has started to madly collect funds. All of them wanted a bid on it. The bidding this time ended with the Glimmer chestplate forging design being sold for 2 gold, 51 silver coins. Nobody could have imagined that a third piece would have appeared right when many guilds were feeling disappointment. Right now, everyone is still bidding over the third piece. However, according to my estimates, the third piece will be sold at an even higher price. Only, nobody knows if there will be more of the forging designs up for auction. So I came here to collect game currency currently. Everyone is guessing that Black Flame Forger is selling the Glimmer chestplate forging designs. After all, bronze equipment forging designs aren't just cabbage, not to mention similar forging designs. Moreover, the Black Flame Forger was the one who previously sold Glimmer chestplates. So, everyone inwardly understands that these forging designs are being sold anonymously by this Black Flame Forger. I have to admit that this Black Flame Forger strategy is truly clever. Previously, he competed with hammer trading to reduce the price of Glimmer chestplate. However, it turns out that his eyes were not set on the equipment, but on the current forging designs. Hammer trading, who had competed with the Black Flame Forger, had thoroughly become insane as well. Although he declared that he would compete with the Black Flame Forger until one of them went broke, unfortunately for him, the Black Flame Forger no longer paid any attention to him currently. A lot of people wish to get in touch with the Black Flame Forger. Unfortunately, there is no way to contact that person. The Snow Goddess of Ouroboros even posted a thread on the forums, asking the Black Flame Forger to contact her. She wants to discuss the matters of cooperation and wants him to state his price without hesitation. With this, the Black Flame Forger had thoroughly become famous. Aside from White River City, the entire Starmoon Kingdom is currently discussing the Black Flame Forger. He is currently acknowledged as the #1 forger in all of Starmoon Kingdom. Stabbing Heart felt deep regret as he spoke. His expression revealed reverence towards the Black Flame Forger. So, that's it. I wonder if Brother Stabbing Heart would be interested in purchasing the Glimmer chestplate forging design? Sure Fong casually asked Stabbing Heart, after having a general grasp of the situation. Chapter 77, Adding Fuel to the Fire. Although Sure Fong only casually asked, Stabbing Heart's head, however, abruptly spun, his eyes looking at Sure Fong with anticipation. With an excited expression on his face, he asked, "Could it be, Brother Yi Fong, you have the Glimmer chestplate forging design?" Currently, Forging designs for bronze equipment were madly fought over by the large guilds, all of them competing with the depth of their financial backing. Nobody could firmly say the remaining number of Glimmer chestplate forging designs that would be sold. Maybe the first-rate guilds would buy up all the forging designs. Second-rate guilds' chance to obtain one might never come if he could obtain a forging design for a bronze equipment right now. Then the Assassin's Alliance could stay a step ahead of the other second-rate guilds. They would be able to create a great reputation for themselves and make a large profit. At that time, they would have a greater chance when competing over White River City, however. Sherfong simply shook his head. Stabbing Heart's excited mood was suddenly extinguished, becoming downhearted. However, after he gave it some thought, aside from the Black Flame Forger and Hammer Trading, there had yet to be a third player who could bring out a forging design. After all, such an item depended on luck to obtain. Didn't you want to bid for the Glimmer chestplate? I can lend you some money, Sherfong said in an unhurried tone. Realization struck Stabbing Heart. Sherfong indeed was very rich. It was obvious that he had considerable possessions from the way he was able to take out 20 silver coins without effort. However, compared to those first-rate guilds, the difference was still far too great. It would be amazing if Sherfong had 30 to 40 silver coins. Hence, Stabbing Heart said with a sigh, "Brother Yifeng, it's not that I don't believe you, but the Glimmer chestplate forging design's price is just too high. Just 20 or 30 silver coins won't be very useful." "Oh, then how much do you need to bid for it?" Sherfong confidently asked, although Sherfong did not know how much was needed to bid for the forging design. He had over 4 gold coins that he obtained from the 2 forging designs that were sold. The money from these 2 items had already been deposited in his bag, so he was certain he would be able to bid for the 3rd Glimmer chestplate forging design successfully. He could also make Stabbing Heart owe him a favor by doing so. In any case, these coins would still end up in his hands. Why would he be against this decision? The results of the Glimmer chestplate forging design far surpassed Sherfeng's expectations. With this many guilds going all out, competing for the forging design, it was no wonder there was a game currency shortage, causing the price to soar. However, this situation was a very good news to Sherfong. If Sherfong did not add fuel to the fire right now, he would not be doing his long period of arduous effort any. Just as Stabbing Heart raised 3 fingers, helplessly saying, "The competition right now is becoming increasingly heated. According to my estimates, we would need at least 3 gold coins to secure the bid. Otherwise, there is no hope for success." "How much do you have on your side?" Sherfong asked, taking the initiative. He did not intend to lend Stabbing Heart 3 gold coins in a single breath. "I have 2 gold, 10 silver. It is extremely hard to collect game currency right now, as the other guilds have purchased almost all of it. I have already planned to give up the competition and instead go and level up," Stabbing Heart said with a sigh. "Then I'll lend you 90 silvers. That way, you will have collected 3 gold coins," Sherfong said, smiling. He immediately selected to trade with Stabbing Heart, placing 90 silver coins in the trade window. Stabbing Heart was suddenly shocked when he saw the 90 silver coins inside the trade window. He did not imagine Sherfong would possess that much money. Also, Sherfong had also spent over 10 silver coins just now. Didn't that mean that Sherfong had at least 1 gold coin on his person? If the Assassin's Alliance did not put all their efforts into collecting funds, then the guild's fluid funds would be similar to the amount Sherfong possessed. However, they were a second-rate guild, and their guild members numbered over 20,000. They also had a specialized 500-man money farming team. Meanwhile, the money Sherfong had earned, alone, was actually more or less the same as their guild. "Brother Yifeng, thank you, truly. I will repay this favor in the future," Stabbing Heart excitedly exclaimed. "However, I can't just let brother take a loss. Tomorrow, I will definitely return 1 gold coin to you." Currently, the game currency of God's domain was extremely precious, especially in this period where forging designs were being competed over. Originally, Stabbing Heart wanted to purchase it using credits. However, when he thought about the preciousness of the game currency, it was hard to buy, even if he had the money. Moreover, Sherfong did not lack credits. Hence, he did not have an urge to let those words leave his mouth, and instead chose to compensate Sherfong With an interest of 10 silver coins, however, Shifeng had become slightly speechless as he only wished for credits. He was shouldering a large debt right now. In addition to the workshop and the rent he needed in the future, he was desperately in need of money. What would he do with that much game currency? How could it be as dependable as credits? The earlier he started his workshop, the earlier he could recruit stable party members. When he could enter large-scale dungeons, he would be able to better earn money, level up, and increase the workshop's reputation, building a better foundation for establishing his guild. If he started too late, it would be hard even to set foot in White River City. Every moment counted right now, brother Stabbing Heart. Don't say it's such. If you didn't show up today, I would not be able to avoid a bloody battle. I owe you a favor, so for these 90 silvers, I'll just sell you each silver coin at 60 credits. Every guild would be in need of coins in the initial stages of the game, so you don't have to be polite with me, Shifeng said in a sincere tone. Stabbing Heart was immediately moved by Shifeng's words. He thought that Shifeng was a friend who was worth knowing. If he returned Shifeng 1 gold coin tomorrow, it would cause quite a lot of trouble to the guild's operation. Moreover, nurturing forgers and purchasing materials required large sums of coins. It couldn't be any better if he purchased them using credits. I can't thank Brother Yifeng enough. However, 60 credits is a little too low. I don't have a nerve to buy them at that price, and just saying it would cause others to make fun of me. I'll buy each silver coin for 80 credits for a total of 7,200 credits. I'll transfer them to your account immediately. Stabbing Heart was very joyful. Even if Shifeng were to have complaints about the matter, Stabbing Heart would still stubbornly transfer all 7,200 credits to Shifeng. Brother Yifeng, I'll be leaving a bid for the forging design first. If you have any problems in the future, please don't hesitate to contact me. I'll definitely go all out to help you. Finished speaking, Stabbing Heart hurriedly left with his subordinates to the auction house. Seeing the additional 7,200 credits in his bank account, Shifeng helplessly smiled. His opinion of Stabbing Heart grew even more favorable in his heart. Currently, his bank account had more than 20,000 credits. The money for 2 virtual gaming helmets was now secured. At the very least, he would not lose the virtual gaming helmet after the 7-day duration was up and lose the ability to play God's Domain. The remaining task he had was to earn even more money and collect some funds before the start of the school's fellowship party. Who knew? He might obtain a great chance at the fellowship party, building an unshakable foundation for his workshop. In Shifeng's previous life, Shadow had obtained a big chance at the fellowship party. It was precisely because of this chance that allowed Shadow Workshop's strength to greatly increase, giving them the confidence to compete with other third-rate guilds over controlling rights for White River City in this life. Since he was to attend the fellowship party, he would not let go of this great opportunity. Naturally, he would compete for as much as he could, following which, Shifeng looked for a hotel and rented a guest room there in Red Leaf Town. The red name above his head was too eye-catching. If he did not look for a way to deal with it, his every action would attract the attention of surrounding players. I never thought I would have to use this item this quickly. Shifeng took out the demon mask from his bag. He could not help but shake his head and laugh. If he did not have this item, he really would have a difficult time solving the matter of his red name after wearing the demon mask. Shifeng adjusted his facial appearance. His new appearance was very different from his original self. At the same time, his red name also turned green. If others did not possess a high-leveled observation skill, they would not be able to see through his disguise. After confirming that there were no problems, Shifeng placed his remaining 3 gold coins onto the virtual trade center. Each silver coin was sold for 80 credits. Based on the current level of competition, as long as the Assassin's Alliance successfully bid for the forging design, those first-rate guilds and other second-rate guilds would most likely be unable to sit tight. The competition then would be more insane than now. Shifeng was not worried that his game currency would not sell. Just as Shifeng was about to leave the hotel, a sudden realization flashed past him. He lightly tapped his own forehead. How could I forget about this thing? Now that I have the demon's mask, how can I not properly use it? Shifeng revealed a bright smile. Chapter 78, Black and White Interweave. The demon mask was able to hide the user's identity. In God's Domain, It would be inconvenient for Sure Feng to reveal himself in many matters. However, with the demon mask, he would be able to have another identity to move about in the darkness, carrying out many tasks that he himself could not do. In right now was one such time. After walking out of the hotel, Sure Feng took a look at his surroundings. He discovered several players behaving oddly. Their eyes were glued onto the hotel's main entrance, as if they were waiting for something. However, due to the effects of the demon mask, these players did not pay any attention to Sure Feng. Why hasn't that brat come out yet? Is he planning to stay inside there until his red name changes back? An assassin standing outside the hotel entrance said impatiently, "What are you in a rush for? That brat is dead for sure." He actually dared to sneak an attack on Boss Ironsword. He even killed so many of our brothers. The enmity between him and Martial Union has already reached an irreconcilable state. I want to see just how long he can hide. If he were to wait foolishly, instead of killing monsters to reduce the weight of his crime, he would need to wait more than 30 hours before his red name disappears. Even if he is currently powerful, after more than 30 hours have gone by, our equipment and levels will surpass him by a huge leap. At that time, killing him to level 0 will be much easier. Another assassin said with a sneer. While these players from Martial Union were making fun of Sure Feng, they did not notice their target standing right next to them, and that he heard every single detail of their conversation. Martial Union sure is quick in taking action. They really are thinking highly of me if they send a party of assassins to watch out for me. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to play around with them. I'll just let them wait for the sky to turn bright. Sure Feng had long since guessed that Ironsword Lion would not let him go. After all, Sure Feng had crossed paths with Ironsword Lion many times in his previous life. He had a very good understanding of Ironsword Lion's personality. Ironsword Lion would definitely want revenge, even if he had to pay a great price. As long as he was able to obtain revenge, he would definitely do it. Moreover, he would repay it hundreds to thousands of times over. If one were to put it nicely, Ironsword Lion was a simple man. If one were to put it badly, however, Ironsword Lion was a person with a one-track mind. Others could easily discern his thoughts, following which Sure Feng departed from the hotel with a carefree attitude. Meanwhile, the party of assassins was still foolishly waiting in front of the hotel's entrance. They were jeering at Sure Feng's cowardice, only daring to hide inside the hotel. In the end, death would still be awaiting him at the trade area, a sea of people crowded in front of the auction house. Sure Feng could not even squeeze himself inside to purchase materials. Without a better option, Sure Feng could only give up for now and visit the Chefs Association to take a look at Violet Cloud's progress. First, compared to the currently popular Forging Association, the Chefs Association was completely deserted. There was only a fragment of lifestyle players entering and leaving the association. After arriving at the kitchen he previously rented, Sure Feng readjusted the demon mask, returning to his original appearance but still hiding his red name. After entering the kitchen, Sure Feng discovered Violet Cloud currently concentrating on making fruit juice. Her hand movements were extraordinarily speedy and experienced. She was currently also level 3, surpassing many other lifestyle players. Although Sure Feng had seen many master chefs make cold beverages before, none of their actions were as smooth and natural as Violet Cloud's. It was truly hard to believe why Violet Cloud would say her production speed was extremely slow. Her speed was shockingly fast. Did Violet Cloud intentionally trick him? Sure Feng shook his head, feeling that Violet Cloud had no reason for doing such a thing. Hence, he walked over and suddenly asked, "Violet, how are you faring?" However, as if Sure Feng's question did not enter Violet Cloud's ears, she was still concentrating on making fruit juice. There was nothing else present in her heart. Looking at Violet Cloud's degree of focus, Sure Feng was slightly shocked himself. He no longer tried to interrupt Violet Cloud, and instead chose to stand by the side and observe her. After more than 10 minutes had passed, Violet Cloud had yet to discover Sure Feng's presence. Meanwhile, she had already crafted more than 10 cups of fruit juice. These fruit juices looked extremely refreshing, and they gave off a faint, captivating fragrance after she used up the materials in her hands, just when Violet Cloud was about to retrieve more. Ah! Violet Cloud was shocked into a jump as she discovered that her boss, Feng, was standing behind her. From the looks of it, he had been waiting for quite some time. Now Violet Cloud's heart became frantic as she thought about how she let her employer wait for so long. Lowering her head, she said in a nervous tone, "Sir, have you completed the 900 cups of fruit juice?" Feng asked with a smile. Feng's evaluation of Violet Cloud had greatly risen. As of this moment, the more focused someone was when doing something, the greater the efficiency. It was also easier for them to overcome difficulties. However, not everyone was able to constantly maintain a high degree of focus. Just like how a student's thoughts would wander after studying for a long period of time, or become absent-minded after listening to the teacher's lecture for some time, however, Violet Cloud possessed extraordinary focus. When carrying out a task, her efficiency would definitely increase by several folds, doing half the work for double the effect. It was no wonder why she was able to become a cleric god in the end. Even if she were not a cleric, and instead played some other job, her achievements would most likely still be great in. They're all done. However, I obtained a realization when I was making them before. After spending a lot of materials, I created a new fruit juice. You won't blame me for it, right, sir? Violet Cloud said, slightly afraid. After all, she did not carry out her task according to Feng's requirements. After completing the 900 cups of fruit juice, she went on to concoct other recipes. Feng involuntarily laughed. Looking at the hundreds of cups of fruit juice on the table, he encouragingly said, "Why would I blame you? More than that, I want to reward you. With the new fruit juice, I will have greater confidence in carrying out that task of mine. Here are 3 silver coins as your reward. I hope that you can bring forth many new creations in the future. As for your share in the sales of these fruit juices, I'll give it to you after I sell them. As for the fruit juices, you no longer need to make them for now. Afterward, focus on making the wolf meat dishes. I still have a great use for them." Currently, players did not regard wolf meat as precious. However, after it was turned into a wolf meat dish, its price could be increased over 10 times. Such an increase was due to the fact that after consuming the wolf meat dish, every job would have their main attributes increased by 5 points, and its duration was 1 hour. Such an increase was extremely attractive to a majority of the players. The increase was equivalent to gaining another level, and with it, they would be able to kill monsters much more quickly. Only, after taking the manufacturing costs into account, most of the current chef players did not pay much attention to dishes with such high costs. However, by the time they did pay attention, they would have already missed a huge opportunity. "Thank you, sir. I will definitely complete my task." Excitement and appreciation filled Violet Cloud's face after she received the 3 silver coins. She felt she was truly lucky for being able to meet Feng. Otherwise, she would still have to conduct sales out in the streets, only to end up selling just a few cups. Even if she were to strive for an entire week, she would not be able to earn 3 silver coins. Yet, she had such an amount with just a day's effort, following which Feng stored all the fruit juices in his bag. There were more than 1,700 cups of them, and if each cup were sold at 1 copper coin, then that would sum up to 17 silver coins. To an average player, it was definitely a huge sum of money. To Feng, however, it was just spare change. However, Feng did not intend to sell any of them, as he had another use for them system. The Glimmer chestplate forging design you have placed on auction has been sold. After deducting the processing fees, a total of 2 gold, 76 silver has been added to your bag space. Has Assassin's Alliance won the bid already? Feng called out the official forums. Just as expected, the Assassin's Alliance posted a thread, widely advertising the forging design they successfully bid on and taking the chance to increase their fame and influence. After all, being able to purchase a forging design indicated the guild's background. This would cause many leisure players to reconsider their estimates of the Assassin's Alliance's strength. Violet, if you wish to convert your coins to credits, wait for another hour or 2 before registering them on the virtual trade center. That way, you will be able to obtain a higher price. Feng reminded Violet Cloud after some thought. Violet Cloud obediently nodded her head. Although she did not understand Feng's intentions, she still chose to believe in him. After all, Surefone was currently her knight in shining armor afterward. Surefone gave Violet Cloud another 5 silver coins for her to purchase the materials needed to make the wolf meat dish. He then departed from the Chef's Association, his appearance changing into an older gentleman. It's about time I contacted her. Surefone had done all the necessary preparations. Moreover, the Assassin's Alliance had caused the other guilds to start a panic. So, now was about the right time to contact that person. Surefone called out his friend Window and looked for the Snow Goddess, a cunning smile appearing on his face. Chapter 79, Mysterious Black Flame. In the core area of Kurik Fields, one could see groups of grassland lion cubs every 100 meters or so. If a party's positioning were slightly off, they would attract tens of grassland lion cubs towards them. Moreover, at the large tree located in central region of the fields, there lived a level 6 elite grassland lion. That place could be said to be a forbidden area for level 6 players, however. Inside this forbidden area, Gentle Snow's party was constantly clearing the surrounding level 6 grassland lion cubs. They were clearing out an empty land for the purpose of hunting the elite grassland lion. If ordinary players were to see their daring actions, they would definitely exclaim in astonishment. A party waged battle against more than 10 grassland lion cubs wearing a suit of azure armor. Gentle Snow valiantly battled. She was like a war goddess, fighting 1 against 10,000. A simple slash from her had sent 3 grassland lion cubs flying. Simultaneously, she was dodging the claws of the remaining 2 lion cubs. If an expert were to see Gentle Snow battle, their eyes might have popped out of their sockets by now. Although her single slash seemed simple, she struck the vital points of all 3 grassland lion cubs. Her dodges were even more accurate. It was like she possessed eyes at the back of her head. Without even turning her head, she was able to avoid the claw strikes that came from behind her on another side. The flame which, Zhao Yueru, was like an artillery cannon. A single frost flame blast from her had taken away 1/3 of the grassland lion cub's HP. Just when the grassland lion cub switched hatred and was about to rush at Zhao Yueru, the woman, herself, revealed a smile of disdain. As her mouth chanted the final verse of an incantation, her lily-white hands finished writing the incantation, following which a flame dragon appeared. The dragon spewed scorching hot flames, immediately decimating the grassland lion cub, rushing towards Zhao Yueru. Zhao Yueru's control over magic was extremely subtle, reaching its pinnacle. Her chanting and tracing were even more extraordinary. Normally, players would need 3 seconds to complete both actions, but Zhao Yueru only spent 6 seconds. Her completion rate was even at 86%, increasing the damage of Fire Dragon's roar by 120%. This single move instantly took away 2/3 of the grassland lion cub's HPA. Few moments later, more than 10 grassland lion cubs laid dead on the ground rest for a while and prepared to lure those 2 elite grassland lions over. Shield Warrior, you'll tank one, while I handle the other. After tidying up the loot, Gentle Snow commanded as she looked towards the 2 patrolling elite grassland lions in the distance. Just as everyone was resting, Gentle Snow received a single message signed with the name of Black Flame. Looking at this signature, Gentle Snow's brows slightly wrinkled. Previously, she put out word that she wished to discuss matters of cooperation with the Black Flame Forger. It did not take long before she received a reply. Originally, she had felt rather joyous at the fact. However, a few moments later, she received another pile of similar messages, all of them claiming themselves to be the Black Flame Forger. However, after undergoing a simple questioning and identification, she discovered that all of these players were fakes. Every one of them wanted to swindle some money from her. Snow. Is it another harassing message? Why not you just set it so you can only receive messages from your friends? That way, these messages won't bother you anymore. Zhao Yueru suggested after noticing Gentle Snow's unnatural behavior. Gentle Snow shook her head, saying in a serious tone, I'm not acquainted with the Black Flame Forger. If the real Black Flame Forger were to contact us, and we weren't able to receive his message, wouldn't we have posted that thread for nothing? I'll still take a look at it. In any case, it is very easy to determine the authenticity of the Black Flame Forger. However, Gentle Snow suddenly froze when she read the message. That was because this message had very clearly proven the authenticity of this black flame. He wanted her to go to the virtual trade center and, using the password he had given, enter a designated trade room to trade for the Glimmer chestplate forging design. It seems that I finally have some gains after waiting for so long. Gentle Snow revealed a faint smile. From the contents of the message, she could clearly feel that this black flame was the real deal. Otherwise, he would not suggest trading the forging design at the virtual trade center. After all, black flame imposters would not have a forging design. What is it? Did the real black flame contact you? Looking at Gentle Snow nodding to her question, Zhao Yueru became immediately excited. Wishing to meet this mysterious forger, she asked, "When do we meet him?" Currently, the Black Flame Forger was known by everybody. He was even in possession of a forging design that could increase a guild's influence. After carrying out one questionable action after another, only now did they find out his true motive. Zhao Yueru couldn't help but admit the brilliance of the Black Flame Forger's methods. He paid such a huge price all to control the initiative in the game played by the various guilds. Now, every guild within the area of White River City could not help but get caught up in this spiral. Otherwise, they would be eliminated by the other guilds. His unpredictable actions even caused her to feel admiration. He was unlike a certain someone who was clearly just a lucky bastard, yet still pretended to be an expert. Just thinking about that person made Zhao Yueru's blood boil in anger. Compared to the Black Flame Forger, the difference between them was thousands of miles apart. I just contacted him. However, he does not want to add us as friends. He only said he wants to meet at the level 8 map, Fissus Canyon, in 4 hours. Fissus Canyon isn't that far away from our current location. I'll buy the forging design first. Then we'll quickly clear up these elite grassland lions. If we hurry over, we should be able to make it. Even Gentle Snow was clearly excited right now. There were so many first-rate guilds in Starmoon Kingdom, yet she didn't imagine that the Black Flame Forger would actually be willing to cooperate with them. She couldn't help but admit that they were extremely lucky, or maybe that Black Flame had some other plans. In any case, she wouldn't be able to see through the thoughts of this Black Flame Great. Then let's hurry. If we make him wait too long, it would be terrible if he didn't want to meet us anymore. Zhao Yueru abruptly stood up, excitedly, saying, "So look at you in such a hurry. We still have time." Gentle Snow rolled her eyes at Zhao Yueru. She did not imagine that Zhao Yueru would be so interested in Black Flame. Normally, she would not be as enthusiastic towards other people she met meanwhile. Shifeng, the target of Gentle Snow and Zhao Yueru's conversation, had already departed from Red Leaf Town. He was running towards the White Sand Ruins. The White Sand Ruins was a level 10 monster area. It was also one of the must-come leveling areas for players of Red Leaf Town and several other nearby towns. That was because the quests available here were very numerous. Amongst them, there was no lack of guild quests and reputation quests. There were even 2 unique quests here. The rewards for these 2 unique quests were extremely bountiful, and they would bring plenty of benefits to Shifeng when he officially entered White River City in the future. Hence why Shifeng was running to the White Sand Ruins. Just as Shifeng arrived at a sea of white sand, a message from Gentle Snow arrived. The message stated that they had to delay the meeting time by an hour suddenly, and as a compensation, aside from buying the forging design at price of 24,000 credits, they would give him an additional 20,000 credits. Their wealth was practically overbearing. Shifeng did not really mind the delay in time. In any case, he also needed quite some time to complete the quests here. Meanwhile, 20,000 credits was 2 months' worth of salary of a gold-collar worker. Gentle Snow used it as compensation for being late. Moreover, this was only the start of the business between them. Yet, he had already earned more than 40,000 credits. He could not help but admit that there were many benefits for working with a person like Gentle Snow, especially when the person herself was not lacking money. Even the rich from other virtual reality games could not compete with her following, which, based on his memories, Shifeng searched for a secret path in the White Sand Ruins. After walking this path for nearly half an hour, he caught sight of a bunker buried in the white sand. Two level 10 elite black steel dwarves guarded the bunker's entrance. One of the two unique quests, Steel Fortress Barrutia, could be found inside this bunker. Chapter 80, Steel Fortress Barrutia. Black steel dwarves, they were a group of fanatics addicted to forging. The civilization of the black steel dwarves was once incomparably brilliant, and their shadows could be found in the creation of countless pieces of legendary equipment. The arms of black steel dwarves were as thick and robust as their thighs, and their muscles were as hard as stone. In addition to their dark skin color, often they were mistaken for rocks during nighttime, and many people would sit on them accidentally, of course. The consequences of such an action were very grave, as the thing these black steel dwarves hated the most was being treated as stools. Feng straightforwardly walked over this bunker in the white sand ruins, was extremely well hidden. In Feng's previous life, it took a long time before the many guilds doing quests in the white sand ruins discovered the bunker. They received many good quests from this bunker, and some quests even gave away mysterious iron equipment. However, such quests usually required a party in order to complete them. It was absolutely impossible for a person to complete them alone, however. Compared to these quests, the favorability of these black steel dwarves was much more important. This secret was also only discovered after players had already reached more than 20 levels. There was a unique quest called Steel Fortress Barrutia available here. However, because the unique quest required a certain amount of favorability before a player could receive it, many players missed the chance to obtain it. On the contrary, an unknown average player received the unique quest. Moreover, after completing the unique quest, the player instantly became the recruitment target of many guilds arriving in front of the bunker's entrance. The two elite black steel dwarves standing guard let Feng enter. After giving him a simple glance, the inside of the bunker was very large. It was just like an underground town. Black steel dwarves were everywhere, and the majority of the streets were composed of either weapons and equipment shops or bars, with very few places of entertainment moving along the main street. Feng arrived before a steel building after making several turns and detours. The building was the city hall, and when Feng entered the building, the town mayor, a level 30 elite NPC, quickly noticed him. As it has been a long time since any outsiders entered this small town, the mayor happily went up to welcome Feng. "Hello, adventurer. Welcome to Stonemer Town. I am Blackbeard, the town mayor." Blackbeard warmly said, "Hello, Lord Mayor. It is my first time coming here, so I wonder if I could be of any use to you." Feng performed respectfully, as such actions would give NPCs a more favorable opinion of him. Blackbeard caressed his thick beard. After thinking for a while, he said, "Adventurer, our small town indeed needs help. The weather of area around here is getting hotter by the day, and our water supply is continuously diminishing. As a result, it is getting harder for the inhabitants to live in this small town. I will pay a sufficient price, so I hope you can help us obtain a large water supply or something that can help with the heat." "System, do you wish to accept the quest, Blackbeard's request?" Feng revealed a faint smile. "He was here exactly because of this. I will be happy to help." Feng responded. The most important thing in Rockhammer Town was the town mayor's favorability. However, the town mayor's favorability was not that easy to obtain. That was because the quest he gave was not easy to complete. Moreover, the rewards of the quest were few, causing many players to give up on grinding for the town mayor's favorability system. Quest Blackbeard's request accepted. Offer 100 bags of clear water or 5 cups of cold beverage to the town mayor Blackbeard following, which Feng retrieved the fruit juice he had prepared. For every 5 cups of fruit juice Feng offered, he could obtain 2 copper coins, an increase of 1 point to Blackbeard's favorability, and 100 XP to a level 8 to 9 player. 100 XP could be considered negligible. Just by simply killing a level 10 common monster, they would be able to obtain over 200 EXP. Moreover, 100 bags of clear water were sold for 5 copper coins in other towns, and 5 cups of the cheapest kind of cold beverage would similarly cost 5 copper coins. After deducting the cost, that meant that players would be spending 3 copper coins in exchange for 100 EXP. Only a lunatic would be willing to do such a thing, however. Feng was very willing to his current level. 100 EXP was not a small amount. It was a lot more than the EXP he would obtain from killing a level 5 common monster following which Shifeng handed over fruit juices without stop. After he handed over 1,000 cups of fruit juice, he obtained a total of 400 copper coins and 200 points of favorability. He also obtained 20,000 EXP, instantly bringing him up to 69% of level, for he had risen so much just within 10 short minutes. It was literally faster than grinding on level 10 elite monsters. After his favorability reached 200 points, Shifeng started asking Blackbeard about the unique quest. However, Blackbeard remained silent, his eyes darting about, pretending to know nothing about the quest as expected. My favorability is still not high enough. Shifeng had more or less expected such a result. Hence, he brought out Violet Cloud's new type of fruit juice. Lord Mayor, what do you think about this kind of fruit juice? After seeing this new fruit juice, Blackbeard took in his hands and gave it a whiff. Suddenly, both his eyes shone as he excitedly said, "This cup completely surpasses the previous 5 cups. Adventurer, I wonder how many of these do you have? I am willing to pay an extra 1 copper coin to purchase it." Shifeng couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Blackbeard's extremely satisfied expression. He did not imagine that Violet Cloud's craftsmanship would be so good as to tempt even an NPC into willingly to concede. Such a situation was very rarely seen in God's domain since Blackbeard liked the new fruit juice. Shifeng naturally continued the transaction without stopping. He had a total of 750 cups of the new type of fruit juice. Every cup earned him 3 copper coins, 1 point of favorability, and 100 EXP. It could be seen just how much Blackbeard loved this item in such a way. Shifeng easily received 2,250 coppers and 750 points of favorability. He also received 75,000 EXP, instantly bringing him to 46% of level 5. His leveling speed was like a rocket. Unfortunately, making a new type of fruit juice required a lot of time. Moreover, Violet Cloud still had other matters to tend to. Otherwise, Shifeng really wanted Violet Cloud to make up to 10,000 cups for him. Instantly rushing to level 10 and over with 950 points of favorability, the town mayor Blackbeard finally opened his mouth. Moreover, he did not hide any secrets this time. He was treating Shifeng like his close friend. Shifeng had even received the Stonemer key, which had not been mentioned by the player in his previous life system. Unique quest Steel Fortress Barrutia accepted. Player is required to go to Fissus Canyon to look for the fallen Steel Fortress Barrutia and obtain the Titan's heart from within it. Town Mayor Blackbeard will provide an extremely bountiful reward for it with such a high amount of favorability. Shifeng could also purchase forging designs from Blackbeard. Shifeng was shocked after taking a rough look at the available items. There were a total of 10 forging designs for sale. 5 of them were common equipment forging designs. 3 of them were bronze equipment forging designs. 1 of them was a mysterious iron weapon forging design, and the last was a mysterious iron equipment forging design. Blackbeard must have even taken out his inheritance with this. These forging designs were all for level 8 to level 10 equipment. However, the bronze equipment forging designs were sold for 60 silver coins each, while the mysterious iron rank forging designs were sold for up to 1 gold and 50 silver coins. Even if an average player were to discover them, they would definitely be unable to purchase them. Fortunately, this time around, Shifeng had sold another 3 pieces of the Glimmer chestplate forging design. The money he possessed increased by more than 9 gold coins once more. Otherwise, even he could only look at the items with envy. Lord Mayor, these 3 bronze-ranked forging designs and 2 mysterious iron-ranked forging designs, I want all of them. Shifeng simply handed over 4 gold, 80 silver. Unfortunately, these forging designs were bound upon purchase. Otherwise, he would be able to earn at least double or triple the amount just from reselling them. The weakest amongst these forging designs was a level 8 bronze equipment. However, even that would bring about an unimaginable improvement to the current guilds. After all, the current highest level players were just nearing level 6. While a large majority of the players were still using level 1 or level 2 common equipment. Just imagining when everyone rose to level 8 and every member of a party possessed a piece of level 8 bronze equipment was frightening after completing the transaction. Shurfeng suddenly received a system notification. Chapter 81, Equipment Improvement. Shurfeng was shocked after reading the system notification. Blackbeard's favorability of him rose to 1,000 points, reaching the level of Revered System. Congratulations. You are the first player to achieve Revered favorability with an NPC. Rewarding one mysterious iron treasure. Chess luck really can't be stopped once it comes. I wonder what items will come out. Shurfeng impatiently opened the refined, mysterious iron treasure chest. Inside the treasure chest, there was a piece of equipment and an ornament. Dark Pursuer's Cape, secret silver rank. Equipment requirement: Agility 70, Defense plus 20, Strength plus 4, Agility plus 8, Endurance plus 4, Movement speed plus 2, Evasion plus 6. Additional ability: Silent Steps. Allows the user to arrive at the target's back silently. Maximum range of 40 yards. Cooldown 3 minutes. Interpreter's Pendant, mysterious iron rank. Level 7. Equipment requirement: Intelligence 30, Intelligence plus 6, Endurance plus 2. Magic damage increased by 5% in the current times. These two pieces of equipment could be considered extremely rare. It was especially true for the Dark Pursuer's Cape. The cape was well suited for weapon specialists, and it would definitely increase their strength when equipped. Meanwhile, Silent Steps was an ability similar to the instantaneous movement of mages and shadow steps of assassins. It was equipment meant for PK. The Interpreter's Pendant was even more of a top-tier ornament. Just based on the 5% increase in magic damage alone, mages could continue wearing the pendant until level 20 without falling behind in the slightest. Let's give this ornament to Blackie. After some thought, Shurfeng deemed that Blackie was most reliable person right now, and he was also a mage. As for the cape, he was currently unable to equip it. Its requirement of 70 agility was just too high. At the very least, Shurfeng needed to be level 10 before he could equip it. Looking at the equipment, Shurfeng suddenly recalled that he was already level 5. Just by relying on the Abyssal Blade's attributes, in addition to adding his 6 free attribute points into strength, he was now able to equip the Silvermoon set equipment just at level 5. Shurfeng was able to equip the best set equipment for swordsmen under level 10. His overall attributes were literally without rival, and the quests he would do later on would become much easier. Hence, Shurfeng added all his free attribute points into strength and equipped the 5 Silvermoon set pieces. Also, now that Shurfeng was level 5, the swordsman's dual-wielding talent had activated. Shurfeng was now able to wield 2 one-handed swords. Shurfeng then took out the secret silver-ranked Crimson Blade, equipping it on his subarm. After completely equipping himself, Shurfeng was shocked when he took a look at his own attributes. There were very, very few players with attributes like his in all of God's domain, not to mention the set effects on the Silvermoon set equipment. Effect 1. Attack power plus 15. Defense plus 30. Effect 2. HP increased by 10%. Life shield. Tier 2 after activating, creates a life shield that absorbs 60% of the damage received, with 500 maximum damage absorbed. Effect 3. Damage received reduced by 10%. Attack speed increased by 10%. Shurfeng's HP was now close to 1,000 points. With these 3 effects, he was even tankier than an MT. His damage output had received an even larger improvement wearing a suit of silvery white armor. The pitch-black Abyssal Blade hanging on one side of his waist, while the bloody red Crimson Blade hung on the other. Shurfeng was like a hero that traveling around the world. There was still some time before the meeting with Gentle Snow, so Shurfeng received 2 advanced quests from Hammerstone Town. They were all quests requiring him to kill level 10 twin-headed snakes. The quests required 20 snake galls and 30 venomous fangs. After completing the quests, Shurfeng would be able to obtain rare, ore, and forging materials. These materials were all needed to make the mysterious iron equipment and weapon, and normally they were extremely hard to find. After jogging for over 20 minutes, Shurfeng finally arrived at an oasis in the White Sand Desert. There was a group of twin-headed snakes circling nearby. Twin-headed snake, common rank. Level 10. HP 950/950. Although the twin-headed snakes had low HP, an average level 10 player would not be capable of going solo against them. Normally, they would need help to take these monsters on. Monsters in God's domain would have a qualitative change once they reach level 10. Their attack patterns were extremely flexible, and they knew how to defend against attacks. These were traits you would not find in common monsters below level 10. Without plenty of battle experience, average players would find it very hard to block or evade their attacks. Apart from this, their attacks would carry an additional special skill, and a slight slip in attention would cost players their lives. As for the twin-headed snake's attack pattern, it would usually attack with one of its heads, while defending with the other. Because of this, a solo player would find it hard to deal damage. In addition to the fatal Fong skill it possessed, as long as it bit a player, they would be poisoned and lose 50 HP every second for 15 seconds. If they did not dispel the poison, an average player would practically lose their lives to it. Fong slowly closed in on the twin-headed snakes before he even reached the 20-yard range. A twin-headed snake the height of an adult spat out its tongue, rushing towards Fong. Since he had been discovered, Fong took the initiative to rush over, as well Wind Blade. The abyssal blade transformed into a black streak of light, piercing towards the vital point of the twin-headed snake. The snake reacted extremely quickly. One of its heads immediately bit down on the abyssal blade, preventing the abyssal blade from moving a single inch. Meanwhile, its other head opened its mouth widely, its sharp venomous fangs leaking a bluish-green poison as it bit at Fong. Fang's other hand waved the crimson blade, the weapon transforming into a red streak as it slashed at the twin-headed snake punk. He stuck as the twin-headed snake was retreating, and a damage of over 60 points appeared above its head. On the other hand, Fong only lost slightly more than 10 HP, and he did not retreat even a single step backward. Following which, the abyssal blade slashed towards the undefended belly of the twin-headed snake, immediately causing minus 96 damage. Incidentally, the abyssal blade's ability, Dune Curse, was triggered, greatly reducing the twin-headed snake's attributes. However, Fong was not finished. He continued slashing the crimson blade, piercing the twin-headed snake's vital points, and causing another minus 112 damage. By the time the twin-headed snake started reacting, its HP had already been reduced by half. When one of the snakeheads bit at Fong, he dodged to his side, and his foot stomped on the ground, pushing him forward. His actions caught the other snakehead by surprise, rendering it unable to attack or defend double chop. The abyssal blade and crimson blade pierced deeply into the twin-headed snake's abdomen. Fong then abruptly pulled on them, slashing apart the twin-headed snake's body and leaving two long gashes. 2 damages appeared above the twin-headed snake's head, minus 156 and minus 132. In addition, the snake also received a bleeding debuff. The twin-headed snake still wished to retaliate. However, before it could reach Fong, it bled itself to death. System level 10 twin-headed snake killed. Level difference of 5. EXP obtained increased by 500%. Obtained 1000 XP. The twin-headed snake contributed a snake gall to Fong. Fong did not use many skills throughout the entire killing process, mainly only using normal attacks. He easily took care of a level 10 monster. However, Fong was still not satisfied. It was especially true for his first piercing attack. The twin-headed snake actually blocked the attack. Otherwise, he would have been able to kill the twin-headed snake with a series of continued strikes. Fong then started searching for his next target. After an hour, Fong had killed over 40 twin-headed snakes. His experience rose to 81% of level 5. His leveling speed was like a rocket, and his experience gain was even faster than that of forging equipment. Fong couldn't help but have mixed feelings about it. With the entire Silvermoon set equipment in addition to 2 top-tier weapons, killing monsters that were of higher levels became extremely easy. If the situation continued as such, Fong would reach level 6 in less than an hour. I'm still missing 3 snake galls and 5 venomous fangs. However, all the twin-headed snakes in this area are already dead. It might take a while for new monsters to respawn. Fong observed his surroundings. There was actually not a single twin-headed snake present. Shifeng had no choice but to run to another spot to grind twin-headed snakes. However, just after taking a few steps, 3 twin-headed snakes slithered out from the oasis. Amongst the 3, one of them had larger heads than the other 2, and there was also a horn on each of its heads. This was a Snake King patrolling its territory in. A rare elite, is it? Shifeng licked his lips when he saw the twin-headed Snake King, his lips revealing a faint smile. A rare elite was not something that a person could often meet. It would appear randomly, and its strength was slightly more than normal elite monsters. Its drop rate was also extremely good. Being able to meet one depended all on luck. Chapter 82, Killing the Twin-Headed Snake King. The Twin-Headed Snake King, along with its 2 subordinates, slowly slithered towards Shifeng. However, it did not discover Shifeng's existence. Its tail calmly swayed, and its head proudly raised as it overlooked its own territory. Meanwhile, the 2 normal twin-headed snakes were closely following the Snake King. They did not act proudly like the Snake King, but more like bodyguards, their chilling gazes sweeping across their surroundings. As long as there were any signs of activity, they would immediately become their king's sharp swords, killing all enemies that were harmful to their king. From when the twin-headed Snake King approached his location to when it turned around and left, Shifeng only watched it silently. However, Shifeng was in no hurry to make a move. Instead, he stealthily followed it, using observing eyes on it, and waiting for the best terrain to start his attack. Twin-headed Snake King, Rare Elite. Level 10, HP 4000/4000. The other 2 twin-headed snake guards were both common monsters. They were both level 10, and they both had 1,400 HP. Shifeng was about to face 3 level 10 monsters together. Moreover, there was even a rare elite amongst them. Even though Shifeng equipped with the full Silvermoon set equipment, he still needed to plan properly before taking action. After all, the few can't fight the many. Also, the snake race had extremely quick movement speeds, and the Snake King even more so. Shifeng followed the twin-headed Snake King to an area filled with sandstone. There were several stones taller than a person here that could be used to obstruct the twin-headed Snake King's vision. So Shifeng finally started taking action. Shifeng would be at a big disadvantage if he were to take on all 3 twin-headed snakes at the same time. So, he needed to split them up and kill them one at a time. With the common monsters taking priority, Shifeng immediately used Phantom Kill, letting his doppelganger stay behind waiting while he took charge. Shifeng used Windblade, his sword stabbing at the nearest twin-headed snake guard with the ambush and the speed increase from Windblade. The twin-headed snake was not able to react to the attack at all. Shifeng's 2 swords immediately stabbed it in the backs, causing damages of -76 and -61. Following which, Shifeng used Double Chop, causing -103 and -89 damage, and leaving the twin-headed snake guard with a bleeding effect. Shifeng was fully equipped with top-tier equipment and high-leveled skills. Even if the twin-headed snake guard had a high defense, the damage Shifeng could cause was extremely high. If it were a level 5 average player attacking the twin-headed snake guard, with a level suppression and a monster's high defense, they would at most cause -3 or -4 damage to it. The twin-headed snake guard wailed in pain. It immediately spun its heads around, attacking Shifeng. The other twin-headed snake guard also came over, biting at Shifeng. Shifeng now received attacks from 2 sides at the same time. Shifeng slightly smiled at this. He used Thundering Flash, sending 3 streaks of thunder at one of the twin-headed snake guards. However, the twin-headed snake guard reacted extremely quickly. One of its heads blocked, while the other bit at Shifeng. The 3 streaks of thunder were blocked, causing an insignificant amount of damage just as the snake's venomous fangs were about to bite down. Shifeng used Parry and activated Windwalk. After blocking an attack, Shifeng immediately turned around and ran. The twin-headed snake guards would naturally not let go of an enemy who angered them. Slithering at high speeds, they chased after Shifeng. As for the unharmed twin-headed Snake King, one could see boiling rage in its chilling eyes. It, too, slithered and chased after Shifeng. However, Just after the twin-headed Snake King moved several yards, Fang's doppelganger used Windblade and rushed at the twin-headed Snake King. The doppelganger slashed at the twin-headed Snake King's neck, causing -24 damage. The twin-headed Snake King was enraged by this attack. With the speed of a thunderbolt, the twin-headed Snake King bit at the doppelganger. As the doppelganger's goal had been achieved, it, too, activated Windwalk, turning around and leaving. Now, the twin-headed snake guards were separated from the Snake King. Although the two twin-headed snake guards were tough, without the support of their king, they were unable to stand against Fang's fierce attacks. One move after another, Fang's blades would always strike at the vital points of the twin-headed snake guards. After all, the Silvermoon set equipment was not just for show. Right now, Fang's agility exceeded 60 points. Even if the twin-headed snake guards could defend against one of Fang's attacks in time, they would still be struck by his other sword. Every sword that landed would take away 60 to 70 HP, while the occasional critical hit would cause over -150 damage. Fang's sword strikes were like a fierce gale passing by. The sword strikes constantly landed on the two twin-headed snake guards, causing their HP to fall madly. Within a few moments, the two twin-headed snake guards breathed their last breaths after looting the drops. Fang rushed at the twin-headed Snake King. Currently, the doppelganger's HP had fallen below 30%. It was exhausting itself, trying to pin down the twin-headed Snake King. The rare elite's attacks were extremely quick. It would, from time to time, spit out a poisonous fog, enveloping a large area with it. The doppelganger only possessed 50% of the original body's attributes, so it could only constantly defend and escape. Otherwise, it would have long since dropped dead. However, now that the original body had arrived, the doppelganger did not need to pin down the twin-headed Snake King any longer. Fang immediately used 9 Dragon Slash, shooting out 9 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade. Fang then used Defensive Blade, his attack range greatly increasing. He could only attack from afar when facing the twin-headed Snake King, who was capable of spewing out poisonous fog. If he were to enter a melee with the twin-headed Snake King, he would not last 20 seconds. Even if he were to activate all of his life-saving skills, he still would not survive. The twin-headed Snake King was very cunning. When facing Fang, one of its heads defended against Fang's attacks, while its other head constantly attacked his doppelganger. Paying no attention to Fang himself after 3 to 4 hits, the doppelganger could no longer take it. Vanishing. Meanwhile, the twin-headed Snake King's HP was still over 70%. Its other head, now, turned to stare at Fang. It opened its mouth, spitting out a mouthful of poison. The poison was like an arrow as it shot towards Fang. Fang's expression suddenly sank. His body dodged sideways, avoiding the poison. When the poisonous fluid struck a sandstone, the fluid immediately passed through, leaving behind a large hole. This was the twin-headed Snake King's corroding acid. If one were to block it, though, a secret silver weapon might still be fine, a common weapon would immediately melt. As for a bronze weapon, its durability would at least be reduced by half, and taking 2 hits from the corroding acid would turn it into scrap. In such a way, one man and one snake started maintaining their distance between each other, attacking and dodging. Fang madly slashed his swords, streak after streak of sword light filling up the area. Meanwhile, the twin-headed Snake King's 2 heads spat out poison without halt, leaving behind countless holes. From time to time, it would also fill a large area with a poisonous fog, leaving not even a blade of grass alive. From time to time, Fang would be poisoned during battle. After over 10 minutes of constant battle, even though Fang was constantly drinking basic regeneration potions, as soon as the cooldown was finished, his remaining HP was only at 8%. Meanwhile, the twin-headed Snake King still had 14% of its HP remaining. Seeing as both their HPs were low, the twin-headed Snake King revealed a sinister look. Its size faintly increased by a fold. Then suddenly, it leaped into the air. One of its heads widely opened its mouth, revealing its snow-white poisonous fangs, while its other head spewed out poisonous fog. The twin-headed Snake King used an attack pattern that contained both attack and defense. and as long as Sherfong closed in on it, he would be trapped in the harmful fog, going all out now. Currently, Sherfong could withstand the poisonous fog for 3 seconds at best, or take one strike from the Snake King itself. Hence, Sherfong took out a bottle of basic regeneration potion from his bag, gulping it down and recovering 180 HP. In his other hand, Sherfong took out a polymorph scroll just as the twin-headed Snake King was about to land. It was immediately turned into a sheep thundering flash. Chop, double chop, Earth Splitter. After a series of attacks, the twin-headed Snake King only had 5% of its HP remaining. However, it had transformed back into its original form, while its surroundings were filled with poisonous fog. The twin-headed Snake King's recovery speed increased by a fold while inside the fog, while its enemies would madly lose their HP. Sherfong immediately retreated, using Abyssal Bind on the twin-headed Snake King. Sherfong then took out the Tier 1 magic scroll, Continuous Flame Bombs, and started chanting 5 large fireballs smashed onto the twin-headed Snake King's body, taking away the last of its HP. The twin-headed Snake King dropped 4 items as a died system. Twin-headed Snake King killed. Level difference of 5. EXP obtained increased by 500%. Obtained 5,000 EXP. Sherfong finally loosened his breath. As expected, a level 10 rare elite was extremely hard to deal with. If he did not possess the Silvermoon set equipment and the Tier 1 magic scroll, he would have been the one to die in this battle. Fortunately, Sherfong killed it. Amongst the 4 items dropped, there was the level 8 Mysterious Iron Staff, Song of Life, meant for clerics. Its overall attributes were quite good, and it also increased the levels of recovery skills by +1. It was absolutely a top-tier staff. The next item was a level 10 bronze cross shield with average attributes. However, shields were considered rare items, so it was already pretty good that one dropped. The final 2 items were the Snake King's Gall and the Snake King's Skin. Both were rare materials in making poison and leather armor. The quest items had already been collected, so after some rest, Sherfong returned to turn in the quests. He obtained the rare forging materials, and his experience increased to 91% of level 5, just a little more before reaching level 6. Looking at the time, it was not long before the arranged meeting time. So, Sherfong started heading towards the level 8 area, Fiss's Canyon. Chapter 83, Second Meeting. Fiss's Canyon, a paradise on Earth. It was a place filled with lush green vegetation. Multiple streams of water flowed through the canyon, while flocks of birds flew in the sky above. The forest, as well, was filled with the sounds of hundreds of birds squabbling with each other. Although this place was beautiful, right now, there was not a single player that came here to level up. After all, the highest level player right now was just level 6. Normally, they would be safely leveling up in level 6 or level 7 areas. Fiss's Canyon was a level 8 monster area, and level 9 monsters could even be found in the inner areas. For a short period, there wouldn't be any players coming to disturb this place. More importantly, Sherfong was here for the unique quest Steel Fortress Barrutia. This quest was extremely important for him to establish his future guild in Sherfang's previous life. The player who completed this unique quest, just by relying on the quest rewards alone, increased a second-rate guild's standing to first-rate. However, now that Sherfong had received this unique quest, he would use it to benefit the guild he would establish after entering the canyon. Sherfong used the demon's mask to alter his own appearance. He transformed the silvery white Silvermoon set equipment into a suit of shining pitch-black set equipment. It could be called the Black Moon set equipment. Sherfong also altered his face into one of an older gentleman, his age around 26 to 27. He then donned a black cloak, his face hidden within the cloak. At first glance, his appearance exuded a strong sense of mystery, allowing others to think he was a man with a story. Sherfang's getup was somewhat similar to the Night Ranger, only he had 2 long swords hanging on his back rather than a simple black bow. Moreover, Sherfong was not of the Night Elf race. Now that Sherfong had disguised himself, nobody would be able to recognize who he was. Even with Gentle Snow's discerning eyes, It was impossible for her to recognize him arriving at the meeting location. Shifeng discovered Gentle Snow, and her group had yet to arrive. Shifeng called out the system notifications, taking a look at the sales condition of the forging designs this time. Around sold out already? Shifeng looked at the series of notifications, his eyes almost shining. There were over 10 notifications from the auction house, and every one of them notified him that he had an increase of around 3 gold coins. Shifeng auctioned a total of 20 pieces of forging designs, yet they were sold at an average price of 3 gold coins. One could just imagine how desperate these guilds were. However, compared to the price of 3 gold coins, these guilds that bought the forging designs could also, very quickly, earn that money back. God's Domain had only officially started 3 days ago. Along with the increase in time, there would be more and more people joining God's Domain. The number of new players might even exceed that of the old players. These new players were the main consumers, and the supply level 3 Glimmer chestplates would be unable to meet the demand. In a short period, the value of the Glimmer chestplate would not depreciate, and instead, its value might even increase. However, Shifeng's goal had already been met, so he no longer planned to make more Glimmer chestplate forging designs to earn money. Right now, his bag was holding over 50 gold coins. These coins were the entirety of the fluid funds of more than 10 large guilds. If Shifeng were to use all of it to operate a guild, how formidable would this be? Unfortunately, money was not the only thing needed to operate a guild. Shifeng took out 20 gold coins and registered them on the virtual trade center. After all, he couldn't just keep all those gold coins on hand. If he did that, he would be throwing money away. Based on the selling price right now, these 20 gold coins were worth 180,000 credits. Shifeng did not imagine things would go so smoothly. He earned so many credits in just 3 short days. However, if he wanted to start a good workshop, such a small amount of money was still insufficient to start up Shadow Workshop. Lon Hailong invested 5 million credits from the start. In the following month, he even invested over 10 million credits. One could just imagine how much money it took to start up a workshop, not to mention a guild with thousands or tens of thousands of members. However, after the workshop and guild were established, things would be greatly different. To a guild, hundreds of thousands of credits was nothing. Shifeng still needed to earn a lot of money, hence why Shifeng had chosen to work with Gentle Snow. Secretly, are you Black Flame? A voice as crisp as a jade falling to the ground came from behind Shifeng. Shifeng turned around, discovering Gentle Snow's beautiful figure walking over while sizing him up. Although it was their second time meeting, he was still unaccustomed to Gentle Snow's attentive gaze. In a slightly deep tone, Shifeng said, "Correct. I am." Hearing Shifeng's answer, moreover receiving the information proving Black Flame's identity, Gentle Snow's beautiful eyes focused. She secretly used an observation skill. Suddenly, Gentle Snow stared blankly. She was unable to discern Shifeng's name. The information only showed him as an unknown level 5. Gentle Snow originally thought that Black Flame only had good forging skills, many lucky encounters, superior strategies, and relatively good gaming skills. She never imagined that Black Flame's gaming skills were not just the average kind good. He was definitely a top-tier expert. Otherwise, he would not be able to obtain such a high-grade special items that could hide a person's identity. Even Ouroboros did not possess a single one of such an item. They had also never heard of any other first-rate guilds obtaining one. Meanwhile, not only did the mysterious man in front of her possess such an item, but Gentle Snow could also feel a powerful strength emanating from the equipment he was wearing. Even though the equipment's special effects were hidden, a single glance at the equipment's delicate make and the magical markings circling it told Gentle Snow that it was a set. In fact, Black Flame's equipment might not be any worse than hers. Her equipment was obtained through the efforts of the elite party behind her. How much time had they spent obtaining them? How did the man in front of her obtain such good equipment? Gentle Snow attentively gazed at Shifeng. She was even starting to suspect whether or not Black Flame was a player or the leader of a mysterious organization. Otherwise, how would he possess such financial and physical resources to carry out all those tasks? His title of Chief Forger was even publicly acknowledged by the players of Starmoon Kingdom. Just carrying out tasks such as forging and organizing would take up most of his time. So how was it possible he obtained such a good set of equipment? Hello, I am called Gentle Snow, first vice leader of Ouroboros. Gentle Snow stretched out her jade-white hand in a very formal manner. It was different from the casual meeting when Shifeng first met her, where she regarded Shifeng with a superior attitude. The party members behind Gentle Snow were all shocked. They never imagined their leader would actually take the initiative to shake hands with someone else. Was this older gentleman in front of them that powerful to necessitate such formality? Zhao Yueru, who stood behind Gentle Snow, was constantly sizing up Shifeng with her beautiful eyes. Prior to this meeting, Shifeng's series of performances had caused her to become very interested in him. Now that she was meeting him in person, she discovered that Shifeng's entire body was exuding a mature and calm feeling, causing others to pay attention to him inadvertently. Now that even Gentle Snow had given her approval, Zhao Yueru had a faintly better impression of him. Hello, you can address me as Black Flame. Not wanting to act too aloof, Shifeng shook hands with Gentle Snow. He discovered that her hand was very soft and smooth as expected. If Blackie were to know of this incident, he would most likely shake Shifeng's hands, then not wash them for 3 days. A reason why Shifeng did not completely alter the Silvermoon set equipment's appearance was to awe and intimidate them. Seeing the satisfying results, Shifeng got right to the point and said, I have contacted you this time to cooperate with your Ouroboros. I wonder what your opinion of this is? Of course, we welcome it very much. If you're willing to become the chief forger of our Ouroboros, just state your price, Gentle Snow said with confidence. She guessed that Shifeng would demand an exorbitant price. However, as long as they could successfully poach Shifeng, then everything would be worth it. Moreover, with her current influence, satisfying Shifeng's appetite was no problem at all. Miss Snow, I think you are misunderstanding something here. I will not be joining your guild. Instead, I will be using an equal status to cooperate with your guild. If Miss Snow is unable to make this problem clear, we do not need to continue this discussion. Finished speaking, Shifeng turned to leave. Chapter 84, Horizon Alliance. Seeing as Shifeng was about to leave, the members from Ouroboros were stupefied. There was actually a man who would treat Gentle Snow in such a way. He even discarded the chance to work with Ouroboros without hesitation. Zhao Yueru panicked. Her words caught in her mouth. She almost wanted to hold back Shifeng and mediate between them. Even the wise Gentle Snow had yet to speak. If Zhao Yueru took action herself, her standing out might cause the situation to worsen. So, without a better choice, she just pulled on Gentle Snow's arm, secretly reminding her, however. What Zhao Yueru did not know was that Gentle Snow was similarly stupefied. She did not imagine that Shifeng's goal from the start was not to join Ouroboros, but to cooperate with them on equal standing. However, did Shifeng have the qualifications to do so? Ouroboros was not as simple as it looked. It was a colossus in the virtual gaming world. The resources in its possession were not something an average player could imagine. To be able to cooperate with Ouroboros with equal statuses, at the very least, they needed to be a first-rate guild. Equally on the other hand, the man before Gentle Snow wanted to cooperate with Ouroboros on equal standings, as if it were a matter of course for him to be so confident. Did this man truly have some sort of hidden power standing behind him? This was also not an impossibility. Being able to carry out this series of matters, in addition to obtaining such a set of equipment, was not something a person could do within such a short period. Black Flame definitely possessed the support of a great power. That's the only way he would be capable of causing the vicious competition that was happening right now. According to their guild statistics, the income Black Flame obtained from selling the forging designs exceeded 60 gold coins. Meanwhile, the fluid funds of a first-rate guild right now did not exceed even 3 gold coins. If this money were utilized properly, it would allow a first-rate guild to surpass the other first-rate guilds instantly. Becoming a super guild would not be a problem suddenly. Gentle Snow felt chills crawl down her spine. As the vice leader of Ouroboros, she actually failed to notice such a great hidden power, however. For a power to be unknown to her, one could just imagine how deep this power hid. Fortunately, she was able to discover it now. Whether they were a friend or a foe remained unknown. Please wait. Gentle Snow urged Shurfeng to stay, saying, "You too should know that our Ouroboros is a first-rate guild. There are not many powers out there who possess the qualifications to work with us. If you can prove that you have the ability and capital and that your proposal would bring Ouroboros great benefits, then we can come to an agreement." Ouroboros sure does have a very big tone. You should know that the first-rate guilds that I can choose to cooperate with aren't just limited to you. Shurfeng turned around and looked at Gentle Snow, acting as if he did not place Ouroboros in his eyes at all. Afterward, he took out one of the level 10 mysterious iron equipment forging designs that he bought from Blackbeard, waving it in front of Gentle Snow's face. He then said with a sneer, "I wonder what thoughts you will have after seeing this. Do you think I have enough qualifications?" How could it be? Gentle Snow could not believe what her eyes were seeing. Her heart was filled with extreme shock. How did you obtain a level 10 mysterious iron forging design? Right now, even the level 3 Glimmer Chestplate forging design was being fought over insanely. The value of the forging design in Shurfeng's hands right now simply could not be imagined to the elites of a guild. The level 3 Glimmer Chestplate forging design was not particularly useful. The main purpose of a guild obtaining it was just to earn money and nurture their own forgers, increasing the advantage that their guild possessed over others. However, when compared to the forging design that Shurfeng was currently holding, the Glimmer Chestplate forging design was not even worth being mentioned. Lead by one step, then lead to every other step. This was the natural law of the virtual gaming world. Every guild knew of this law, trade secret. Don't think too much about it. Shurfeng kept the forging design. If there aren't any other matters, then I'll be leaving. It was absolutely impossible for Gentle Snow to allow the person in front of her who possesses a level 10 mysterious iron equipment forging design to leave. Moreover, to allow him to cooperate with another first-rate guild. If she were to allow the other first-rate guilds to obtain him and mass-produce these pieces of equipment, equipping every elite member with it, then the competition for the kingdom's capital would no longer be necessary, right? I agree. State how we should cooperate then. Gentle Snow grit her teeth, yielding to Shurfeng in the end. But I don't wish to cooperate with you anymore. Shurfeng said in a deep tone. Gentle Snow's expression suddenly turned cold. However, very quickly, she calmed back down. She no longer had her high and aloof attitude, her face revealing a calm smile as she said, "I apologize for my previous poor manners. I wonder if you can reconsider? Our Ouroboros is willing to pay double the price of the other guilds." Shurfeng nodded his head, saying with a smile, "All right then, seeing as you were so sincere." After this scene, everyone else thought that they had heard wrong. The incomparably proud snow goddess actually surrendered. Moreover, she even apologized for her previous behavior. How terrifying was this black flame? Currently, Zhao Yueru's eyes were shining as they looked at Black Flame with admiration. She knew full well how proud and intelligent Gentle Snow was. Since meeting her, Zhao Yueru had never seen a person who could make Gentle Snow apologize. I wonder how you wish to cooperate? Gentle Snow sent a glare towards the snickering Zhao Yueru behind her, then looked back at Shurfeng and asked it. It's very simple. I am planning to establish a loose lifestyle organization called Horizon Alliance and recruit all sorts of lifestyle players. You just need to help me advertise it and spread its influence, and I'll give your guild a discounted price. I'll even sell you equipment and tools that are unavailable to the public. Shurfeng unhurriedly said, "You really want to establish such an organization?" Gentle Snow was slightly shocked. Although she did not think highly of Shurfeng, the terms he stated were very attractive. Zhao Yueru's eyes widened in shock. She unbelievably looked at Shurfeng, feeling he was too insane after everyone else heard Shurfeng. They all thought that Shurfeng simply had too much money to waste. He was actually trying to establish such an organization. Shurfeng's plan was truly outrageous. It was utterly impossible to unify all the lifestyle players. The financial resources, physical resources, and manpower required to carry out such a feat were simply too great. Every guild has been nurturing their own lifestyle players. Moreover, they only recruited the elites among them in order to avoid wasting resources. That meant that the leftover lifestyle players were just mob characters, and there wouldn't be a big effect if all of them gathered together. The resources needed to nurture these lifestyle players were even more needless. There is not a single guild out there who is willing to bear such a price, of course. If it were to succeed, the profits would be truly unimaginable. You don't have to worry about this. When the time comes, I will naturally notify you to help me advertise the organization and spread its influence. In any case, you all don't have anything to lose. Of course, I will give you all some remuneration in advance. 10 Glimmer Chestplate forging designs should be enough for your guild to nurture quite a few forgers. If Sure Feng were to advertise the organization himself, not to mention how much time it would waste, the effects would not be that great. He would need a lot of time to increase the organization's influence. However, it was a different story if Ouroboros were the ones advertising the organization. They could practically cover the entire Starmoon Kingdom. Greatly shortening the process of gathering influence. Gentle Snow gave Sure Feng's offer some thought. It was not much work for them to do the advertising. They could also obtain 10 Glimmer Chestplate forging designs now, allowing them to widen the gap between Ouroboros and the other guilds. They would also be able to nurture a large batch of lifestyle players, earning even more coins. As for the matter of establishing such a lifestyle alliance, nurturing lifestyle players in large batches meant it was a process of constantly spending money. It wouldn't be long before such a plan would collapse. Nurturing lifestyle players was an extremely tough task. If Sure Feng did not possess the resource and financial support from a large guild, it would be very hard for him to obtain any achievements, following which Gentle Snow signed a contract with Sure Feng, stating that she was willing to help Sure Feng spread his organization's influence throughout the entire Starmoon Kingdom. After doing so, Sure Feng must repay her with 100 pieces of level 10 mysterious iron equipment. At the same time, Ouroboros will be able to purchase equipment and tools from Sure Feng at the discounted price. Gentle Snow looked rather happy after receiving the 10 Glimmer Chestplate forging designs. She passed the forging designs to an assassin, letting him take the forging designs back to the guild. Then, she looked towards Sure Feng, inviting him. I see that the number of humanoid monsters is quite high here. Although their levels are slightly higher, it is a good place to level up. Why don't you level up with us? It would be much faster than leveling up by yourself. Chapter 85, Birdman. Gentle Snow's invite caused both Zhao Yueru and Xiao Yuer to pay attention. Sure Feng's strength must definitely be great. However, they have never specifically seen him in action, so they were extremely curious about his capabilities. They wanted to experience the strength of the rumored chief forger of Starmoon Kingdom. Right. Join our party, Big Brother Black Flame. Our party members are all very skilled, so our leveling efficiency will be a lot higher, Xiao Yuer said from the side. Zhao Yuer sent a glare toward Xiao Yuer. The girl actually made the statement before she could. Xiao Yuer hid behind Gentle Snow, cutely sticking her little tongue out at Zhao Yuer. Zhao Yuer stamped her feet in anger, causing her chest to bounce indefinitely. If it were not for Black Flame being present, she would have taught this little girl a lesson right this instant. Although the beauties were filled with interest in Sure Feng's strength, the remaining 2 male players had their fighting spirits raised instead. Just what did Sure Feng possess to earn the attention of the 3 beauties? Suddenly, a heart of competition grew within them. They looked at Sure Feng with a provocative expression, not believing that they were any worse than Sure Feng. Regarding these provocative glances, Sure Feng paid no attention to them. He said in a low tone, "Thank you for your kind intentions, Miss Snow. However, I have a quest that I need to do here, so I can't level up with everyone." "A quest, is it?" Gentle Snow was slightly shocked. This place was a level 8 monster area, so she was extremely curious about this quest Sure Feng possessed. However, trying to ask about someone else's secret would be impolite, so she formally said, "Then, We won't disturb you anymore. If you need help, just ask. Although we don't know how much help we could be, we will still try our best to assist you. Shifeng smiled faintly when he heard Gentle Snow's offer. It was naturally good news that there was someone willing to help him. It would not be an easy task entering the Steel Fortress Barrutia. There would definitely be monsters there, and it would take Shifeng a long time to deal with them by himself. If there was such a powerful party helping him, then he would be able to save a lot of time. That's great. I need to go to a certain place. However, there are a lot of monsters there, so it won't be easy for me to enter by myself. Can you all help me clear the area? Shifeng implored originally. Gentle Snow was still thinking of a way to deepen the relationship between them and Shifeng. Never would she have thought that Shifeng would actually take the initiative to ask them for help. Gentle Snow quickly said, "Okay, I'll invite you to the party. You lead the way." Shifeng accepted the invite, joining Gentle Snow's party under Shifeng's guidance. The party of players quickly arrived at the core region of Fissus Canyon. We'll arrive after passing through this forest. However, the number of birdmen here is very high. They are all living up in the trees and are hard to detect, so you all have to pay attention to the birdmen descending at any time. If they catch you in their talons, they will carry you high up into the air, then throw you your death. Shifeng informed as he walked at it's just a bunch of birdmen. What's there to be afraid of? Watch how we'll take care of these birdmen. The shield warrior of the party clapped his chest. Speaking in a disdainful tone, Shifeng spoke no more, only silently pushed aside the tree leaves that hindered his path. However, Gentle Snow was not careless. Instead, she commanded, "Everyone, pay attention to the air above. Protect the healer." Yes. The two male players immediately turned serious, not daring to be careless. They tightly guarded Xiao Yuer's sides. As long as Xiao Yuer survived, she would be able to revive them after leaving the battle. That way, the EXP and skill proficiency lost would be massively reduced as expected. Not a moment later, four white-feathered birdmen descended from the treetops. The sharp talons on both of their feet shot down with shocking speed, like an eagle hunting its prey, catching the male ranger in an instant. The remaining party members reacted quickly, either using their weapons to block the talons or avoiding them completely. Get rid of them. Yueru attacked the birdman that caught Little Song. "Yuer, stay in the back." Gentle Snow shouted orders. She used Whirlwind Slash on two birdmen. However, the two birdmen reacted very quickly, avoiding the attack by flying up into the air. Following which, Gentle Snow used Charge, running to save the male ranger named Little Song. Although the twin daggers in Little Song's hands constantly retaliated, the talons of the birdman were too hard. No matter what he did, he could not hack away the talons gripping his shoulders. Although he wanted to attack the birdman directly, his position prevented him from landing a hit on the monster's body. He could only helplessly dangle. Slowly rising into the air, Xiao Yueru used a flame explosion on the level 9 birdman's wings, causing -53 damage. The flames burned away some of the birdman's feathers, causing the birdman to plummet from the sky instantly. Gentle Snow was already waiting down below by the time the birdman landed. She directed a cleave at the birdman's neck, sending the birdman and its prey flying with the attack and causing -61 damage facing the level 9 birdman. Xiao Yueru and Gentle Snow dealing such a high amount of damage despite the level difference of 4 levels was quite good. The injured birdman looked pitiful. However, Birdman had a total of 1,000 HP. Just this amount of damage was nothing to it. It would be better again after rubbing some spit on its wounds. Moreover, it was the first time Gentle Snow and the others dealt with the attack patterns of flying monsters. They did not know any effective attack patterns and battle techniques. Although Gentle Snow's party managed to save a ranger, they were still at a disadvantage against the 4 birdmen hovering in the sky. Aside from Gentle Snow and Xiao Yueru, who managed to deal over 50 damage to the birdmen, the damages dealt by the ranger and the shield warrior did not exceed 20. However, it was not because they were weak, but because the birdmen were wearing leather armor. Their defense was not low. In addition to the level suppression, the 2 male players would be unable to deal any significant damage. What is this brat trying to do? He still hasn't helped out after all this time. He is even watching from the side. Is he just a paper tiger? The shield warrior, unable to stand by idly and watch, ridiculed Shi Feng in a soft tone, however. Just as the shield warrior finished speaking, Shi Feng took action with an abrupt leap. Shi Feng jumped past the trees, arriving in the treetops. Now that Shi Feng's agility had reached 40 points, in addition to activating the hidden skill, Flying Steps, he was able to leap around the treetops effortlessly like a martial arts expert. His swords then landed on the Birdman, flying in midair. One after another, every slash from Shi Feng's swords caused minus 160 damage, at least triple the amount of what Gentle Snow and the others dealt. This caused the shield warrior and ranger to shut their mouths. Immediately, Xiao Yuer watched Shi Feng leaping around the forest with a face filled with admiration, both her eyes glistening radiantly. Xiao Yuer, as well, was slightly captivated. Black Flame was definitely not like some person who had dogshit luck. Only Gentle Snow remained very calm. However, Shi Feng's way of battle had truly given her some enlightenment. She felt that her previous ways of battling were inflexible, unable to accommodate different situations. However, she was not to blame for this. The previous virtual reality games that were available did not contain such a flexible battle styles. It would not be easy for her to change in such a short period. A short moment later, 4 of the hovering Birdmen fell dead. Their bodies fell heavily to the ground, dropping several copper coins and some light feathers. Let's go. Shi Feng sheathed his pair of swords after landing on the ground. He then walked in the direction of his destination. Big Brother Black Flame, don't walk so quickly. Teach me how to battle as well, all right? Xiao Yuer excitedly chased after Shi Feng, hugging Shi Feng's arm and shaking it. This is a technique for melee jobs. You don't need to learn it as a cleric. Shi Feng did not think that Xiao Yuer would be so easygoing and unrestrained. She was completely different from the distinguished person she would be several years later. You, little girl. Just a moment, and you're already making trouble. Didn't Big Brother Black Flame already say it? You're not suited for it. Xiao Yuer pulled Xiao Yuer away, panting in rage. Unconsciously, the way she referred to Shi Feng had changed as well, suddenly becoming much more intimate. Chapter 86, Mechanical Army. Watching Shi Feng's back, Gentle Snow grit her teeth. When she thought about the horrifying amount of damage Shi Feng previously dealt and his extraordinary battle methods, she suddenly felt Shi Feng was even more opaque to her than before. She knew all of the top-tier experts in the virtual gaming world. However, she had never heard of a top-tier expert such as Black Flame. The equipment she was currently wearing could be considered the pinnacle amongst the current players. Both she and Shi Feng were level 5 as well. However, the difference in their damage was actually so large. Just how excellent was Shi Feng's equipment? Could it be that he was wearing a full set of level 5 mysterious iron set equipment? What Gentle Snow did not know was that the Silvermoon set equipment Shi Feng wore was the best set equipment for swordsmen below level 10. Its attributes were much better than level 5 mysterious iron set equipment. In addition, Shi Feng possessed a magic weapon and a secret silver weapon. Also, because of the effects of the Abyssal Blade, Shi Feng could deal damage to the Birdman while ignoring the level suppression. So, his damage would naturally be extremely high. On their way through the forest, the number of Birdmen they met constantly grew. However, even if they were to face more than 10 Birdmen at a time, these Birdmen would still be killed off very quickly. Such a result was because of Shi Feng's horrifying damage, in addition to the shield warrior holding off the monsters and Gentle Snow and the others becoming more familiar with the battles. The leveling efficiency of Gentle Snow's party right now was much higher than before Shi Feng joined them half an hour later. Shi Feng and the others finally arrived at the Ruined Lands. Although it was called the Ruined Lands, in reality, it was just a gigantic crater. Cave systems of various depths and sizes could be found inside the crater. If one entered deep into a cave, they would easily become lost within it. Big Brother Black Flame, is this the place where you have to do your quest? Xiao Yuer moved closer to Shi Feng's side, flipping her fine black hair and asking in a soft tone. After being in such a close range with the witch, Xiao Yuer, and seeing deep cleavage revealed by her red robes, it was impossible for Shi Feng not to have thoughts about it. Even if he did not possess any evil intentions, it became much harder for him to pretend to be profound now in. We'll reach it once we go down this path. However, there are too many birdmen circling in the sky, so it won't be easy to get over there. Shi Feng deliberately shifted his gaze to his side, watching the sky above the canyon that led towards the large crater. The shield warrior and ranger no longer belittled Shi Feng's reminder this time. Instead, they held a hint of reverence towards Shi Feng now. Taking precautions, they looked towards the birdmen in the sky. On the way to this place, it was only thanks to Shi Feng that the two of them did not end up dead. Watching Shi Feng take the first step, entering the narrow canyon, a faint smile appeared on Zhao Yueru's face. She kept on having a familiar feeling when she looked at Shi Feng. This was the first time she felt this sort of sensation. Soon after, Zhao Yueru followed Shi Feng tightly into the canyon. Gentle Snow only smiled sweetly at this scene. How could she not know Zhao Yueru's thoughts? There were extremely few situations where Zhao Yueru was interested in a man in such a way. Of course, if Zhao Yueru could enchant Shi Feng, pulling him into Ouroboros, that too would be advantageous. Although there were a lot of birdmen in the canyon, Gentle Snow's party had become increasingly familiar with dealing with these monsters. It was especially true for Gentle Snow. She was a genius. She had already learned Shi Feng's battle methods after only seeing them a few times. She used the cliff walls to jump back and forth, and every time she brandished her blade, she would strike a birdman from the air, sending it to the ground. Moreover, she was able to dodge and avoid the talons and fierce attacks of the birdmen in midair. Even without Shi Feng's help, Gentle Snow's party could get rid of all Theses birdmen after continuously killing several hundred birdmen. A flash of golden light appeared around Shi Feng's body. He had finally reached level 6, catching up to those leveling madmen. In order to equip the Dart Pursuer's cape a little earlier, Shi Feng placed all of his attribute points into agility. If he were to level up the Abyssal Blade to level 5, he might even be able to equip the Dart Pursuer's cape at level 8. He's level 6 already? Gentle Snow looked over at Shi Feng. She did not imagine that his leveling speed would be so swift. She had been killing monsters to level up without stop, yet she was currently still 23% away from reaching level 6. Meanwhile, Shi Feng clearly busied himself with a variety of things, yet he could still reach level 6 before her. However, when she thought about how Shi Feng could kill monsters of higher level with such ease, it was no wonder he could level up so quickly. You want to go to that place? The number of monsters there is just too high. Amongst them, there are even quite a lot of level 9 elites and level 10 special elites. Are you sure you want to enter? After arriving at the deeper regions of a large crater, Gentle Snow suddenly discovered that the place was filled with wandering mechanical golems. She could not figure out just what kind of quest Shi Feng had received that actually had such a high difficulty. Even if Shi Feng were even more powerful than he was now, it was absolutely impossible for him to enter that place. The mechanical golems were around a person's height. Mechanical golem, common monster. Level 9. HP 1, 500/1, 500. The mechanical warriors were double the size of the mechanical golems, and their hands were holding a blade and shield. Mechanical warrior, elite monster. Level 9. HP 3, 000/3000. The mechanical knights were the most terrifying of them all. They rode mechanical horses, and they held long pikes. They were over 6 meters tall, just like a 2-storied building. Mechanical knight, special elite. Level 10. HP 7, 000/7000. In the deepest parts of this horde of mechanical monsters, there was a pair of tightly shut steel gates. However, the number of mechanical puppets and mechanical warriors was just too ridiculous. Just from a simple glance, Gentle Snow estimated over 800 of them. Moreover, in the deepest parts, there were over 100 mechanical knights tightly guarding the front of the steel gates. Clearing all of those mechanical knights without a 1,000-man elite army was only a pipe dream. The amount of these mechanical monsters simply caused one despair. Even being more than 100 yards away from these mechanical monsters frightened Zhao Yueru and the others. The mechanical army would be unparalleled if they were to rush over all together. The army would be able to annihilate Zhao Yueru and the others instantly. Big Brother Black Flame, are you really going to go? You will definitely die. Even though Zhao Yueru was confident in her party's strength, just based on the standards of their level 5 party, clearing the surrounding mechanical golems and mechanical warriors was already a huge problem, not to mention the mechanical knights. A single mechanical knight might be enough to get rid of them all, let alone facing 100 of them. I must go there. However, we need to clear these golems and warriors, which are just hindrances first. Shifeng nodded his head. Then let's slowly lure them over and kill them, clearing the way bit by bit. General Snow had already promised Shifeng that they would spare no effort in helping him. Naturally, she would not shrink back now. Moreover, this place was quite good for leveling up. After killing so many Birdmen on the way here, they gained quite a lot of common equipment and materials. If they were to clear all these mechanical warriors, their gains should be even greater. It was just that the strength of the mechanical warriors was still an unknown to them. I'll lure them over one by one, Zhao Yueru volunteered. It was easiest for a ranged player to lure monsters. Moreover, based on her skills, even if the monsters were tightly packed together, she would still be able to lure only 2 to 3 of them over. Their party would also be able to dispose of the monsters easily. Hold on. Shifeng suddenly pulled Zhao Yueru back. Is there something wrong? Zhao Yueru asked. The others looked towards Shifeng, puzzled. Could it be that Shifeng did not believe in Zhao Yueru's skills? Shifeng was very clear with the difficulty of this place. However, Zhao Yueru and the others did not know that these mechanical monsters were all weapons of war made by the Dwarven civilization. If Zhao Yueru were to go and lure the monsters without knowing this, it would only lead to a party wipe. The mechanical monsters are extremely troublesome to deal with. Their aggro range is extremely wide. There is no need to mention their defense and attack power. If you were to try and lure one, at least 10 more would follow. With the level suppression, we will definitely be unable to take on that many of them at once. I have another idea. Which one of you here has a movement speed of over 14 points? My movement speed is 17. Little Song has also reached 14 points. Gentle Snow answered even though she did not understand why Shifeng asked such a question. You and Little Song both use a speed scroll. In a moment, lure all of the surrounding mechanical monsters and gather them in a single location. Then, leave the rest to me. Shifeng took out 2 speed scrolls. With these items, based on the mechanical monster's speed, the mechanical monsters would definitely be unable to catch up to the 2 of them after associating with Shifeng for some time. Gentle Snow knew that Shifeng was not one to spout nonsense. He definitely must have his own reasonings. Hence, she and Little Song both used the speed scrolls, the 2 of them starting to lure the monsters for both sides. Chapter 87, Flame Blade Dance. Gentle Snow and Little Song started luring monsters from 2 sides. Before they even came close to the 30-yard range, the monsters discovered the 2 of them. The monsters' eyes flashed a red glow, all of them turning their heads and staring at the intruder's alert. Alert! Intruders detected. After the alarm rang out, all of the mechanical golems and mechanical warriors within a 40-yard radius were alerted. The surrounding mechanical monsters locked onto the 2 players, and within a moment, the 2 were being chased by hundreds of mechanical golems and mechanical warriors. Zhao Yueru was secretly shocked at seeing this. Fortunately, she did not rashly act and lure the monsters. Otherwise, they would definitely party wipe. Big Brother Black Flame, there won't be a problem luring the monsters in such a way, right? Zhao Yueru saw that Gentle Snow and Little Song were both being chased closely after by the mechanical army. If they had not run away in time, they might have already been dead by now. Relax. With the speed scroll in effect, these mechanical monsters won't be able to catch up to them. Shifeng said confidently after some time. As expected, not a single one of the mechanical monsters caught up to the 2. Everything happened just as Shifeng predicted. After luring all the surrounding mechanical monsters, the 2 of them circled the large, empty crater, while the mechanical golems and mechanical warriors chased them without stop. The 2 of them were very adept at luring monsters. Within a short moment, they had merged the 2 waves of mechanical monsters into a single wave inwardly. Zhao Yueru was speechless. She too had a speed scroll. However, this item was just too expensive. Even if it was her party members, each of them only possessed one speed scroll for the purpose of saving their own lives. She never imagined that Shifeng could easily take out two of them. Moreover, he was only using it to lure monsters. It was truly an extravagant use. However, it was true that, with this added speed scroll, the two of them were able to lure all of the monsters safely now, though the real problem had arrived. After luring so many monsters, how were they going to deal with them? They did not possess any AoE magic, and even if they did, they would not dare to use it. Doing so would cause disorder to the control of hatred, as their MT did not learn an advanced skill such as Crowdmock. At that time, everyone would just die. Shifeng naturally knew the question everyone was thinking. However, he only revealed a mysterious smile as he walked forward. In 10 seconds, both of you lure all the monsters to the center, Shifeng said, and the party chat understood. Gentle Snow answered. Finished speaking, Shifeng took out a delicate, dark red scroll, then spreading it open in one go. Incantations were written throughout the inside of the scroll. Just the light coming from the incantations was enough to cause the fire mana in the surroundings to surge after seeing this. Even an amateur would know that the item Shifeng took out was not simple as an elementalist. Zhao Yueru's face was filled with shock. Just what kind of magic scroll was this? The magic scrolls sold by the magic shops were definitely unable to create such a feat. Just the incantations alone were enough to cause the fire mana of the surrounding area to gather quickly, becoming incomparably violent. Such a gathering of fire mana was even stronger than the fire dragon's roar she used by several times. If Shifeng were to release it, who knew how strong it would be? At this moment, Shifeng activated the magic scroll and pulled out the abyssal blade suddenly. The fire mana collected above the magic scroll poured down like mercury, and streak after streak of flames over 10 meters in length penetrated the abyssal blade. Magnificent flames then burst out of the abyssal blade's form, suddenly transforming into a sword of flame. It faintly released the cry of a phoenix, resounding throughout the surroundings naturally. Everyone noticed such a vast and mighty power. Nobody thought Shifeng would actually still have such a hidden ace in the hole. In fact, Shifeng did not wish to use this Tier 2 magic scroll. He would have one less after every use. Moreover, Shifeng had only harvested 4 such items from all of Moonlight Forest. Now that he had used one, he only had 3 remaining at this time. Gentle Snow and Little Song had already lured all of the mechanical monsters to the central region of the crater. They then ran towards Shifeng. The mechanical monsters were coming in closer and closer. 40 yards, 30 yards, 20 yards, 10 yards. However, Shifeng had still not taken any action. He was only standing there, silently, with his hand holding the dazzling and burning hot sword just as Gentle Snow and Little Song ran past Shifeng. Shifeng abruptly took action, slashing out his burning blade. Tier 2 magic, Flame Blade Dance. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng's slash released countless crimson flames. The scorching flames were like an ocean, instantly swallowing the entire mechanical army. The cone-shaped flames burned everything in a 60-yard distance to ash. Even if the mechanical warriors had 3,000 HP, they were still unable to withstand the damage from this move, as they all turned into a pile of scrap metal. Meanwhile, Shifeng's experience abruptly increased by a large chunk, rising to 37% of level 6. The other party members had also broken through from level 5, one after another, all of them reaching level 6. Their leveling speed was just too awesome. Everyone's gazes then went towards the loot littering the ground, joy immediately rushing up to their heads. Shifeng was just too awesome. He used a single move to kill level 9 elite monsters instantly. Although he depended on an external item to do so, being able to obtain such an item was still proof of his ability. If they were to go through this process again several more times, they would be able to reach level 10 at any minute. At this moment, Gentle Snow, as well, was rejoicing at her choice to aid Shifeng in his quest. Just the EXP they obtained alone profited them big time. Big Brother Black Flame, What kind of scroll did you use? It was actually so powerful. Zhao Yuru blinked her eyes at Shi Feng, asking curiously, Tier 2 magic scroll, Shi Feng casually said. Big brother Black Flame, where can I buy it? Zhao Yueru was captivated by this magic scroll after seeing its destructive capabilities. It would be worth it even if she had to spend 10 silver coins to buy one. Shi Feng shook his head, saying with a smile, this item can't be bought. It will only appear by chance when opening a high-grade treasure chest. Oh, Zhao Yueru was slightly disappointed. Shi Feng might have spat out blood if he knew Zhao Yueru thought of buying the Tier 2 magic scroll for only 10 silver coins. Nobody would sell a Tier 2 magic scroll. That was because this item was just too valuable. If used at a crucial point, it was possible to create a comeback situation. In Shi Feng's previous life, there were many large guilds who offered 2 to 3 gold coins for Tier 2 magic scrolls, but still failed to purchase any if it were not due to the importance of this quest. Shi Feng would not have been willing to use this scroll. Gentle Snow originally wished to find out more about the magic scroll, as this item was truly too useful. However, after hearing Shi Feng's tone, it was clear that he was feeling heartache over having used the item. Even the rich and overbearing chief forger was feeling heartache. One could just imagine how rare this item was. However, when Gentle Snow heard that she could obtain such an item from a high-grade treasure chest, she thought to herself that she would let the players from her guild make a note of it, following which everyone else started cleaning up the loot. There were plenty of elite monsters amongst the over 800 mechanical monsters, so there were many items dropped. Amongst them, there was no lack of level 7 to level 8 common equipment. There were even over 30 pieces of bronze equipment and several skill books. You killed all these monsters, and we were not of much help. So, we won't be taking any of the equipment or skill books. Gentle Snow traded all the items to Shi Feng after she finished arranging the loot. However, the shield warrior started drooling when he looked at all the equipment for MTs. He was extremely reluctant to part with them. However, he also did not dare have any objections to give everything to Shi Feng. You all helped out quite a lot. Let's split according to job requirements. As for these skill books, I'll be taking them. Shi Feng only kept all of the skill books because he discovered a special skill, Precision Throw, amongst them. This skill was extremely useful to him. As for the bronze equipment, they were worth but a few gold coins, so they were not as valuable to him. The equipment he was currently wearing was the Silvermoon set equipment. Shi Feng did not plan on changing equipment while he was below level 10. As for Blackie and the others, he would obtain equipment that would better suit them. Although the equipment did not serve much purpose to Shi Feng, they were very useful to Gentle Snow. I would feel embarrassed if I were to accept them vainly. How about I purchase all of them? I currently don't have enough game coins on hand. Could I pay using credits? Gentle Snow, not wishing to owe Shi Feng a favor, softly asked. Paying with credits is fine as well. Shi Feng was naturally very willing. In a short moment, Gentle Snow had transferred 50,000 credits to Shi Feng, enriching Shi Feng quite a lot once more. What about the remaining mechanical knights? Are you going to use a magic scroll again? Gentle Snow looked towards the over 100 mechanical knights guarding the large gate, asking in anticipation. A Tier 2 magic scroll can't get rid of them. Moreover, I don't need to kill them to enter into that place. I just need to lure them away. When Shi Feng heard Gentle Snow saying so, his forehead couldn't help but sweat. Tier 2 magic scrolls weren't just some kind of cabbage he could waste. Leave it to me, then. Gentle Snow looked at the terrain and entered into deep thought. She felt that there should be no problem in accomplishing the task. Here are some speed scrolls and return scrolls. As long as you run out of the crater, they will not continue chasing. After leaving the battle, you all can use the return scrolls to leave this place. Shi Feng explained and took out several scrolls. Seeing that they were about to part from each other, Zhao Yueru felt unwillingness in her heart. She did not know why, but she could feel a sense of ease and security when she was with Shi Feng. Big brother Black Flame, let's add each other as friends. We're going to enter a level 5 dungeon tomorrow, so how about you come and join us? Zhao Yueru suddenly said. Gentle Snow was faintly astonished. She looked at Zhao Yueru with a helpless smile. However, she felt that this was not really a bad choice. With Feng around, their chances of clearing the level 5 dungeon would be even greater air. Feng did not think that this witch would actually want to add him as a friend. Moreover, she even invited him to dive into a dungeon. This behavior of hers right now was just way too different from before. We can add each other's friends, but I have some things to do tomorrow. We'll dive into a dungeon together when I have time in the future. Feng tactically rejected the invitation. After all, he couldn't suddenly multiply himself into two people. As for the matter of adding each other as friends, Feng possessed another independent circle of friends after donning the demon mask. So, others would not be able to discover any issues. Let us add each other as friends then. Zhao Yueru softly bit her lips. She was slightly disappointed that she would not be able to dive into a dungeon with Feng immediately. However, it was still good that she could add him as a friend. She would be able to contact him more easily in the future system. Do you wish to accept Flaming Moon's friend request? Feng hit accept, and the name Flaming Moon entered Black Flame's friend window afterward. Feng headed towards the left side of the gate at this moment. Gentle Snow had already arrived at the gate's right side, prepared to lure the mechanical knights. Elder Sister Yuru, let's leave first. We can just leave the rest to Elder Sister Snow, Xiao Yueru softly said when she noticed that Zhao Yueru remained motionless. I got it. Zhao Yueru, after taking another glance at Feng's back, turned around and left. Seeing that Feng was ready, Gentle Snow activated the speed scroll and rushed at the level 10 mechanical knights halfway there. The eyes of mechanical knights in front of the large gate shone brightly. Their enormous bodies started moving, and all of them had their eyes focused on Gentle Snow. Gentle Snow immediately halted her steps. She then turned around and escaped. The mechanical knights bellowed in rage as they moved their large figures, chasing after Gentle Snow. Only when all of the mechanical knights left did Feng hastily run towards the large steel gates. Although Gentle Snow had lured the mechanical knights away, the amount of time they could be lured was limited. Moreover, they would not fall for the same trick the next time. So Feng had to seize the opportunity. Arriving at the large gate, Feng found a moss-covered keyhole. He then inserted the broken obsidian crystal given to him by Blackbeard. The fortress key had already been stored away for almost a millennium. Blackbeard also mentioned that the key might not be able to open the gates. However, it was still worth a try. Chapter 88, Advancing to Intermediate Rank. After inserting the obsidian key, there was no reaction from the steel gate. It was still as unmoving as ever. At this moment, a message arrived from Gentle Snow. She told Feng that the mechanical knights had suddenly stopped chasing her and were quickly returning. Crap. It can't be, right? The key really doesn't work? In a fit of rage, Feng abruptly sent a punch towards the keyhole. Since he could not use the simplest way to enter, then he could only use the more dangerous method to enter. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light radiated out from the keyhole. Countless energy runes flashed on the pair of three-storied gates, after which the gates slowly opened, letting out ear-piercing creaking sound. Seeing that the mechanical knights had already hurried over, while a gap fit for a person had opened between the pair of gates. Without hesitation, Feng pulled out the obsidian key, and the gates stopped moving instantly. Following which, Feng squeezed himself through the gap between the gate system. You have discovered the steel fortress Barrutia. The two-storied tall mechanical knights try to rush in through the gates. However, the gap between the gates was just too narrow for them to pass through. In addition to the gate's immense weight, the mechanical knights could only bombard attacks at the gate outside. Unfortunately, their actions were not one bit useful. I am inside. After Feng sent a message to Gentle Snow, he carefully headed forward along the gigantic steel pathway on the other side of the ruined lands. Snow, how is he? Waiting by the side, Zhao Yueru asked when she saw Gentle Snow running in her direction. No problems. He's already inside. However, this quest is truly dangerous. I've roughly estimated the mechanical knight strength just now, and I've discovered that these mechanical knights are completely different than other special elites. They can swiftly block my attacks, in addition to instantly returning with a counterattack. If it wasn't for my quick reaction, I might have died just now. If we do not possess a skill that could continuously deal large amounts of damage, even if we could kite them around, we would still be helpless against these mechanical knights. Instead, we would just be piling up our own corpses. Gentle Snow sat down and took out some refreshments, eating and drinking to recover. Currently, her mind filled with the battle scenes from before. It was truly a thrilling situation. Just by receiving the shockwave, which resulted from the mechanical knight's pike striking the ground, she lost over 200 HP. If the weapon hit her directly, the consequences would be inconceivable after listening to Gentle Snow's words. For reasons unknown, Zhao Yuuru released a relieved breath. Stop dreaming. We'll be grinding Birdman in the canyon. The loot and experience here are quite good, so we should be able to quickly surpass those top-tier experts. After recovering, Gentle Snow stood up and commanded. Meanwhile, inside the steel fortress, Sure Feng was advancing carefully. Signs of rust and corrosion covered every inch inside the fortress. There were only flashing fragments of light inside, barely allowing Sure Feng to see the path clearly. After walking for quite some distance, Sure Feng did not discover any danger. There was only the occasional sound of dripping water and the rumbling sounds of machines operating. Even though more than a millennium had passed, a majority of the machinery here still functioned normally. One could clearly see just how advanced the techniques the dwarven civilization possessed were. After passing through the large hallway, Sure Feng arrived at an area with a humongous smelting furnace. The surrounding steel walls around the furnace were linked together with steel stairs, and at the bottom of the furnace was an endlessly deep pool of water. However, Sure Feng did not head along the stairs towards the next exit. Instead, he leaped and jumped towards the pool. Halfway down, Sure Feng activated gravity liberation. His falling speed sharply reduced, his body slowly descending like a feather. During his descent, Sure Feng suddenly noticed a passage on the walls. The passage could barely allow a person to enter. However, the information Sure Feng had collected in his previous life did not mention such a passage. Hence, Sure Feng slowly floated over, accurately landing in the hidden passageway. There is actually a treasure chest here. Did none of those people notice it last time? Sure Feng discovered that, in the deepest part of the passageway, there was a large pitch-black steel chest. Many runes were carved onto the chest, and a glance was enough to tell it was not just a simple chest. After observing it in detail, Sure Feng determined that the chest was a mysterious iron treasure chest. However, Sure Feng did not rush to open the treasure chest. Instead, he used Phantom Kill, allowing his doppelganger to go over and take a look. Just as the doppelganger started activating the treasure chest, the surrounding steel walls shot out countless flying arrows. The doppelganger was killed in an instant, giving Sure Feng a scare. Fortunately, Sure Feng had made it a habit to be cautious and prudent when in God's domain. Otherwise, he would have really died. Such types of traps were normally one-time uses. However, Sure Feng did not rush. In any case, the chest wouldn't run away, so he might as well wait until Phantom Kill's cooldown finished, then use his doppelganger to open the treasure chest. This time, the doppelganger had managed to open the treasure chest safely. With no more dangers present, Sure Feng walked over to the chest and took out its contents. Inside, there was a mysterious iron-ranked Blackstone shield. It was absolutely a top-tier level 10 shield. Blackstone shield, mysterious iron rank. Level 10. Equipment requirement: Strength 25. Defense plus 69. Defend rate 29%. Strength plus 7. Endurance plus 10. HP plus 200. After equipping, all damage received from the front will be reduced by 10%. There was also a mysterious Iron Mastery book. When used, players would randomly receive 10 to 50 free mastery points. This item was several times rarer than the Blackstone shield. That was because mastery points could last a player forever, while the Blackstone shield could not. Hopefully my luck won't be too bad. Sure Feng slightly prayed before selecting to use the mastery book, following which the system started displaying a pile of random numbers ranging from 10 to 50. As long as Sure Feng yelled stop, the final number to appear would be the number of mastery points he would obtain. It was something similar to Russian roulette in Sure Feng's previous life, Many experts collected various kinds of mastery books to increase their weapon mastery. However, mastery books were just too rare, and even with money, one may not necessarily be able to buy it. Most players that obtained a mastery book would use it instead of selling it. After all, it was extremely hard to obtain a single free mastery point. Feng had once seen a person who was fortunate enough to obtain a fine gold mastery book. Many players looked at that person with immense envy, and some were even willing to spend 1,000,000 credits to buy the mastery book from that person. However, that person refused to sell and instead used a mastery book for himself. The range of free mastery points provided by the fine gold mastery book was between 30 to 200. Originally, everyone thought this fellow had very good luck. However, that person only obtained 31 free mastery points, in the end, becoming a laughing stock to everyone. The points he obtained was no better than a mysterious iron mastery book. Looking at the numbers constantly spinning, Feng's heart madly thumped, not knowing what number would come out stop. Feng shouted. The wheel of numbers abruptly halted, and Feng peered, opened his eyes, and took a look. 32 points, a relatively good number. Feng had just effortlessly obtained 32 free mastery points, which was the equivalent of the free mastery points he would obtain by leveling up to level 20. Feng opened his one-handed sword mastery window. Currently, his one-handed sword mastery was still at 20 points, placing him at the level of basic swordsman and increasing his base damage by 10%, if including the 8 free mastery points he obtained for leveling up to level 5, and the 5 points he had remaining from before. He now had a total of 45 free mastery points. Feng immediately added 30 mastery points to his one-handed sword mastery. Instantly, his one-handed sword mastery rose to the level of an intermediate swordsman, increasing his base damage by 15%. As for becoming an advanced swordsman, he was still 50 points away from doing so, although it was just a 5% increase in base damage. It should not be taken lightly. This base damage will be magnified many times after factoring in the bonuses from skills. Often, the gap present between a top-tier expert and a normal expert was due to the difference in base damages. At this stage of the game, there might only be a fragment of experts who have reached basic mastery. Feng had already reached intermediate mastery, leading them by a lot. Just as Feng was about to continue advancing deeper into the Steel Fortress, the fortress alarm rang out. Chapter 89, Barrutia's Core Area. Alert! Alert! There is an intruder in Area F. Activating self-defense system. Before Feng could celebrate his gains, a bucket of cold water dumped over his head by this loud voice. He did not think that there would be such a trap after opening the treasure chest. Just after arriving at the passage's exit, Feng discovered that the passages leading to the other areas of the Steel Fortress were all sealed off, preventing him from entering. Meanwhile, the water level of the pool below started rising, and according to its speed, it would not be long before the passage flooded. Without hesitation, Feng took out a bottle of underwater breathing potion, drinking it. The potion allowed players to breathe underwater for 20 minutes, following which, Feng immediately leaped into the pool, diving towards the deepest region after swimming down for over 10 minutes. Feng finally saw a dark passage. However, the water currents from there flowed rapidly, and it would not be easy for Feng to approach the passage. After spending a long period and drinking a second bottle of underwater breathing potion, Feng managed to crawl his way towards the passage in trance with much difficulty, following which he was washed away by the rapidly flowing water, his body unable to move as the current continuously pushed him along the passageway. After flowing along the water currents for several minutes, Feng was thrown out of the passage and landed in another large pool near a wall of the large pool. Some stairs spiraled upward. As long as he went up these stairs, he would arrive at the core of the fortress. Feng swam towards the stairway. He then looked at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock in the morning now, and since locating the Titan's heart was not accomplishable in a short amount of time, Feng immediately called out the system interface and chose to log out. Upon waking up early in the morning, the first thing Feng did was train his body. This action had long since deeply ingrained in his bones. However, he could clearly feel that his body was different from yesterday. His body no longer felt stiff, and instead, it felt extremely refreshed. The positive effects of the C-rank nutrient fluids he drank were evident. The fluid was slowly altering his body's condition strike the iron while its hot Feng then started working out, doing sit-ups, push-ups, and other muscle-strengthening actions. After working out for over an hour, Feng still did not feel tired. On the contrary, his body felt comfortably warm, as if there were an inexhaustible amount of energy within him. However, he did not continue training his body. Instead, he went downstairs to have a meal. Desperately working out was not necessarily a good thing. It needed to be done in moderation, as overworking his body would only yield opposite effects after going through a night's struggle. The gold coins he sold and the credits he obtained from Gentle Snow filled his current bank account with over 200,000 credits. A night of his efforts was worth 2 months of salary of an executive from a big company. This was the power of God's domain that had turned around the virtual economy. After a year, becoming rich overnight in God's domain was not a strange affair whatsoever. Unfortunately, not many enterprises had discovered this fact yet. By the time they did discover it, they would have lagged far behind those companies that invested in God's domain in the beginning. After eating, Feng made a trip to the bank. He specifically retrieved 30,000 credits, intending to buy the virtual reality helmets he rented. Otherwise, if he were to leave it and forget about it, he would eventually be forced out of the game. At that time, he would have to wait until the next working day before handling the necessary procedures, and only after could he continue playing. Currently, the game was in a sprinting stage. If Feng were to fall behind by a day, it would be extremely difficult for him to catch back up. It was also a good chance for Feng to invite Blackie out for a stroll. If Blackie always hid inside his dormitory, his body was bound to have problems. There were very few people on the streets of the university early in the morning. There were only some sports societies doing their morning exercises, warming up for their workout later on. Watching these university students that radiated youth, Feng felt an unreal feeling. It was as if the 10 years he spent battling in God's domain were just an illusion that would vanish with just a touch walking along the roadside. Feng admired the university campus as he headed towards Blackie's dormitory. He was experiencing the sceneries on the campus that he paid no attention to in his previous life. As he was about to enter into Blackie's dormitory, Feng heard sounds of laughter coming from within. Blackie, weren't you extremely confident in getting into Shadow Workshop before? I've been waiting for you for several days now. So why haven't I seen you there yet? Haven't I already said it before? I joined another workshop, so I didn't participate in Shadow's test. Blackie, don't try to trick me. Where in the entire Gene High University is there another workshop? What is it called? How many members does it have? Who established it? Can you tell me that? If they treat players well, I might even decide to join. Being asked in such a way, Blackie suddenly realized that Feng did not actually tell him the name of their workshop. As for the number of members, taking everything into account, there were exactly 6 people. Not to mention having a workshop to play God's domain, they possessed absolutely nothing right now, and were even riddled with debt. Blackie, stop being obstinate. I know that you didn't pass Shadow's test. If it really is no good, then let Brother Wu plead for you. In any case, Brother Wu is currently an official member. Who knows? You might be able to become an outer member of Shadow. At the very least, you could continue playing God's domain, and earning 2,000 credits a month should not be a problem. Don't forget, the trial period for the virtual gaming helmet is only 10 days. After this period, you will not be able to continue playing the game. Blackie's fellow dorm mate sneered. It can't be, right? What kind of workshop can't even afford an official virtual gaming helmet? Isn't that just too pitiful? He pretended to be shocked. He then clapped Blackie's shoulders, saying with a sigh, even the outer members of Shadow are given an official helmet. Official members even receive an advanced helmet that's worth 20,000 credits. Your workshop is just ripping you off. Who started the thing? I'll demand justice for you. Why don't you mingle with me from now on? I can guarantee that you'll obtain an official helmet. By the time I become a core member of Shadow, I guarantee that you'll be able to live in luxury. You should know that young Master Lon has already invested 5 million credits in Shadow. I heard that he has invested another 2 million now. If you enter Shadow, Your future will be limitless. Wu-E, I've already said it. I won't be joining. I'm currently getting by very well. Blackie quickly rejected Blackie. You should know that there aren't many such chances. Shadow Workshop is the best workshop in Jinhai University. If it weren't for the fact that you're already level 5 and we're classmates, I wouldn't even be looking for you. Wu-E patiently persuaded. You keep saying that you've joined some other workshop, but you have to tell me at least a name, right? Must you keep lying to a classmate in such a way? What? Don't tell me that this workshop doesn't even have a name. Even if it doesn't have a name, you must know which person established it, right? Nowadays, even nobodies dare to make workshops, so you must be tricked. Shadow Workshop has an upright business sponsoring it, and there's also a contract to ensure that you won't starve to death at the very least. Wu-E was all praises about Shadow. It was as if one would become an elite in society just for entering Shadow Workshop, becoming the envy of others. However, Blackie had long since seen through Shadow. He did not have even the slightest favorable opinion toward Shadow. He only blamed himself for having a big mouth, showing off to others that he had already risen to level 5. As a result, the information was found out by Shadow Workshop, and they had sent Wu-E, his classmate, to recruit him. However, how could he so easily betray Feng and join Shadow? He was only able to obtain all of his current achievements by relying on Feng. Even if he had to suffer hardships right now, he still believed that Feng would lead him towards the path of success at this stage of the game. All the level 5 players were experts. To Shadow Workshop, which was currently lacking experts, Blackie was an alluring beauty. So, naturally, they were itching to try and recruit him, turning him into one of their belongings at this moment. Feng opened the door, taking a step into the room. I am the nobody that established the workshop. I wonder what kind of opinion you have. Feng looked towards the robust Wu-E, speaking coldly. Chapter 90, starting from 0. As Feng entered and spoke. Who are you? Wu-E was slightly startled, his eyes evaluating Feng. Feng wore a cheap-looking white-blue sporting wear. Although his imposing manner gave Wu-E chills down his back. After seeing that Feng was not even wearing a quantum watch on his wrist, a hint of disdain entered Wu-Ye's eyes. In this day and age, even the slightly wealthier students all possess quantum watches. Wu-E determined that Feng was not one of the wealthy children and that he was in a similar situation as Blackie Brother Feng. Why are you here? Blackie's expression was slightly panicked. He was worried Feng would misunderstand and think he was trying to job hop. Brother Feng, I really didn't seek out Shadow. I've also rejected them, but Wu-E won't stop annoying me about it. When Blackie's classmates saw him panicking and explaining, they were all puzzled at the identity of this new arrival. Blackie had already risen to level 5 in God's domain, so he was definitely an expert. Many workshops would fight over for him, treating him as an important guest. Even Shadow sent someone over to recruit Blackie. If the upper echelons of Shadow met Blackie, they might also act very cordially and treat him with respect. However, Blackie had respectfully addressed the stranger in front of them as Brother Feng, confusing them. Could the person in front of them be some famous person in their school? However, no matter how they racked their brains, they could not think of such a person present in their university. I know. Feng sent Blackie an expression that told him to be at ease. Feng then looked toward the man named Wu-E and laughingly said, I'm called Feng, and I am a nobody who established the workshop you just mentioned. Didn't you wish to know the name of my workshop? I can tell it to you. The workshop's name is Zero Wing. It means that everything has to start out from 0 and to spread your wings and soar. If you don't have any other matters, please return and tell your boss not to try poaching the members of other workshops. He is better off taking care of his own lands, lest they fall apart without him even knowing what happened. Hearing Feng saying so, Wu couldn't help but reveal a sneer as he laughed as expected. Even a nobody knows how to start a workshop. Why don't you take a look at yourself? Do you think you can start a workshop just by announcing it? Wu-E narrowed his eyes, mocking. Do you know how large a Shadow Workshop is? Do you know how many members our Shadow Workshop has? Do you know who is backing our Shadow Workshop? Do you know how much our workshop has invested? Do you still think that we need to poach members from worthless workshops like yours? Just based on the fact that you guys are still using the trial helmet to play the game shows how dirt poor you are? Did you think that just by being full of zeal, you could establish yourselves in God's domain and earn money? All the workshops that have tried to establish themselves in God's domain have at least invested several millions of credits. Meanwhile, you have no money, no members, no facilities, and not even the most basic of assurance. So, what right do you have to compare to us, Shadow? If you kneel down and beg me right now, I might even put in a few good words to Brother Lawn. If you pay up some 10 or 20,000 credits, you might be able to join the workshop. How about it? Think about it. This is a rare chance for you. Wu-Yi smiled savagely. He then shifted his gaze to Blackie, coldly saying, Shadow is already giving you a lot of respect by sending me here to recruit you. As long as you join, you'll immediately receive the treatment of being a core member, and your monthly salary will be at least 5,000 credits. It is hundreds of times better than staying in a workshop that is barely surviving. When Blackie's several dorm mates heard of this treatment, all of them had expressions of shock on their faces. They did not think that playing God's domain would be so rewarding. Compared to those city white-collar workers, Blackie's salary was much higher. Suddenly, the gazes they used to look at Blackie changed. They no longer looked down on him. Rather, their gazes now filled with envy and admiration. They were only several months away from graduating from the university. Right now, they were still having headaches over finding jobs. Meanwhile, Blackie had someone personally coming to his door to recruit him, and the other party had even offered a minimum monthly salary of 5,000. As the saying went, comparisons are odious. If they had known about this earlier, they would have properly played games and gave God's domain a try. They might have even become experts. They would not have had to chase after girls for their 4 years in universities and been looked down upon by those girls. If they managed to earn money, beauties would be lined up for their choosing, however. After listening to Wu-Yi, Blackie, instead, started laughing. Wu-Yi actually dared to make fun of the workshop Feng had started, calling it worthless, and even wanted to make Feng kneel before him in order to join Shadow. He was retarded. The snow goddess is even paying attention to Brother Feng, and she even wanted to recruit Feng. Who was the snow goddess? She was the vice captain of the first-rate guild, Ouroboros. She was the publicly acknowledged goddess of the virtual gaming world. Compared to Ouroboros, Shadow Workshop was not even worth a dime. Seeing Wu-Yi's mood sour, Blackie sneered at him and said, Wu-Yi, even if you exaggerate it to no end, my decision will remain unchanged. Although Zero Wing Workshop has just started, I believe that our future achievements will definitely be greater than Shadow's. I advise you to leave Shadow a little earlier and join our Zero Wing Workshop. I'll ask Brother Feng for a favor. If you kneel and apologize to him, who knows, you might even be able to become a member of Zero Wing. Blackie's dorm mates were shocked upon hearing him. His declaration confused them greatly. In the end, which workshop was truly the awesome one? Could it be that, nowadays, choosing the workshop that couldn't even afford an official gaming helmet was the right choice? You are simply unreasonable. He was almost speechless with anger. Blackie actually used his own words to make fun of him. If it weren't for Brother Zhang instructing him that he definitely must invite Blackie, he would have long since left. It was against his expectations that Blackie would have a brain defect, throwing away a good future and insisting on mingling in a gutter-like place. Blackie, I'm only reminding you because I value talent. Our Shadow is currently trying to annex the 45th ranked workshop in Jinhai City, Hungry Wolves Workshop. When Shadow succeeds in doing so, we will rank at the top of all of Jinhai City. If you were to miss this chance now, there would be no more chances for you in the future. Wu-Yi shot a glance at Feng, coldly saying, Meanwhile, your workshop can't even afford the official gaming helmet. How do you plan to play God's domain in the future? It will be better if you join Shadow. A great future is awaiting you here. Faced with such a brazen way of poaching people, even if Feng's temper were much cooler, he would still get slightly angry since they were fated to battle each other. Then battle it was. Who said that our workshop couldn't afford the official gaming helmet? Feng took out the 20,000 credits from his pocket, casually throwing it on the table, saying, I previously decided that starting a workshop would be too sudden, and I was never able to decide which type of official gaming helmet I would buy. So, I was only using the trial helmet as a temporary replacement. However, today, I'm here to give Blackie the money to buy an advanced gaming helmet, but really, it's not that I'm trying to criticize Shadow, but aren't you guys being too cheap and poaching for people? The salary I'm giving Blackie is 20,000 credits minimum. Your Shadow is so rich and has invested so much, yet the salary you're offering is only a minimum of 5,000 credits? When Blackie saw the shining white credits on the table, he turned to look at Sure Feng, astonished eyes. Nobody was more knowledgeable of Sure Feng's financial condition than he was. So how was he able to suddenly throw down 20,000 credits? Could it be that Sure Feng robbed a bank? The others in the dormitory swallowed their saliva when they saw the credits scattered across the table. Usually, Blackie remained hidden and did not seem like anything special. They did not think that his monthly salary would be 20,000 credits. It was no wonder why he refused to join Shadow Workshop. After all, Shadow was only offering him 5,000 credits, 4 times less than his current earnings. Even an idiot would know which side to choose. Was even more unthinkable was that Sure Feng, who was wearing a suit of cheaply looking sportswear, was actually a brother tycoon.